If there's people out there thinking of plays, here's some plays. Here's some information to make plays, because this is what's going to happen. What starts happening when people start defaulting? Companies start defaulting. Taxes start going down. Deficits start going up. Well, when you start seeing this, what's the next thing that happens? Right here. Nope. Nope. Hold on. Right here. Once we default, they default. More companies are defaulting over and over again. Now listen to this. Percentage of repeating defaults is now the second highest since 2008.
No way.
About the third of defaults
No
in
way.
2023 were by repeat defaulters that are continuously just given a chance, given a chance, given a chance. Little more, a little longer. Just give me this. No, no, no. When you kill your middle class, you kill your poor class, you kill your companies, you kill your tax revenue streams. You're going to completely
kill that poor class.
You're going to make
what the hell
in your economy, and what happens then?
10 seconds. Futures
what
opening
yesterday.
What happened? Yeah, we'll come back to him. Hello, good evening. Here we go.
You can't kill Michael Myers! It's impossible!
This is what happens when you work to change things.
You're being a little bitch! What do you fucking want from me? Get off my dick!
You know, if you don't understand the situation, it's better sometimes not to speak and just be proven a complete imbecile in the matter. Okay, so...
Oh, the miracle market strikes again. It looks like...
Fuck you. I think you a bitch. You understand what I'm saying?
Futures open higher.
Is that what you're saying?
Wow.
Is that what you're saying?
Strength in the face of adversity.
What are you saying? Huh?
First,
Or,
you're crazy, then they fight.
or this market is completely full of shit.
I don't know. I don't really think that's the case.
Really? Because I might.
And then all of a sudden you change the world.
And AMC Biggums goes to jail.
Huge sign that time is...
We'll come back to those futures.
The government's very nervous. The government's getting very, very nervous, because I want you guys to really listen to this next part. This is how fucked our economy is right here.
This is the part I wanted to catch right here.
So, gold is rising, and look at since I've refreshed this over and over. Gold is now up to $2,382. It's went up $34 today. So again, I've been telling you guys for 2 years now, if you've been buying physical gold, you're feeling good. You guys.
Why would you be feeling good about that? I don't know.
The United States is.
You're not going to sell it,
Central banks
probably.
are scooping this up faster than you can even imagine. Look what happened in the Treasury auction last night. And this is a giant tale on what's going on. This is a giant sign on everything. This is what I want you to listen to. Treasury auction last night in the 10-year. People are going to blame CPI, but there's no sugarcoating what's happening. What are the key things that stands out? Foreign bidders on Treasury bonds, it was 71% before. It dropped to 62%. What did I tell you guys was going to start happening?
I just found this before I started, and
The Fed are in trouble. This is when the bomb's in trouble.
figured I'd listen to a little bit of it, but...
Have your country, your reset's coming.
Oh, boy.
It's coming fast, and it's coming hard. Foreign bidders dropped to 62%, a 9% drop in 1 month. That's a big fucking deal. That's a huge drop. That's a massive drop. 24% of the auction, it dropped 24%. This is not good. You're getting less and less and less demand. And I told you, once our economy starts getting more exposed, foreign investors are going to leave it. They're going to stop. And what does that mean for you? What that means, and what does that mean for the rest of the economy? This means they now need to raise rates on treasuries and bonds and T-bills and everything I told you, that means these are going to skyrocket. They're going to skyrocket. They got to get that 9% back. Otherwise, we need to buy it. Well, I just showed you guys. We're broke. We can't buy their fucking bonds. We can't buy their notes. They can't finance their debt through their people. We don't have enough money. You took it all. You stole it all. We cannot finance your fucking spending. So, what do? You're going to have to jump those rates massive, okay? And you've seen them going up. You've seen the 10-year. You've been seeing the rates jump the last 2 days. They've skyrocketed. They're going to keep skyrocketing. Well, what that means, 10-year option at a 24% dealer takedown. What that means is you're going to have to start spending less. Well, we know the government's not going to fucking do that. There's no way. They can't. They're going to keep adding to that. They took the debt ceiling off. They don't care. Look at this number right here. Insane. 42% of spending in March was financed by new debt. Can't figure out what's going on. You're literally taking old and refinancing with new massive interest rates. And now what are you going to do? You're going to, by the time this all, and this isn't even the worst part. See, you guys, I talk about the commercial real estate. That's not even the biggest bond that's going to hit. Look at this. This came out last year, and I've been talking about this forever. You have 8.2 trillion due this year. You have 8.2 trillion in debt due in the next couple months that needs to be rolled over at the new interest rates, at the new rates. Well, those rates are going to skyrocket. They're going to skyrocket before they renew these over. Now read this bottom.
Yes, it is.
The average interest rate on the 30 trillion on the federal debt sits at 2.4%. This came out 2 years ago. The numbers have drastically, I should have got a new one. They've drastically increased from this report.
We're all going to be trillionaires from AMC soon.
3 years.
In Zimbabwean dollars.
That will be matured and need to be refinanced. And you're looking at about 4.4%, which actually will be higher. So it'll be higher. It'll be around 4.9 to 5%. Okay?
There's just one part I want to catch here.
Debt is going to cost
he gets into.
We'll put us to about 1.9 trillion on interest.
Unfortunately, I clicked.
2 trillion.
I misclicked in the timeline.
Spending more on interest than on every time you have these companies defaulting.
And then I lost the area. Here we go. It's that right after this.
The price is going up because the fucking supply is going down. So at what point are you ever gonna? Well, we'll just get it to so. Yeah, exactly. You're gonna have to get it to a point to where it's so expensive everywhere and every possible way. You can build your surplus back up. Well, if you do that again, all right, I'm going to be honest with you guys. And I've been trying to get people prepared for this.
Here we go.
In my lifetime, there will be, I feel like, a civil type war in the United States type thing. Too many people are waking up to this system. Too much corruption is going on. Too many people are seeing Jamie Dimon can go into a fucking presidential office, throw his weight around when he did 5 felony crimes and not go to prison. Eventually, this is going to get out to too many fucking eyes. People are starting to realize.
It's Dimon. There is no D on the end of that name. Where's Lynn? I know she loves that. Jeremy Dimon. Diamond. No D. Not diamond. Yes, that's the only thing I'm going to comment on in the last bit that he said. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot diamond-plated pole. No.
We're bailing.
But yeah, isn't that great? Mm-hmm.
These banks out by the trillions. You guys, how many hours of work for you is it to bail out $1 trillion worth of these bankers? It's years and years and years, and eventually you run out of fucking years to borrow. You run out of fucking years where people are going to say, okay, it is now more affordable to rent in all 50 metropolitan cities than it is to buy. They want you to rent and own nothing. They don't want you to buy. They're, like I said, they're crushing their middle class.
They.
Doing that.
How many times has he used they?
Economy.
They just said it.
That's why gold will continue to rise, and it will rise faster and faster and faster. People are going to get away from these fiat currencies because they're just a fucking sham. And people are figuring out exactly what the forefathers said. When we figure this out, we'll get the fuck out of it. This is why the SEC is attacking every single crypto.
What does the SEC have to do What?
Oh my God, we're going after every crypto. We're going after it because it's their way out. It's their way out of the system. It's the way that they can go ahead and take a commodity and set a value to it.
What is bad about renting? I don't know, because in many ways, the push for home ownership itself was a grift. You know, kind of like student loans as well. You know, ways to get people signed up for lifelong commitments that they can't afford. So, but now he's saying that they don't want you to. So I don't know. This guy's so confused. He's so confused. He's so confusing. Look at all these tabs he's got open. His computer's like, no more, please. Don't do, no, please close some of the. And his name starts with an A. Andrew, Aaron, Adam. I don't know. Also, oh yeah, the they thing. They want, they, all day long. They until the cows come home. Right.
It doesn't rely on the government. That is fucking a sham. Like I said.
Yeah, what are cryptos without fiat?
They can tell you what they want. They should.
What are cryptos without local currency? They have to be converted into something that's actually useful, right?
When you look at them having no plan in place other than, well, we're just going to continuously print. We're going to make new debt to pay for old debt at a higher rate, and they can deal with it down the road. Murphy, please, baby, you're pushing my whole chair. I'll play you soon. I'm okay. He gets all crazy when I start.
Was that the dog or
I'm all upset. It's okay. Baby.
Or the kid? I don't know.
But
any difference?
Like I said, it's ripple effect, ripple effect, ripple effect. And people sitting there going, nothing's happening for 3 years. Yeah, something's happening. People are fucking waking up. People are pulling out, and guess what they're doing? Money market fund levels, they're going to an all new high. They're at 6.11 trillion. And I told you guys a long time ago, guys, money market funds, get the fuck out of a bank. Get the fuck out of a bank. Why are you in a bank at 0%?
Wasn't he just
I'm at 0.0?
Wasn't he just saying that there's no buyers? Wasn't he just saying that there's no buyers? Anyway, the other thing I was going to mention, everything that he showed before, with the exception of the Bloomberg stuff, everything back in here, this is all zero hedge. Not that, it's Twitter. That's also Twitter. But he was on zero hedge for a long time. That's also not. All this stuff, like if it looks like this, it's from zero hedge. Just pointing that out. Okay. Well, now that that's out of the system, I mean, what's going on in these futures? I mean, come on. The market's just gonna go. This market's gonna march higher. It looks like. Oh, wouldn't you fucking know? Amazing. Miracle market. Bring on the attack. Bring on the drone attacks. We don't give a fuck. That's what we do here. We do drone attacks. What the fuck are you talking about, bitch? We do drone attacks. You do drone attacks. The market goes higher. We don't care. Fuck it. After Friday's devastating losses, we needed a bounce, huh? Because these cocksuckers, they gotta make money on both sides of this shit all the time. And no move can stick past settlement. Not a single move, except for the move like up to way up into the next stratosphere. But anyway. But we're early in the futures market session here, so 12 minutes in, nothing can be concluded yet. And you're always going to see that although, let me come back over here real quick. Like, I wonder really when the last time this shit actually was oversold, particularly in the NASDAQ. I don't need this for that. Oh, I wanted this one. Good Lord. Okay. There we go. It's a daily graph. Yeah, not even close. I mean, this is the shit that. Oh yeah. I mean, now it is relative strength. Okay, so I understand that it's an index, but the last time it was an oversold. True. I mean, well, what's truly oversold, but September 22. We know that. I mean, it was that double, triple, whatever there. Beginning of 22. Of course, we know that too. But I mean, just look at the RSI. It's where it's been weekly. Hasn't even. I mean, it touched it. It touched it in May of 22. Interesting. But I mean, you know, it's clearly been biased to the overbought side. Anyway, this is a clown fucking index right here. This shit is clown. It's clown territory. It's you can't even take it seriously. There is no fucking way. This one is really no different. I mean, this one, okay. It's harder to mask the true shit codes, but anyway, I'm just talking shit. Because why not? Fuck it. It's all meaningless. Yeah. So, what the SPY was down 1.4% on Friday. What we got here? Oh yeah. What about our moving averages here? Just get some of this stuff out of the way, you know, just some of this garbage. You know what? I got one of these ribbons. I thought I did. Yeah, a moving average ribbon. After midnight. Do not most banks invest in crypto? I have no idea. Remember when DXY was touching 110.13? Yeah. Charlotte, I don't know about the crypto thing. I know that they all started talking about it when the ETFs were coming out a couple months ago, whatever. You know, you saw some of these bank CEO types talking about, or BlackRock types, Larry Fink, talk about how Bitcoin was the new digital gold. Remember that? We looked at that last time. Yeah, not quite so convinced on that, but so what do we got here? 20, 50, 100, 200, that works. And what are they? They are in order of lightest to darkest. So darkest is a longer term average. Okay. So on a daily basis, it looks like you bounced off of the 50, 20, 50, 100, 200. Yeah. So came down through the 20, hit and bouncing possibly off the 50. This is in the SPY, by the way. NASDAQ, all my lines I got on here, these lines are, you know what? Lines are ridiculous. I start over. Same deal. Looks like the same deal there. Now, this is the IWM, the shitco index. It broke through the 50, and it looks like it's more or less bouncing off the 100 from Friday. Weekly, in terms of a weekly average, this one's, look at this. This is all mixed up. Wow. Okay, remember it was lightest to darkest. Lightest was the shortest term. Darkest was the longest term. So that the darkest is the slowest to respond, in another way of putting it. So you've got the shortest term, then the longest term, and then the second and third average here. So it goes 20, 200, 50, 100. So these are all mixed up. This is weekly. It looks like it's bouncing off that 20. Anyway, just trying to take a little notice here, and these on a weekly sense are still way above even the 20-day moving average. So kohrs is talking about the Russell showing the real health of the economy there. Got all these large caps racing, but the mid and small caps are flat as a plank of wood. And that's one reason I think why it's often said that the Russell 2000 is can be a leading indicator for the other indices and whatnot, or the overall thing. It's hard to tell based off of this. Let me it's really hard to tell here, but well, anyway, so that's just something I noticed there. And then see on the NASDAQ futures, still up by 0.09 of a point. Okay, well, yeah, lovely. It looks like actually that the DXY dollar index. Let me get this off here. We certainly don't need that. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna get the scaling right on this 30-minute chart. This is Wednesday, and then Friday. Here, these two big moves. So interesting. We had that at the end of the previous week, right? Well, actually, both times. This is the end of the April 5th, Friday the 5th. That whole thing, and then reversal, and then something similar happened the previous week, first week of April. So this is just churn trading, and these guys are just fucking taking us for a fucking ride. No, this is all garbage. I mean, none of this will stick, in my opinion. Now, having said that, it's easy to get fucked by this bullshit. Look at these fucking swings. How many times did it move this much? This is, I mean, roughly, what the range I'm looking at here is like this. So it's about 3%. Looks like it might be about 3%. Oops. Oh, shoot. I see what happened. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, of course, these are, one way or another here, pretty much. I mean, I'm not going to capture both of them, although right here, I guess I am. I mean, I'm looking for them quickly, in basically in the same session kind of moves. I mean, there's another one right there. There's another one right there, and one more at the end. I mean, that's ridiculous to me. And I didn't even get them all. I mean, there's one here. So I guess I'm looking for 2% or more, roughly. Right? Imagine this one spiked all the way down into here somewhere. There's 2.5%. What is going on? I mean, what in the hell is going on with this shit? I don't know. Nobody knows. Wall Street is. Wall Street. It's just Wall Street, Imagine if you could capture these 3%, these anywhere from 1.75% to 3.5% moves. Be a MOAS, kind of. It kind of would be a MOAS. Of course, it's impossible to do. These areas right here are kind of interesting to me too. These little consolidation ranges here. And this was on what day? Friday. So this was basically Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. This one was Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then that whole week really, I guess. Anyway, Yeah. I mean, and so many that believed, hoping. What on these pumps? It's like I can't imagine, actually believing this shit. Quite frankly, I can't imagine actually believing it. Getting your hopes up look at this one. 5%, 5.5%. Now, like, this was over a couple sessions, like three Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but still. And the price isn't even close to back down here yet. I mean, this is the 400. This is the 402 to 420 range. The price currently, just to put it in perspective, is 437, 438. I mean, like, it's a long way down. Even to here, even to 400. You're talking a good 10%. You're talking a good 10%. And we can't even keep 2% down without this shit popping back up, because a lot of this is speculative short selling, I would have to imagine. Not all of it, but I mean, does Wall Street really believe that this is it? I don't know. They probably do, in the sense that they believe that this is it in terms of do or die. Grift or die. You must grift or die. This is the grift. They are just grifting their fucking hearts out. Jamie Dimon, you are a cock sucker. You are a fucking cocksucker. But. Eat shit. Although I'm sure it'll probably open up here. It'll probably open up here, right? Come on. Look at that volume. The day before, 10 million. That day, 30 million. What happened? Well, insider selling, of course. But anyway, enough of this tomfoolery. Let's get into the real. Oh, yeah, of course. Let's take them higher. Just take them higher. Pump it. Pamp it. Pamp it. Right?
Yes.
It's happening.
He sold. Pump it.
And this is why you don't sell your meme stocks. Because the moment you do, this is you. This is your brain on meme stocks. This has been a public service announcement of Alkin LLC. Now, thank you. On the other side of things, there's always this.
Okay. I need the price to go up.
Like very soon.
I can't take this anymore. I'm checking price and it is lower every hour. Check price.
Bad price.
I can't take this anymore. I have over-invested by a lot. I need the price to go up already. Can they do something?
All right. So, enough of this tomfoolery.
All right, guys, welcome back to Barant's Rants. I know I'm going to work today. I wasn't live. Apologize, but what the hell do you want me to do? On a day like today when King Griffin's dropping the price, don't worry about it. Me?
Oh,
what would I
Ken Griffin.
I'd average down. I'd buy as much as I can.
Oh, wait, hold on. What? You would? No. Wrong answer. Wrong answer. Wrong answer.
A day like today when King Griffin's dropping the price, don't worry about it. Me? What would I do if I'm you? I'd average down. I'd buy as much as I can. These prices aren't coming back. I never thought I'd see the day at 137, 135 in that range. I never did. But you know what? It's here, and I'm thankful for the discount, and I thank him for everything he does for our community. He inspires us. He makes us who we are today. And who are we? We're diamond-handed. And don't ever forget that. I'm diamond-handed. I'm not selling a single share, and I own a lot, just like a lot of you guys. So
that's funny. That's what he said about Dogecoin, too, isn't it? I believe that's what Korax is saying there. Oh, interesting. Did anybody make a video about that yet? Or are we... is that's known, right? I mean, we're not breaking that story. There's no way. 135. Boy, was he wrong to average down. Well, that's the thing about averaging down. That's the thing about averaging down.
But let's look forward to the real stuff that's going to happen with this price action. One is the price is going to drop, and you're going to see a lot of pressure on the call side, so you can actually get.
I mean, there might have been a lot of pressure, but it didn't exert any influence to any meaningful degree. This is from December of 21. Where's that? Oh, right here. Yeah, of course. Well, we know that, yeah, right, because sliding into 22, that's when, everything slid down. So here's the beginning of the year right here. I'll just move this line over. I don't think that line was important. So to zoom out, put that in perspective, the price, here it is. Yeah, it's now about 70% lower, so now about 70% lower. Big money. Wait, where is it? There it is.
Get some real buying pressure the lower the price goes. And they're not covering, not by any stretch. People are like, well, when it gets lower, they're going to start covering. If they start covering, they're in trouble, because then the price explodes and you're sitting there with call contracts on the other side of it for you options guys. I'm not one of them. But
so then why are you talking about it? If you don't know, if you're not an option guy, don't shut up.
Advice, but this is very smart advice. Do not sell. Do not sell shares of whatever.
This is not financial advice, but do not sell shares. How are you going to sit there and say that's not financial advice? This is not financial advice, okay? But don't sell shares of any stock. It's a dumb thing to do.
Do not sell.
You listen.
And you're sitting there with call contracts on the other side of it for you options guys. I'm not one of them, but you guys know how to play it.
You guys know how to play it. I'm not one of them, but I felt the need to tell you that because I didn't know if you know it. I'm not an options guy, but I wanted to make sure you did know that you're going to make a lot of money. I don't know how to, but you guys might. I don't know.
Last part. This is just no financial advice, but this is very smart advice.
Well, financial advice can be smart or it can be not smart. In this case, it's not smart.
This is just no financial advice, but this is very smart advice. Do not sell. Do not sell shares of whatever the hell you're buying to buy the contract side of it. If you're selling shares of GameStop to buy the contracts, it's counterintuitive. You're actually selling your own position. So don't do that, please. Hell yeah, sell AMC all damn day, but not GameStop. Best of luck. I know people on the option side of it, not me. I know the gamma ramp's coming, not me.
The gamma ramp.
We're going to be in this little valley.
Yeah, right. The negative gamma ramp came. Oh yeah, you were right. The gamma ramp did come. Actually, look at this. I mean, this this shit right here. This is the best. I love when they do this. I love when Wall Street does this, actually. I hate them all the time, but I love when they do this. Look at this fucking false hope right here. This is fantastic. Look at that. False fucking hope. And I bet we could go to his channel. In fact, I'm going to. Or if somebody wants to do it, throw the link out there. Anywhere from, let's see. It started on March 18th, 2022. Anywhere from March 18th to March 28th. That 10-day period. I don't know how many trading days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 trading days between the 18th of March 2022 and the 28th of March 2022. It was a Friday through a Monday. What was he saying then during this pump? And then I wonder about after that pump. It's beautiful. Look at that. It's beautiful. It's perfect. It's perfectly executed. Look at this. And you know, I don't like to mess around with the scaling on this axis, but in this case, I mean, look at that is perfect. That's beautiful. That will make even the most pickiest autistic kid happy. It's just so perfect. It's so symmetrical. It goes right back down to the same. It's. I mean, in a way that math and graphs can be sexy, you better believe it. Here again, look at that. That is hot. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. I just, you know. I'm a data scientist. Not really. Anyway, buckle up. Buckle up because you're driving a car. The buckle up had nothing to do with GameStop and nothing to do with a discount. What it was buckle up. We're going on a ride to work.
Keep us down for weeks at a time. It might be a day or two. I might see it Wednesday and we might still be in the 130s, 140s. But I promise you, it has to go back up because I'm not selling. You're not selling.
Well, that might be valid if you guys were the only people in the world, but you're not. You're not the only people in the world, and you're not the only people in the world to buy or sell AMC or GameStop or any of these crappy companies. So it has to go back up because I'm not selling. Well, I'm not selling, so it has to go back up because I'm not selling it. You are a little boy, sir. Good thing you're buckled up, though. Where's your car seat, though? Where needs a car seat?
GameStop. Can't stop, won't stop. GameStop. Buckle the fuck up.
Yeah, buckle the fuck up, bitch. Because you're about to lose all your money. You want to be buckled in for this kind of loss. Trust me. I know. I lost it all on Dogecoin already. Or something. I don't know. Maybe it was Shiba Inu. Shiba Inu. What is this? Lottery stocks. Exit. Warning. Market warning. Everything is crashing. Oh, everything's crashing, huh? Is that why the futures are up? Well, I know. It's early. I'm just not in the mood for... I'm just not, you know... This it's such trash. Such garbage. You're getting fucking called out today.
Iran attacked.
The gloves came off. My hands are covered in shit right now, and I'm not afraid to use them on these clowns. Come here, boy.
Oil spikes. Oil in yen spikes. The Bank of Japan panics to save the yen. Reverse carry trade. Global margin call. We are fucked. What is going on, guys?
Oh, God. Here we go with the doomsday shit from lottery stocks. So gamble, YOLO. You might as well.
War escalation, etc.
Into the world, you might as well go out with a bang.
That is going to happen this week. So tune in until the end of the video.
Fuck off.
So you don't have to watch another update video here on YouTube. I will be covering everything as fast, sweet, simple, to the point as possible. Hopefully you enjoyed watching. Please hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. It is free. It helps me out, and it's one click of a button. Let's get into it. Okay, so all of these factors and people point...
Corax, if it's obvious, it's obviously wrong. I'm just saying.
Correlated.
There's no sure things.
We're going to
except for this dude's mom. Just kidding.
As well. Analysts are expecting this thing.
I had to connect it. I had to insult him somehow. So
the market is over. Everything is going to collapse. $210 million were liquidated from crypto in 60 minutes, and over the past 24 hours, 800 million has been liquidated from the
good
market. Are people panicking? Are people paper handing? But on top of that,
Paper handing.
cake, the
Haven't heard that in a while.
gets involved in the panic. They just announced a new charge for increased volatility around certain Fed releases starting on Monday. The charge will be 10% of members' VAR accruing 2 days prior to and the day of specified events if conditions.
God damn it. What this is
A ton of banks end up collapsing during their earnings call on Friday. Central banks are facing the most synchronized rate cutting cycle since the great financial crisis. 10 out of 11 major central banks are expected to cut rates in the second half of this year, the most in 16 years. In the last 40 years, there was only one occurrence when all 11 were reducing costs, and it was in 2008. What a coincidence, right? This time, the only exception is the Bank of Japan, which in March raised rates out of negative territory for the first time in 17 years. The entire world is expecting a global Fed pivot. What could possibly go wrong? We're not done there.
Well,
several major banks are preparing to absorb potential losses.
I mean, here's the problem with all this shit. None of these people have a fucking clue what's going to happen. I mean, I'm not saying I do. It's premature to say anything, probably. You know, it probably is. But this is, I mean, it's all speculation. It is all speculation. And I'm sorry. Nobody is this good at reading fucking tea leaves. Especially these clowns. Especially some guy named Frank on Twitter. Frank Zone. Yeah, the banks are in trouble. The banks are in trouble. The whole system's going to collapse. Yeah, okay, right. But you're going to get generationally wealthy off of a failing company's stock. Yeah, that's the name of the game here, right? That's what we're here for.
Canadian banks. Canadians' big six banks, TD Bank, RBC, BMO, Scotiabank, CIBC, and National Bank have all reported a dip in profits as they put more money aside to handle credit losses. This is in response to a projected economic downturn and a possible rise in credit loss due to more expensive costs of borrowing in Canada and the possibility of job losses. Hong Kong banks. The Hong Kong Monetary Authority has stated that all major banks in Hong Kong have sufficient financial resources to absorb losses ahead of their liability.
Oh, we can trust that.
The LAC rules. And U.S. banks are sitting on an estimated $650 billion in unrealized losses on their bond holdings due to a surge in interest rates over the past 18 months. Despite this, they have flexibility in making sure that their balance sheet bomb is diffused. Last but not least, the Royal Bank of Canada is now warning that Canada's AAA credit rating is now at risk. It is just raining down. Okay, aside from banks collapsing, banks doing horrible, banks in extreme debt, the market potentially the market being overbought and escalations in
so you show a couple instances of that and then conclude that banks are in trouble. I mean, we just saw this. Even if this sticks and it goes down even more, even if that's the case, it's still at all-time highs. What are you fucking talking about? You haven't had any fucking bank failures. The financial sector ETF actually just kind of hit a double top. But I mean, and it's probably going to come down more, but it should. It absolutely fucking should. Yeah, TradingView has a sell technical indicator on it. Of course. It's over fucking valued because this shit's garbage. There's no real value in any of this shit. Except for crypto. Except for the crypto holdings, of course. You know, I mean, let's be honest.
And the market move in tandem. Bitcoin and crypto payments surge in Turkey due to rising inflation. Now, touching on Bitcoin's chart.
Well, the cat thing, I believe, is a gimmick. I think that's a gimmick, which sucks for the cat. I feel bad for these cats that are used as gimmicks in these things.
Quick, I need to tell you about the sponsor of today's
video. Oh, God, an interstitial. Oh, fuck you. No, you don't. No, you don't, sir.
Now, touching on Bitcoin's chart, what happened with Bitcoin? Real quick.
Whoa! Yeah, let's get rid of that. Fuck you. What is it? Visual Sectors? Pfft. Great name. Wow. That's a long segment.
Step guide. So thank you, Visual Sectors, for sponsoring today's video. Go sub.
No,
let's get back to
I would never in a million years subscribe to anybody that sponsors any of these fucking grifters. Let me say that again. I will never subscribe, visit knowingly, or pay any money to for any subscription, one-time fees, anything. I will never patronize any motherfucker who sponsors these clowns on YouTube. And if I'm doing it unknowingly, please tell me so that I can stop doing it. But visual sectors, you're on my shit list now. And we're skipping your fucking ad, so fuck you. Actually, that's going to be sponsor. You're welcome. You're welcome. I don't need to preview it. I don't need to preview it.
Bitcoin chart. What happened with Bitcoin? Real quick, W.
Boom.
A breakout. It failed not once, but twice. Broke back down yesterday when everyone was panicking. I was purchasing, and it actually held this wedge. This flash down, this wick down, shaken paper hands out. We rebounded quickly, and now we are right back in Bitcoin's wedge. Nothing is invalidated. Nothing is validated in the sense that we are going to see a
6 hours ago.
Likely before a halving, we flag out and we flash down. That is usually what happens.
Where are our sponsorships? We give more real, truthful information than any of these motherfuckers combined. I was approached by one, but they just wanted to give me a microphone. And, you know, I'm all about the cash money. So, but my feeling is that we curse too much. And that's just a compromise I'm not willing to make. Like, not cursing. So, they can fuck right off with that. Shaking paper hands out, because that is how the market works. Nothing to do with shaking paper hands out. Well, this is the simplistic way that they talk about this stuff. It is funny, isn't it?
Ready for that. Dogecoin, however, did not hold up. Dogecoin had the ascending trend line right here, the very, very bottom level of support, which if I were to draw a line, you could see that right here. However, it was flagging out and then broke out of the wedge to the downside, which is not a good thing to see. But what did I do? I purchased more Bitcoin. If you haven't seen my crypto...
Oh, yeah, of course you did, because, you know, average down. Price goes down, buy more. Average down, as if it's a good fucking deal, as if it's a good fucking thing to buy, as if it has any inherent value whatsoever. It doesn't. So you just wasted your money. But whatever. I mean, maybe you can trade it for, you know, 3 cents more or something. You can at least cover your spread and break even, okay?
To go watch that. Now, coming into the week, I want you to focus on some of the blockchain mining companies, such as Mara, because some of these are going to stick around and some of them aren't. Every single time Bitcoin has a halving, it gets more and more risky for these miners. And the ones that are on top, the ones that have, you know, clear debt, the ones that have the best balance sheet, the ones that have the most sustainability are going to stick around. So keep an eye on Mara, Lean Spark, Riot, and let me know down below in the
who that is involved in any crypto is without debt. That I don't know. That would be a chat GPT question, possibly. Maybe.
Comments which one you think is going to handle the halving, which one is going to stick around and thrive over the years to come. I also would not consider any of these a long-term hold play. I would consider them a quick money-making opportunity.
Quick money-making.
Financial advice, and I am not a financial advisor. Now, before we get into the market, Tesla has just lowered its monthly subscription cost of FSD to just $99 a month, down from $199. Tesla lowering cuts again, and I want to show you the pattern that I think Tesla is in, because we are expecting
Tesla lowered the cost of full self-driving, the non-full self, not the fake full self-driving. They lowered the price.
To earnings, and earnings is happening very, very soon on April 23rd of 2024. Tesla chop traded right here, came up, tested, failed, and then made this third test consolidation, broke down, right? Tesla's doing.
Look at that chart. How can you even see? I can't even tell. Oops. I can't even tell where the chart is.
My opinion, I would watch for Tesla to first of all break
getting a headache looking at that.
Second of all, break under this trend line right around 160.50, and then come into this zone finally that we've been waiting for, which is 155.
Get in the zone, auto zone.
Again, if this is invalidated and Tesla breaks above 176 with a full candle close above, I will be closing out my puts for a loss. Now, Biden says he expects attack on Israel from Iran sooner than later, and he says his message to Iran is don't attack.
Yeah, get in the zone, auto zone.
What it does, right?
This is the one you wanted to be in.
Already said, right? They already said
right here. Get in the fucking zone. Auto zone. Look at that. From the end of February to now, it's of 2021, it's up 164%. I mean, I know that's not the 36x that AMC did, but it didn't take AMC that long to 36x before it, well, we know. Oops. Yeah. Get in the zone. Almost done here with this, thank God.
America's involved in this war. America's going to be involved in this war. And now Biden's saying, listen, don't attack Israel. Well, what's the threat there, right? If they are already involving American war, Biden's basically calling their bluff. Okay, so we'll see what happens. Hopefully nothing escalates. Gold is reacting as if nothing is going to escalate. At first, it reacted in the sense of panic, and then it was sort of buy the sell the news type of deal. In reverse, gold is getting bought back up, showing, maybe nothing will escalate. Also, the market, the overall
maybe nothing will escalate
from its all-time high, getting a slight correction. This is what you call a slight correction.
There it is.
If the SPY breaks this level at 510.50, you're going to see nice little dips to around 503.75 for the first dip. Second dip to around 497.50, and those are
fucking killing me
watching right now. If the SPY continues to dip, that is going to bring the SPY down 4.3% or 5.4%. Okay, so those are the levels we're watching. Overall, a 3% correction is already a smooth correction consolidation for the SPY to get another leg up. So as soon as good news comes out, guys, are you seeing this thing? What in the
wow? Well, it's a cat. What do you expect? Okay, Jesus Christ, what are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? Hey, you. Okay, what do we got going on here? Oh, is it finally cracking? Have we taken enough profit, guys? Are we getting back to? No, we're not getting back to reality. Don't even suggest that. It'll never happen. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I really don't like that. Doing that, exploiting these pets like that. All right, checking on, see what we got here. So this is something here we got about the...
Hi, guys. Welcome back to Marant's Rants. Plenty of good information, a little bit of motivation, whole lot of truth, no financial...
GameStop NFT.
I'm going to break down this NFT for you.
The GameStop NFT. This is from 2 years ago as well, October 20. So really what we're engaging here... what we are engaging in here is a little something that we like to call retroactive DD. And it's nice here in Ohio today, so we have people out in their motorcycles. But if this is your first time watching the stream, this is what's known as retroactive DD that we are doing. So going back and looking at what was said, what was out there at some point in the past. Now, it's more interesting, really, when we have the meme stalkers doing the retroactive DD. So we might see that in a little bit, but we saw CSI, for example. He was looking up one of the court cases about Wanda. Well, that case happened in 2021. You should have known about it. They weren't paying attention then, right? So they went and looked back up in 2024, retroactive DD, because it will do nothing to change your loss now. But shouldn't you know what's going on? Ideally, you know that beforehand, before dumping your money into it. But anyway, we'll do some retroactive DD for them.
The best way I can, okay? GameStop went in and hired a team.
Because I can be honest with you, I know nothing about this, and I did not look in. I had nothing doing with the GameStop NFT in 2021. Nothing doing. So I know nothing about this. I've never seen this. I heard of it, but I never saw anything about the NFT for GameStop.
We know what's happening. GMEDD.com went ahead and wrote an article how GameStop and Loopring are both working on this confidential NFT. We know it's coming. We know that it's been in the works. Everyone's whispering about it, but I want to remind you what it does for us. The fact that these guys are engineering something that's never been done before, and they're proud to do it, and they're telling you it's revolutionary. It's going to bridge the gap between e-commerce and blockchain technology on the Ethereum actual blockchain. Guys, all of this stuff like this really reminds me of something. Can I remind you of 20 years ago to the day? Today, 20 years ago. That is when the iPod was released by Apple. Guys, the iPod changed the world. It allowed you to do MP3 player, music, changed the whole thing. Yes, they developed iTunes months before, 8.5 months before the iPod even existed. So Apple laid it all out for you. It worked out perfect, and now the iPhone took over the iPod. So what am I telling you all this for, guys? 20 years to the day. Why am I telling you this?
Yeah, why?
This because the stock price of Apple increased 3 times.
Oh my God!
In the span of 2 years after the iPod was released. It didn't go crazy.
How many millions of those things did they sell?
Released, now everybody rushes in. So I want to remind everybody: just because an NFT gets released doesn't mean everyone's going to come rushing in. It's not full.
Right.
I assure you, GameStop is not rushing to get it to the table. They are doing the right thing at the right time.
They did not rush anything when it came to NFTs. That we know. That he was right about. They didn't rush a goddamn thing. Not one thing was rushed.
And this idea is going to change the world. It's going to change the way you and I do games.
It's going to change your world. It's going to change their world.
You about a CD player, a Walkman, and albums. They all existed before. Hell, what exists now?
They all still exist.
That's what's coming to the
They
world.
all still exist.
And I'm going to wait for it. But GameStop has a piece of the...
You know what doesn't exist anymore? iPods. Boy. Wow. You know, that's amazing. It's like, yeah. When was the last time you saw a motherfucking iPod? Or any MP3 player, for that matter. Oh, but they changed the world, the iPhone. The world was one way, and now it's another way. There were other phones. They didn't invent it. Nor did they invent the touchscreen. But I understand to these, Sally suburb here types here, Samantha in the suburbs, Apple absolutely did invent it, and she loves her iPhone. Thank you very much. Okay, fine, whatever. Fuck your iPhone. Apple sucks.
Actually hired for it. They're planning for it, and yes, it takes time. So I'm excited either way, but on the anniversary of the iPod, it helps remind me that the stock might explode for whatever reason. But if I'm invested for fundamental reasons, and this business is running at the all-time high that it's ever run, because that's what it's doing today. Don't know it. Go do your homework.
No, that was a lie. That was a lie right there.
Forever.
GameStop running at the, what did he say? Highest something?
Might explode for whatever reason. But if I'm invested for fundamental reasons, and this business is running at the all-time high that it's ever run.
Okay, he just said fundamental reasons. He just said fundamental reasons. And the business is running at an all-time high.
For fundamental reasons, and this business is running at the all-time high that it's ever run.
Well, I don't know what metrics. He likes metrics. He likes, objective measurements, like stuff that's on the balance sheet. I can't be sure, but I don't remember seeing a line that's all-time high as far as what he said. That's not anything that's on here. So I don't know where he got that or how he concluded that. I may have to email him and ask him, what do you mean all-time high? That's not really an objective measurement. That, it seems more like no, really? It seems more like an opinion. Yeah, it kind of does. Wow. What a cunt.
Because that's what it's doing today. If you guys don't know it, go.
Oh, yeah. Nobody knew it because it wasn't true. Only the people that listen to you, like that Kyoto Exports goon that's always up your ass.
Do your homework. I'm encouraged to hold this stuff forever.
What a dick. He was a dick then already.
When I'm done with it and when I pass it on to my kids, they're going to say, you know what? Dad was right. And I'm going to wear that shirt that says, I told you so. GameStop to the moon, and you know what it is.
Okay. That right there, that makes no sense. Let's just point it out.
I'm encouraged to hold this stock today. If you guys don't know it, go do your homework. I'm encouraged to hold this stock forever.
Encouraged to hold it forever. Okay. That's pointless because you would never actually make any money, but okay, whatever. Maybe he just means that allegorically.
And I will. And when I'm
and I will, okay,
with it, and when
I'm done with it. Well, how would you be done with it if you're holding it forever? If you're never going to sell it, that doesn't make any sense. When you're done with it, what are you going to make love to it? Probably. Are you going to fuck it? He's going to fuck his GameStop shares in the ass. When he's done with it, he's going to give it to his kids so his kids can do the same thing.
Run, because that's what it's doing today. If you guys don't know it, go do your homework. I'm encouraged to hold this stock forever, and I will. And when I'm done with it, and when I pass it on to my kids.
When I pass it on to my kids, does that imply that you would be transitioning to a post-life state? Okay.
They're going to say, you know what? Dad was right.
You know what? Dad was right. We should never sell this because it still has way more value than he paid for it.
And I'm going to wear that shirt that says, I told you so.
And I'm going to wear that shirt that says, I told you so. From the grave. Okay. Right.
GameStop to the moon, and you know what it is. GameStop. Can't stop, won't stop. GameStop. I'll see you tomorrow, millionaires.
Yeah. Great. So, fundamental reasons, huh? He loves it for fundamental reasons. Cool. Shifting gears here for a second. What exactly is this about? I don't know. Let me find the screenshot. Here we go. How I'm voting. CSI. AMC shareholder vote. Could McDonald's take over AMC? McDonald's? What? What the hell is he talking about? CSI and your clickbait.
What's up, everybody? It's the Common Sense Investor coming at you with another video. And in this video, transparency, baby, transparency. I don't hide nothing. And I'm going to tell you right now what I will be.
Well, he doesn't hide nothing, so don't even get any ideas.
Voting for on each of these proposals, 1, 2, 3, and 4, because those are the most important.
What proposals are we talking about?
That you need to know what's going on with it. All right.
Okay,
now,
whatever.
I've got the paperwork they filed here, and they give the board's vote recommendation, okay, for each one of these. And in proposal 1 is to declassify our board of directors.
I thought they already did this.
If
or
you watch my videos, then you know this is an anti-takeover measure. And Aron, as the CEO who likes to fucking tweet, has not addressed this issue. Not to my satisfaction. All right.
This is from now, right? 1 day ago.
For this proposal, then why would
I don't know when this vote is. I don't really care. Who cares? You know.
Because it makes no sense to me to vote and vote and vote.
Oh, it didn't. Okay, right. It didn't pass. All right.
To remove the anti-takeover measure. So, I'm sorry. The board says vote for it. Unless Adam Aron can come on Twitter and change my mind, but I'm going to give it time. Before it is time to vote, you know, I'll give them time to come out and start talking about some of this shit, but make it make sense to me. Until then, it's a no. All right, and if it's a no, then proposal 2B comes into effect. If proposal 1 is not approved, to elect our board of directors, the following nominees for terms expiring at the 2027 annual meeting: Lauder, Locke, and Sussman. So, if I vote.
And, you know, that's exactly why I sped it up, and I'm going to speed it up even more, because unless I hear something else in this, they do. They focus on the wrong things at the wrong times. This is irrelevant. Irrelevant. This will not affect anybody's ability to lose all of their money that has already been lost.
No, which is my plan, all right, because I do not want to declassify our board. Then these 3 people will sit on our board.
Why?
Until 2027.
Why don't you want to declassify it? Do you have is there a reason? Like, what reason? Okay.
Now, proposal number 3, amendment of our certificate of incorporation to eliminate the prohibition against stockholders acting by written consent. The board said vote yes for this. Again, this is an anti-takeover measure, okay? This is not stockholders like me and you. These are major stockholders like Antara, Vanguard, State Street. I wouldn't give a fuck if it was McDonald's people and they decided to get from the burger industry to the movie theater industry. They
here it is. Here it is. McDonald's could take over if this is allowed. Okay, let's hear it. Go back.
I wouldn't give a fuck if it was McDonald's people and they decided to get from the burger
his favorite restaurant
theater industry.
Right?
They could take over this company like this. So I'm voting no. Until Adam can explain to me why he wants to make it easier for people to take over the company that I own and love, then I have to vote no against removing our anti-takeover measures. Proposal number 4, amendment of our certificate of incorporation to...
Well, I guess that's logic for you.
...ability to call special meetings. Again, another anti-takeover measure under attack, and the board says go ahead and vote for it. Everything will be all right. Trust me, bruh. Come on, man. Proposal 1, Proposal 3, Proposal 4, all anti-takeover measures. Why does our board want us to vote yes for this shit, but he won't come on Twitter and, or won't you go to the movie theaters, Adam, and do one of them little sit-in things, shake everybody's hand and explain to us why you want to make it easier for people to take over our fucking...
Why doesn't he do that? Because people like you would show up. Actually, no, they wouldn't. But they would threaten to show up. They wouldn't actually. Do you think they would actually show up? These are some of the laziest fucking people in the world. They wouldn't show up, but they would sure intimidate people on Twitter and social media, and they'd make videos about it. So why does he not do that? It's your own fault. Because of the way you acted. Because of the way you showed disrespect and insinuated violence towards somebody who has no responsibility to look after your fucking personal finances or care about what is in your bank or brokerage account. It's not his fucking problem. Is the company still operating? Yes. Is every company still operating that was in 2021? No. So in that sense, yeah, he's doing his job. That you took what he said out of context and believed in conspiracy theory, that's not his problem. It's not his problem. That was not his doing. It's your own doing. Period. End of discussion.
Fucking company. And I see that Joker keeps saying, I'm talking about Antara.
Well,
but Antara was...
And I'm not even, I'm not even touching the proposals because we've talked about these before. I have a video, something. Well, even if it is a stream, it's a video. Just like, all apes are retail investors, but not all apes not all retail investors are apes. All live streams are videos, but not all videos are live streams. See, logic works. It works. It carries over. You can use, so you learn it in one area, you can carry it over to others. It's a smart lesson, like Morantz tried to teach. Wear your seatbelt. I'm going to work. Yeah. We talked about it on this channel in a video /stream called declassified. Oh, no. Don't do that. Declassified. Oh, no. Don't do that. Declassified. Oh, no. Don't do that. Declassified. Oh, no. Okay. That you never want that. Okay. That you never want that. Okay. Okay. Have you ever had that thing happen where you close a tab, you have a YouTube tab open and close it really quick?
What's up, everybody?
And it keeps playing? That's what happened. That's what just happened. I accidentally clicked on this stream, started playing. I tried to click away from it quickly, and it didn't stop, but the tab was gone. The tab was gone, but it was still playing phantomly in the background. Oh, fuck. Google sucks. All right. Anyway. No, that time actually it was my own doing. Although maybe we could say that it was George Soros reflexivity. That should go to the soundboard. Maybe it will. Oh yeah, that's fun. Pretty funny. Okay. Anyway, let me get the window back here. There we go. Let's see. I see. Look at all this garbage. These are videos. It's a live stream. Here it is. Declassified. It's in this stream. Losing it. The cruise controlled 98% crash into oblivion was far and away risky business after all. Little play on words with the Tom Cruise films there, but you know, I do what I can. But we looked at that declassification stuff here, so I'm not even gonna, you know, not even gonna touch it. But it seemed like, seemed like it wasn't quite right to me. But you know, hey. So,
what's up, everybody? It's
the larger point.
Yeah. The rest of them, we can talk about it if y'all want to. I mean, what do you think I'm going to vote when it comes, Ernst & Young? All right? No. I will always vote against Ernst & Young. Why? They're the auditors, okay, that say that they can't find no misdoing. So if a motherfucker's sitting in their position and can see our books and they can't find no wrongdoing, we got the wrong motherfuckers in that office. Get rid of Ernst.
Or the one thing that these guys all fail to consider, everybody together, you fail to consider the fact that you are wrong. You have to reserve the right to be wrong. But that's never the case. That's never the case. And yeah, they will just get another auditor. They'll just get another one of the big accounting firms. So, I mean, give me a fucking break. Give me a fucking break. Yeah, don't approve Ernst. And by the way, it's Ernst also, not Ernest, but it's Ernst & Young. Whatever.
No. Proposal 5 gives them a little leeway where we can't sue them because of the shit that they've done. All right?
You already can't.
I'm going to vote no to that. If you've committed a crime, motherfucker, you need to do the time. I did.
Oh, there it is. Did you catch that?
Where we can't sue them because of the shit that they've done. All right, so I mean, I'm going to vote no to that. If you've committed a crime, motherfucker, you need to do the time. I did.
Well, that's news. Okay.
Approve the compensation for the named officers. It don't really make a fuck. They're going to do what they're going to do. So you just say, yes, I don't know. I abstain. Fuck. I don't want to even vote for this shit. And that's it. So no, unless Adam Aron or one of his cronies, and I can see it on.
They can't give proof and they can't give you specifics.
The benefit.
What rules? What laws? And
that's how.
In that sense, you know, Donahue George's lawsuit is a fascinating one to look at. Not that I'm going to right now, but because he's trying to say just this very thing. But it's comical. It's comically bad. It's comically inept. I'm pretty sure that Noisy Corax could draft a better lawsuit. Or even, you know, me, not having been a lawyer ever, either of us to my knowledge, and also not being disbarred. So, all right. But, you know, one of the central things in it is a violation of breach of contract between the regulatory bodies and the United States citizens, because we have a contract with them that they're supposed to protect us. Okay, right. I mean, that's just that's not how it works. But speaking of the devil, figurative devil, not literal Ken Griffin devil, Here it is.
It's not financial advice, not legal advice, or entertainment and educational purposes only, and anything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in the videos. That being said, hit the like button, subscribe button, or like YouTube algorithm stuff so you get the videos I put them out. See, I'm thinking, see, man, analyze that data. But like I tell every day, the day they release us is false. I'm going to give us a false narrative in the market. We can make bad trading decisions. Listen, I put out a video yesterday concerning FINRA believing that they can do whatever they want. They can rob retail investors, they can rob pension funds, and not be held liable legally. Okay? And
Ooh, yeah. I'm gonna have to go ahead and sort of disagree with you there.
I understand that you shills have to attack every single thing that I do. I understand that you guys hate AMC and hate GME. I understand that. But let's put AMC and GME aside for a second, okay? Let me ask you guys something. I mean, put on your thinking cap. Put on your thinking cap. Do you guys think that any government agency should be able to do whatever it wants with no repercussions whatsoever? Okay, and I'm not just...
Of course not, and none can. So I don't know what we're talking about here. I mean, maybe... I don't know, maybe the military or something, but I mean, shit, they can't... No. So we're at this point now where it's, you know, the denial is so deep, and the unwillingness to even consider that, hey, maybe one of the 10 million assumptions I made that got me to this conclusion, maybe one of those is off, and so it threw off the rest, my whole slippery slope that I slid down, and maybe, maybe I'm wrong. Nah, no. What am I thinking? And it's ridiculous. Never mind.
Think about the corruption. Think about the corruption it would initiate if all these government agencies felt that they could do what they want with no consequences whatsoever, that we, as U.S. citizens, couldn't take them to court and ask for justice in front of a jury of our peers.
Well, you don't have standing, probably. You probably don't have standing, even if it were. But, I mean, that's what our former president's finding out right now. I mean, tomorrow marks the beginning of the criminal proceedings. So, I mean, maybe it's smoke and mirrors and theatrics, whatever. But they're doing a pretty good job of portraying the image, at least, that even the former president is not above the law. And that's, I mean, that, no matter where you're at politically, or what you think about, the guilt or innocence and those charges, or any of those charges, or whatever, what Donahue's saying is not true. It's just not true. So, I mean, I don't know.
So whether you guys hate AMC, whether you guys hate GME, how can you justify thinking that FINRA should be allowed to do what they want with no consequences? That they put laws...
What did FINRA do? I mean, what the hell did FINRA do? I mean, that's what I want to know. What did they actually do here? What did they actually do? I mean, hell, what Korax is saying there. Absolutely. And same reason why you can't sue the police. Even if there is there was a case where this criminal was running from the police, and he ran into a lake, a pond, and he ended up drowning in the pond. Okay, it was a bizarre story. I don't know all the specifics, details. I want to say this was a Florida man thing. Anyway, the guy is running from the police, who are giving pursuit and foot pursuit, and the guy runs into this pond and ends up drowning. Okay, and he's out in this pond, and he's actively yelling, "I can't swim! I can't swim! Help me!" And there are, I don't know, a dozen police officers standing on the side of the pond watching this guy drown. I don't even think it was I don't even think it was a qualified immunity question as to whether, they're not under any duty. So if that's the case, I mean, and I feel like that would blow his mind if he knew that, because that's a little bit more important to me than, I gambled on the wrong slot machine and lost money. Why aren't you helping me? That's not really part of the deal. And if they can let you drown, they meaning like the authorities, they can literally watch you drown and not have a legal obligation to help you. What the fuck are you thinking that you have anything here? You have nothing here. You have nothing here.
Our elected officials put laws in place, and if they can just violate the rules and regulations at will, they can engage in what I consider to be criminal activity, and then they can...
And the point is that they're held accountable because the DOJ will sue them. The SEC will sue them. Because ultimately, who does FINRA answer to? I mean, the SEC has given FINRA the authority to be the self-regulatory. And that's another discussion for another time, as far as whether that still makes sense, given the fact that when those rules were put in place, the markets were not, the exchanges were not for-profit entities like they are now. So the exchanges in the 1990s became for-profit entities that are actually traded on the stock market as well. So now you have a profit motive. There wasn't a profit motive for the exchange. Now there is. Does it make sense for them to be? And now I think that's a legitimate question. However, is that in any way relevant to these clowns picking the wrong fucking card table? No, it's not. And this is all distractionary. It's all designed to create this emotional swell, this emotional hype, this fervor, this anger and ire, piggybacking off of already, so much hatred towards the government and authority and anti-authoritarian segment of the population. This is no good. No good. This is not the way that you win. This is not the way that you bring about change for the better. It's just not. First of all, you have to understand the way the system works before you can tell me why you think it should be changed and how it should be. But he doesn't know. Might I remind you, we looked at on the last stream when this clown was talking about you can't short on a down tick. Bull fucking shit. So he doesn't even know the rules. He doesn't even know the rules. And he's sitting here, crying about this. Give me a fucking break. None of it matters anyway. It doesn't matter. You're lucky that they allow your ass to even participate in this shit, because they don't even have to do that, bitch. They don't even have to let you play. Your ass could be on the permanent ban list of this casino. And if you ask me, it should be. But they know that they're going to make so much money from clowns like this and their clownish followers that, we can put up with that. They love the noise. They love the noise.
That they are immune from prosecution, they are immune from lawsuits, and then you still are kind of supporting that? I mean, are you guys kidding me?
No, because think about this. You don't even own the shares that the brokerage account says that you own. You don't own them. You have a contractual conference of ownership rights that mimics or simulates ownership, but you don't own it. The DTCC and the FINRA and all those peoples, they really don't have anything. There's a layer of insulation between the financial industry and individuals, and that's called brokerage firms, financial services companies. That's the middleman. We deal with them. They deal with the market. That's the way it is. Even when you go with computer share or something like that, you still don't interact directly. And I suspect that's just because of the way that things developed, and it was never like a consumer, a direct-to-consumer thing necessarily. That idea of retail investing, hit a high point in the 1920s, and but before that, it was much less common for retail investors to even be involved in the market at all. So, yeah, they don't have to allow. And what will happen after this clown sues Robinhood for violating its contract, which that's laughable. You take one look at their terms of service and you can see, yep, it's right here. I wonder if he'll be best buds with Vlad then. Probably not. Well, actually, probably will. Anyway, yeah. He doesn't even know the correct definition of the word shill. Donahue's the shill. He's the one that acts like an enthusiastic customer to entice or encourage others. Boom. This is the guy at the 3-card Monte game who won, who wins, who plays and wins. Look how easy it is, guys. I made all this money. Shill. And he's like, yeah, Vlad gave me this personal invitation. I'm not a shill, though. What are you talking about?
I mean, this has to be the FINRA operative.
Oh, yeah, FINRA operatives, right? But getting back to just the last thing there, you don't own the shares legally, but for all intents and purposes, you do, but you don't really. It's a similar concept in my mind. You can't directly sue them. No, you can't directly sue them. But, when true wrongdoing occurs, and it does, there are ways that things can be taken care of. It's not that they won't. It's not that they can't be held accountable. It's that an individual suing them is less effective than the Department of Justice. What resources does an individual have? The government has every resource. Who would you want to be looking into it? I mean, look at it from that standpoint. Donahue George is one guy. He wants to be able to sue FINRA. Well, even if you had the ability, you would get nowhere because you have nothing. You have no lawyers. You have no money. You have no amazing investigative thesis or avenue to look into that nobody has. You don't have anything. You will be smacked down faster than your ass can drive to the airport. So, really, it seems like you kind of want it to be this way. Plus, you don't want the whole system to be clogged up with these crappy, frivolous-ass lawsuits from clowns like this. There's no point. It just clogs the shit up. All right.
Operatives. It has to be FINRA operatives. I can't see any citizen of the United States, any citizen of the planet Earth who would want a regulatory agency or a government agency.
But see, this is the thing about these idiots. He's repeating this idea that anybody who corrects him or speaks ill about anything that he's talking about here wants a government regulatory agency to be completely immune. And that's not the case. I mean, it can be gray, but he wants to make it black and white. Where have we seen this before? Well, everywhere in this, because it has to be black and white, because it's a cult. Cults have to be black and white with some of these beliefs. So it's either you're with us, or why would anybody on planet Earth not be with us on this? Well, because you're fucking retarded, and the way that you're explaining it is completely wrong. And you're being disingenuous, and you're gaslighting people. So I will always call that out. Fucking brain dead. Trying to divide everybody into you're either with us or you're against us. Fucking against you. And if it means being with the government, if it means being with FINRA, fuck yes, I will choose them every time. And I am a citizen of the United States and of the world and of Earth. And, I'm not being paid to say that. So anyway, yeah. That's like he didn't call and ask us what we thought. So just go ahead and say yeah. And you'd have to be a FINRA shill operative to say anything else. Nice fucking try, but no. Failed fucking wannabe cult leader. Bitch.
Free to
ass.
do
motherfucker.
With no oversight.
That's not what it means.
With no way to hold them accountable.
That's not what it means either.
Decide to break the law.
That's not what it means either.
How can a democracy work like that? How can a fair and transparent government work like that? This goes.
Well, it's probably not a democracy. It's probably not free and transparent. Get the fuck out of 7th grade civics and open your fucking eyes to the realities of the world. You want it to be a democracy when it benefits you. I get it. Well, you're a fucking clown.
Goes beyond AMC. This goes beyond GME.
Yeah, it goes beyond these things. So then, let me ask you this. If, if they fix the problem, but it does not result in a short squeeze, are you going to be happy? Will you be happy, satisfied, or will you not be? Because you say it's bigger than this. It's bigger than AMC. It's bigger than GameStop. Okay, yeah, maybe it is. But what if it doesn't include GameStop or AMC? What, in fact, if, I don't know, as a result, the system gets cleaned up, but all of the zombie companies like AMC and GameStop and all these bullshit ones, they eventually just die out and go to zero and you lose all your money. Are you still satisfied? Even though they fixed the problem and it wouldn't happen again, but you lost this time. See, that, I don't think so. I think you want to get paid. I think you're here because you think that you can pump this and get people excited about it and back into it and get the fervor back from 2021. It's not going to happen, first of all. He wants it to be a democracy because he thinks everyone is with him when they aren't, one, and two, because the rule of law stands in his way and protects people from his cult. And if it were truly the rule of law, he would be in Guantanamo right now. But, we do live in a society. We have to make compromises.
If we allow, how can a democracy work like that? How can a fair and transparent government work like that? This goes beyond AMC. This goes beyond GME. This goes beyond the stock market. If we allow one government agency to be able to do what it wants with no oversight.
Welcome to America. Have you seen what the police have done lately? Just as one example. Oh, yeah. I mean, sometimes there's more accountability now. Probably than there ever has been. But that's just, one example in everyone's community. You go try, saying this kind of stuff to to your local police officers, and acting like those jackass First Amendment auditors, quote unquote, on YouTube. There's a fine line. I'm quoting here between stupid and clever. And most of the time, this shit crosses over into fucking stupid. Yeah, I mean, I'll use his terminology. The bottom line is this: he thinks it's a Wild West where anybody can do whatever they want, and there are no consequences. Maybe because that's the way it's been for him in the past or something. I don't know. But it's just not the case. It's not the case. You don't understand. He just doesn't understand half of the shit that he's talking about.
With no risk of consequence, with that we can't take them to court and sue them or force them to act properly. How can we?
What an entitled fucking piece of shit. Take them to court and sue them to force them to act properly. Well, I mean, that's, God. I don't even want to break that. I don't have the mental. I'd like to keep going for longer, so I'm not even going to try to. Just think about how stupid that fucking statement is. How fucking retarded are you to say something like that? Want to hear it again? Sure.
Agency to be able to work like that. How can a fair and transparent government work like that? This goes beyond AMC. This goes beyond GME. This goes beyond the stock market. If we allow one government agency to be able to do what it wants with no oversight, with no risk of consequence, with that we can't take them to court and sue them or force them to act properly. How can we survive as a country? Okay, so all you bad.
Sounds like he's calling for another CW,
comments,
like the first idiot we heard.
What they want with no consequences.
Is this a threat?
Are you utilizing the brain that God gave you? I mean, to me, it's absolutely crazy that even one person could think that a government agency or SRO should be allowed to do whatever they want with.
Well, you know, it's crazy to me that anybody would think that anybody would not think anything. In other words, there are people that have some of the craziest, most illogical, and strange beliefs ever. Now, do I approve of them? Probably not if I knew about them, but I don't, and I don't care. So, it doesn't affect me. But I wouldn't sit here and say, you know, it's upsetting to me that somebody would, you know, like X, Y, and Z, or think X, Y, and Z is a good idea. There's always, I mean, he should know this from knowing that the stock market exists, because that's about all he knows about it, apparently. But there's got to be somebody on the other side of every trade, right? So if somebody has an opinion, you better assume that somebody's got the opposite opinion. And usually that's the case. There's no unanimity. That's not a thing. We can't even all agree that murder is wrong. I mean, after watching these guys, it makes you question it, right? But anyway, just kidding. So, and let me say this. The apes know. They know what it means to be petulant. They know what it means to be oppositional for the sake of being oppositional. Being a cranky brat who does the opposite of what they're told to do. That's who these people are. That's who these people are. So he sits there and says, I'm holier than thou. I can't see anybody. Blah, blah, blah. Fuck you. I got some beliefs that'll blow your fucking mind. Like, you should be in Guantanamo. You belong in Guantanamo Bay. There's no question. I can't believe that anybody would think that this guy does not belong in a military prison camp. Who would not think that, based on everything we've seen? Of course he does, right? I mean, it just blows my mind that people don't realize this. Seriously, it does.
No consequences whatsoever. It is absolutely crazy to me. Anyway, please leave some comments. Tell me what you think. And this, beyond AMC, beyond GME, beyond the stock market, do you guys think that any regulatory agency should be able to do what it wants and be immune from any type of consequences? Anyway, have a great day. God bless, and I appreciate y'all on this journey with me.
Well, you're going to need more than prayers on that one. What? Fed Reserve profitable? What the hell? Yeah, he has definitely become a morally superior individual over this whole period here. He really saw the light. He saw the light. He's been baptized. How to use your shares as a piggy bank. Oh, how do you do that? Well, wouldn't you have to have something of value first? Okay. Look at all these fucking videos. God damn. I mean, this is retarded. In 100 years, AMC didn't need to remove takeover clause. Why now? Well, because things don't change in 100 years, obviously. Obviously, everything that worked 100 years ago, you can just keep doing it. Because else, why would they have not survived 100 years? This guy's so fucking dumb. I gotta watch this. This is so fucking stupid.
Just the financial.
But you only got one disclaimer.
Adam Aron, people been the market so we can make bad trading decisions. Listen, people been asking me what I think about Adam Aron trying to get rid of the anti-takeover clause. Listen, I'm going to tell you guys something. This is just my opinion. I'm not telling you to buy, hold, or sell AMC. I'm telling you that is very, very sneaky to me. Okay? It is very sneaky to me. Why would he?
How is it sneaky if you know about it? How is it sneaky if you know about it and are able to vote against it? How is that sneaky? What? You know that most of these apes don't read this shit or participate in these votes? So the fact that they put it up for vote itself is sneaky because you know that your fellow shareholders are retarded and they don't read shit or understand it? Is that what he means? I don't think so. I don't think so. We got another instance of malfeasance here. We got another episode of criminality. CSI, AMC.
To have AMC to be in a position where it can...
It's not CSI. I don't know.
How does that benefit retail investors?
Well, it could benefit retail investors in this way, Donahue George. Option 1, AMC could go out of business. Option 2, they could be taken over or merge with somebody else. Now, I don't know where you went to business school, but wherever I didn't go to business school, I learned or didn't learn that, well, usually being in business is puts you in a better spot to make money than not being in business. So there's that. There's that. But, you know, hey, it could be private equity that does it. So that would be bad, obviously. That would be bad. It's always bad. Even though private equity is always there, as we established. You know, you don't want to resort to that low life plan because they'll just gut it from the inside. I mean, that's what Adam Aron's doing anyway. So we know this.
That benefit the shareholders that are holding shares of AMC right now.
Well, it's not the case that people should be holding shares of everything all the time. Some things die. Some things change. In those cases, you shouldn't be holding it. You should sell it first. Tell that to the MMTLP people. Right? You should have sold it when it was pumped. You would have made money, and you wouldn't be in the situation you're in now, where you can't even recover anything. But they'll come back with, oh, that was another episode of FINRA criminality. Do you see the pattern here? Every time the quote-unquote shareholders get screwed, it's FINRA's fault, even though they're operating off of rules that are clearly laid out, and we can see that they clearly followed. We can see that. We can go back and look. We can see this is what happened. This is what, you know, everything. It's all documented. We even have emails to and from various folks on the inside of FINRA, SEC. I mean, come on. Come on. It's sneaky. It's sneaky because you don't understand what the fuck you are talking about, reading, or doing. Sneaky.
I believe it is a tactic that Adam Aron and his buddies are trying to come up.
Oh, of course. It's yes, of course. Yep. KKR. Let me guess. Apollo.
Without letting AMC squeeze. Okay? They're gonna, even though we own 10 or probably 20 times the float.
10 or 20 times the float? What are you talking about? Where does this come from? Where does this come from? I would like to see that math. I would like to see that graph. I would like to see the justification for 10 to 20 times the float. When the short interest is what? Maybe 20%? So, at the very most, if retail investors owned all the shares and there was 20% short interest, theoretically, AMC retail investors could own 120% of the float. That's not 10 to 20x the float. All right, that's how percentages work. It's not 10 to 20. It's 1.2 times the float. If the entire floating share supply were held by retail investors, but it's not. So that's a problem right there. You don't own all the shares. That's not really how it works anyway. There's always shares being traded. They think it's like a physical good that can run out. I mean, and this is this is the market. Everything is for sale. Everything's fucking for sale. And everybody for the right price. So never forget that. But there's no shares left. There's a shortage of shares. What happens then? The price goes up. Has the price gone up? No. So is there a fucking shortage of shares? Fuck no, there's not. Can we just go back to basics here? They want to say S&D doesn't work. Well, I say supply and demand does work. And I'll show you here in a little bit. But anyway, let's get some good examples of supply and demand. Okay. But apparently there's enough demand for this garbage that this asshole is still supplying it. So we'll supply the criticism. Hey,
AMC.
If he's here, I'm here.
And then want to tell us what they want to pay us per share in order to take control of the company.
That's doubtful.
This is just another way for them to get around the squeeze, in my opinion. Once they get out here to buy, hold, or sell AMC, and I'm not telling you how to vote. I'm not telling you how to vote, but I'm telling you this. If you allow AMC to have a ticket...
Yeah, but you kind of are. You're talking about how bad this is, and you don't understand it either. You don't fucking understand it either. He watched CSI's video. That's what happened. He watched CSI's video. No, this is from 2 days ago. Maybe CSI watched his video. I don't know who did it first. I'm not telling you how to vote, but but let me say this: if you think that you're crazy, but I'm not telling you how to vote. Oh, really? Okay, right. You're a failed wannabe fucking cult leader who has no fucking skills, especially as a cult leader. This is the worst cult leading I've seen, save Morantz.
Like that
is the worst.
Steal AMC,
even though he's more effective.
Retail investors turn it,
I guess,
into a company that's majority owned by institutions again, and then they will probably let the stock run.
Oh yeah.
To what its true value is.
Oh yeah, of course.
But will it squeeze? No, it won't squeeze.
So what do we have to do to make it squeeze?
The bottom line is this:
I need to know how to make it squeeze. How to cause a short squeeze. Should I Google it? How do we create a short squeeze? We're back to square one here. Market manipulation 101. Look at that pace. I gotta go.
Billions of counterfeit AMC shares.
Oh yeah, trillions of counterfeit AMC. Yeah, this asshole wants people to think that there could be trillions of counterfeit anything. And not only would there be no trace of it, there would be no trail leading to any trace or speck of evidence. No investigator, official, executive, manager, anybody who works for any financial services company, brokerage, anything having to do anything with finance, nobody has seen or said anything about anything having to do with anything about this. And when they are asked about it, it seems like they're kind of laughing at you. It seems like they kind of think it's ridiculous, like that you don't know what you're talking about. That's a good indication that, if you sit there and say I got a problem with this guy, I got a problem with that one, I got a problem with everyone here, you all, maybe the problem is with you. Maybe you are the problem. What's more likely? Every brokerage, a market maker, financial services firm, regulator, congressman, everybody who has any pull, say, power, or influence is in on a massive conspiracy to suppress the price of AMC, GameStop, and other meme stocks. Or the quote-unquote DD for the supposed short squeeze, by the way, which already happened, is flawed, fundamentally flawed to a point where, it's hard to even see where they say that, most lies start with the truth or something like that, right? It's hard to even see where the truth was in this thing anymore. Because now he's talking about trillions of counterfeit shares that nobody's ever seen or acknowledged, but somehow are exerting influence over the price. Get the fuck out of here. It is time for you to fucking put up or shut the fuck up. If you have evidence for this, fucking show it. Guess what? You don't. How do I know it? Because it's not in your fucking lawsuit. You have shown your cards, and you have a fucking shitty hand. You have a fucking 5 high. That's what you got. He's holding a 5 high, and he thinks he's sitting there holding the royal flush. Get the fuck out of here. My patience with these fucking grifters is worryingly thin. Worryingly thin. I mean, worrying should be worrying to them. That's not really the right way to say that. But anyway, no. And I don't care, what anybody does with their money. Don't get me wrong. I don't care. You have you want to talk democracy, you want to talk freedom, you talk liberty, whatever. Yeah, sure. You have the right to spend your money on whatever the fuck you want. You have the right to waste it on whatever the fuck you want, as long as it's not, harming others, harming yourself in ways that we as a society have agreed that are not good. Fine. You're not allowed to go buy heroin. I'm sorry. That's probably not going to happen anytime soon. But listen. Not like this. This is dirty. This is absolutely dirty. So as long as this asshole's here saying this shit, yeah, 5 high has straight potential. Yeah, you just have to wait for the river. But that's what they're doing. They've got 5 high, and they think that they are they think they're going to pull a straight on the river. That's more poker terminology than I've used in the whole meme stock period. No, that's actually not true, because there is another comparison which we've talked about to poker. Poker, the Parody of Capitalism book. But anyway, the idea being that, it's not poker is a game of skill, more so than chance, although there's a chance element, but you have to play your hand, and there's ways you can play a hand to its best ability. And you have to do that, and sometimes that means to fold. I'm not, I am not a gambler in that sense. Anyway, Scott is on fire tonight. Oh boy, call the fire department. I got a fire department catty corner from me. I could see the fire department, so I'm in constant contact with them. We use semaphore flags. Communicate. I raised the red flag. Okay, anyway. Meme stock hucksters are all poker donks who tried river rat, went all in and got busted. Now they're trying to sue the casino for their retarded poker play. Bingo! Bingo!
Because why would they need quadrillions of tokens? But all these years...
Yeah, the tokens that have nothing to do with anything, right?
Why has Aron never wanted to get rid of the anti-takeover clause? Why now?
You see, Donnie, Aron has only been the AMC CEO since 2016 or something, so I don't know what you'd have to ask the previous CEOs. You'd have to ask the fucking Van Swearingen brothers. I don't know. I don't have the answers. Nobody knows. Nobody can answer that. Which is exactly why it's a fucking insidiously manipulative and disingenuous question to ask. Okay? Like, you're making people dumber here with this shit. And you're gonna get it.
Liquidity when they already got a reverse split, when the banks are in trouble.
Yeah, and you are fucking lucky that they did get a reverse split, because your ass might be on the fucking pink sheets by now if you didn't have that reverse split, you fucking goon. Give me a fucking break.
Why would they do that? Because
I wish they had done that. They should have just gone OTC. Why in the fuck did they not? I mean, this is why I hate Adam Aron. Honestly. He's delusional. He's fucking delusional. This is a fucking penny stock. Get the fuck out of here. This is a penny OTC. Q. It's going to have Q on the end of it. AMCQ. Get ready.
Another way, another scheme for them to try to steal AMC from under our noses. That is just my opinion. Once again, I'm not telling you to buy, hold, or sell AMC. I'm not telling you how to vote, but it's a little sneak when they already wanted to get rid of the anti-takeover clause. Why now? When they're running out of liquidity, when they already got a reverse split, when the banks are in trouble looking at
the banks are in trouble.
Why would they do that? Because it is another way, another scheme for them to try to steal AMC from under our noses.
Steal AMC from under your noses? I mean, if somebody was trying to steal AMC from under my nose, I'd be like, here, take it. You can have it. That's what you should always do when somebody's robbing you, right? Give me your wallet. Yeah, here you go. You want my keys too? Fine, have it. Take it. I don't give a fuck. I have insurance, bitch. I don't care. It's not worth, being stupid over. I would do the same thing with AMC if I owned it. Maybe not if I averaged all the way down from $60 to $4. That would be retarded. So I guess, I don't know. I mean, it's hard for me to understand that because I'm not in that position. So it never have been. But yeah, motherfucker.
That's my opinion. Once again, I'm not telling you to buy, hold, or sell AMC.
Yeah, you are.
I'm telling you how to vote, but it's a little sneaky to me that for AMC's been in existence for all these years, and nobody ever wanted to get rid of the anti-takeover clause. But
well, here's another thing too, Donnie. When did AMC become publicly traded? Pop quiz. What was the original ticker symbol? I guarantee you he doesn't know this. I guarantee. I'm sure a lot of people don't, and it's fine. I mean, nobody needs to know it. But I'm just saying, this is the level of research that we've done. Okay? And I'm not an AMC shareholder. I've traded it. But I don't know. I'm not a believer in this company. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. But let me tell you, I've done the research. Into the company, because it was a little odd to me that the chart starts. I think the chart starts at 2013, maybe. But you might be tempted to say, well, when did Scott? You asked when did the stock start trading? Well, clearly it was 2014. This is the beginning. Congratulations. That's not correct. Because before 2014 is the beginning of, actually it was in December of 2013. So right before 2014. But anyway, this is the beginning of AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated. But before there was AMC Entertainment Holdings, there was AMC Entertainment Incorporated, which was publicly traded under a different ticker symbol that is not the easiest to find, but you can find it, especially on SEC. If you go to Edgar, you can absolutely find it. AMCE, Alpha, Charlie, Mike, Echo. It's got the E on the end. AMC Entertainment. That was a different corporation. It was the same company, but it was a different corporation. Different legal structure. So now, when did that start trading? And before that, I don't know. I'll be straight with you. I don't know. But and AMC was not always publicly traded. So there was a good bit of its early existence where it was a privately owned company. So you can't really say, oh, well, it's been around for 100 years. Why did they get rid of this clause? No, the clause hasn't existed for 100 years, even though the company may have, you fucking dolt, okay? Like, that's not... The level of fucking stupidity and lack of common sense in these fucking clowns, it's just never ending. Never ending. Never ending. These are the fucking dummies that you hope that you don't have to run into every day out in the real world, I swear. These are the assholes who don't know how to drive. I don't know. I'm just kind of lumping them all. These are the root. This is the root of all evil right here. This guy. No, I'm just kidding. But it's probably okay. What else we got here? But seriously, though, I do not like to be anywhere near these people. Although I still haven't really run into any apes in the real world. I have seen. Maybe I should pull out that picture that I took in Atlanta. I did see a vehicle that was decked out in ape. It was decked out in ape. So we got what here? My brother called GME the next blockbuster. I just couldn't sit back and let these lies go on. This is on the GME subreddit, and we're going to have to go back to old because fuck the new Reddit. Hear that, Reddit? I'm not investing in your company until you change the goddamn design back, and it will never happen. So, yeah, not investing in that. Oh. Okay. Extremely high elevation. GME will never sustain anything above 200 because it's not prepared for da-da. There's no future for them. You're investing in Blockbuster. You must be reading DD from 2018. I'm going to frame this tweet. See a dumbass. Try reading up on GME rather than speaking out of your ass. Try reading more than blogs and other dudes who think like you. Okay. This is Morant's Reddit post from his account. Oh, boy. Okay. So he posted this. My brother called GME the next blockbuster. I just couldn't sit back and let these lies go on. Try reading more than blogs. Does he also use Internet Explorer and Yahoo Search? What year is he living in? This is one of the reasons why I don't talk to people about GameStop. They haven't put in the hours, hundreds of hours, reading up on this stuff. I can't tell you how many times I went through a cycle like this. Never heard of them before. Example, synthetic short. Synthetic short. Right. This is 3 years ago, too, by the way. Got a decent understanding. Somebody here on here countered the idea. Our understanding got revised. New information introduced. Added complexity to the idea and so on. The stuff was complicated. This isn't BS talk around the barbecue or the BBBYQ with someone who hasn't done any homework. It's gotten to the point that when someone asks me about it, I just think it's gotten too deep to be able to fully explain it to them. Wow. I just tell them that if they're going to buy in, do try and start reading about it. Although for most, they don't want to do the work and will be FOMOing in when it goes. Sad. So 3 years ago, I'd already gotten so big that they couldn't even explain it to people. That's what these people are talking about here. They were telling people about GameStop, and they're like, "What's that? I've never heard of it." And they're like, "Oh man, it's just so big. I can't even tell you about it. It's so huge. Where do I even start?" I mean, these people are pathetic. Wow. Lost me at 5K. Oh, here's his look at this. Look at this. Look at this fucking text dump. Look at this dump of text. Oh, wow. Fuck you, Morantz. Oh, man. Blockbuster, a.k.a. GME, will never trade below 100. Let that sink in. It can't trade below 200 for long. 70 million total shares with a 5x PE of 40B within 2 years. Oh, right. Puts it at minimum 500, 600 a share. That's without a squeeze. They're not blockbuster. They're 2020 Q4 earnings for GME were 39% e-commerce overall. They're not blockbuster. They're Chewy.com, taking space from Amazon, and they're going to profit more over the next 4 years than any other company, period. Well, that was not correct. We are now, 3-4 years later. This isn't brick and mortar. This is e-commerce. Oh, but it's not e-commerce though. It's not e-commerce because they announced the e-commerce of, well, that's when it was opening. Shoot, where's the one? Well, anyway, we looked at when it's closing. Order something from gamestop.com and it will be there the same day. There's nothing like it. Again, that's wrong. How many people have ordered same-day Amazon delivery? It exists. Guess what doesn't exist? At least here. There's no GameStop same fucking day shit here. I'm sorry. Maybe in California, maybe in New York City, but not here in good old Ohio. God's country. I don't think there is in Iowa either. What's up, Ron? Captain Contradiction. Same day Walmart. Same day Walmart. Yeah, right. This is e-commerce, and they do it better than anyone. Order something from GameStop.com, and it will be there the same day. There's nothing like it except Amazon and Walmart. They also sell high-priced PC components, currently sold out. PS5 and that shifty Xbox are sold online when they have them at full price. Okay, they don't own real estate; they rent. But according to AMC Bigums, that's a bad thing. They don't want us to own. And the leases are expiring. They're closing shops and will be online primarily. Nope. The whole world will follow suit. Nope. You're talking to the wrong dude about Blockbuster. GME is the next Amazon. Nope. Buy, hold, and never sell. Enjoy. I might sell at $5K a share, but $1K a share isn't enough. Yeah, fuck you. You are an idiot. I don't even believe. I'm not even going to read the rest because there's no reason. He didn't even spell Ryan Cohen's name correctly. He misspelled Ryan Cohen's name. That is an affront to every. Well, it's just no. That's not how you spell Cohen. So that's where we get the "lost me at 5K" comment from. Yeah, there was a guy that used to be around here, and this was in 2021, and he said he was trying to go to GameStop to buy a controller for one of the major consoles, the current console models that was out at the time, for his niece or nephew, something like that, and they didn't have them. I mean, it's one example. All right, I get it. It's one example, but do you think they're going to give GameStop another chance? I wouldn't. And they didn't know when they were going to get any more in, but they had a used one they were willing to sell them. No, I'm not going to give a used controller as a gift. This was somebody from our group. Lost me. Yeah, man. Weird how no one else in here noticed that little detail amid this major sibling backhanding. I'm not buying it. It's designed to be a positive post, but it's meant to plant that bullshit number in your mind. The number is real when you believe it is, holding for 100 million or 10,000 floor. Wait a minute. This whole time when I said that, I was thinking they thought that was ridiculous because it was so high. But are they being facetious here? Is this real? I don't know. But maybe Morance's response will actually. No doubt, guys, just didn't want to blow him away with the 100K off the start. There it is. 10 million. Yeah. See, I notice if you start low with family, like 5K, with family, and slowly keep saying higher prices into the 1 to 5 million range, they catch on easier than just saying 1 million, 5 million, 10 million. These people are like, how delusional do you have to be? How fucking delusional This was 3 years ago. What do you think they think now? Do you think that they lowered their price targets? Do you think they lowered them, or do you think they raised them? Or do you think they stayed the same? I don't know. Anchoring. See, they call that anchoring. Shill anchoring. But I understand that OP doesn't want to seem crazy to his family. I'm in it for the MOAS, but I also tell people 1K, 10K, or even 100K as a way not to scare them away. The minute I mention millions plus per share, immediately people discredit the rest of what I have to say. Well, I wonder why. I wonder why, even if I am diamond balling. Well, I wonder why. Because then at that exact moment, they realize that you are a drug addict. They realize that you are a low-life, basement-dwelling neckbeard who has no knowledge of anything practical in the world. You believe, you actually think that this stock for this company, even 3 years ago, you thought it could go to even $100,000. And you're telling me you're not on drugs. I would seriously question that. I would seriously question that. Because I don't know about you, but I don't think that's...
Do I think that's the case? I don't know. I don't really think that's the case.
I don't really think that's the case. I don't really think that's the case either. Thanks, Tone. Yeah. Give me a fucking break. Give me a motherfucking break. This is going to age like fine wine. Sure is. Sure did. Just ask him to look up Ryan Cohen. Oh, yeah. Right. Oh, yeah. I feel sad for people who haven't read the story, the Ryan Cohen story of when he sold Chewy. What? Oh, okay. Yeah, because it was such an amazing deal, right? For everybody. Dude bought 3 shares. Oh, okay. See, now he's coming back to you when and he's probably getting pressure from his goddamn brother. Maybe that's why. Thus, him claiming to be a college graduate that understands economics better than any ape, yet he has failed to do any real homework, mimicking boomers and what? Come on, bro. And having a negative mindset explains all I need to know. He's a dumbass, and you feeling the need to defend his position is self-explanatory. We're all educated here. I didn't need your 2 cents. Oh, this is Butthurt Morantz coming out. GameStop with Ryan Cohen and DFV. Keith Gill will have this company going in the right... What the fuck does Keith Gill have to do with GameStop? What the fuck? Oh, my God. What an idiot. Cohen, not Cohen. You've made that typo a few times. No need to be a dick about people adding their 2 cents. You know what? That's right. No need to be a dick about it. But since he was, gives us carte blanche, baby. That's the way it works. That's the street rules. You were a dick first. Oh, you opened yourself up to a world of fucking pain. Especially because we know, listen, Morantz, we know that we're right. And you know that we're right. We know it, and you fucking know it. You're not willing to admit it publicly. But you know you're a fucking clown. You absolutely do. So we're not going to stop. You could almost even say, like, we can't stop and won't stop until GameStop stops existing. And your investment stops being real in the sense that you can convert it to US dollars. So you better do it before then, Morantz. Otherwise, you'd be an MMTLPer. You'll be running after congressmen trying to give them blowies so that they'll look into your case, like that one lady. But no. But wait, but he admits it will sustain at least $200, so not Blockbuster, since, like, Blockbuster is gone. Plus, this shit is going to the moon. What's going on in the GME subreddit these days? I've never been on this one. Oh. Oh, cool. My design idea for the CandyCon Lab site. What is this fucking shit? Wow, that's great. Oh, wow. That's amazing. Repair Stop by GameStop. A multi-billion-dollar possibility. According to Pew Research, 81% of teens have access to a console. Additionally, 97% of Americans own a phone, with 85 being smartphones. 77% own a laptop and 53% own a tablet. All these devices are subject to damage, which requires physical repair. Repairs for these electronics are in increasingly high demand. GameStop should offer repair services. Well, no, they should not, and no, they will not. That will never happen. And I wouldn't suggest it either. It's no. They can barely do refurbishing. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. RC Cooking in the Kitchen. We are close to launch by Shop DRS book. He will win who prepared himself, waits to take the enemy unprepared. Yeah, it doesn't really seem relevant here. The apes are not prepared, and Wall Street is not unprepared. So, I mean, you literally got it backwards. Supporting our company, living in the future. Oh, look, cool. You should have bought an Apple one, though. They're more expensive. Would have spent more money, helped them out better. Cool. Meta goggles. Sweet. Interesting that GameStop let their player trademark go dead / abandoned February 9th. But they're clearly keeping the GameStop wallet, GameStop NFT, and GameStop blockchain live / active and well. Well, but there's this little detail that they gave up on the whole fucking thing. They canceled it. They're not starting it up again because NFTs will never be a thing again. So sorry. But they're leaving the trademark active, so clearly they're going to do something. This is like Bed Bath & Beyond level delusion here. Butterfly. Fucking clowns. So this is a GameStop pumper subreddit. That's what this is. Okay, I did not know that this was what it was. But that appears to be what it is. Wow, they suck. Tell Larry I'm gunning for him. Oh, okay. $404,000 fucking dollars. Wow. What a waste. What a fucking waste. What is the cost basis on that? Well, actually, $36,000 shares, $404,000. Is this the same? I don't know what we're looking at. I don't know. Oh no, this is a Class A common. Is that saying? No, I don't know what that is. I don't know what the fuck any of this shit is here. I guess it's the same. I guess that's a different cost basis. I don't know. I don't care. GameStop and DRS is pointless. Thumb war started. I challenged Buffett to a thumb war. This was from last summer. Why are you... This is from June 23rd, 2023. Then they're putting thumb war has started. Oh, it's on. Okay. That's not Ryan Cohen, is it? Idiots. Idiots. New mouse alert. New mouse alert. Oh boy. Look at that GameStop mouse. That's what everybody wants. A GameStop branded fucking mouse. Made in China. Okay, anyway. Stupid. This is retarded. This is literally dumb. Okay. What else do we have here? What do we have here? Oh, by the way, I hope he's okay because apparently Morance's helmet was found. The astronaut helmet was... This is how it was found. This is literally how they found it in Texas. I don't know. I just saw this on Reddit, so... I don't know where the rest of him is, but... All right. Going back here. We have some other meltdowns here.
Hi, guys. Welcome back.
Okay, this is from a couple months ago. Okay. We'll look at the comments later.
Rants. Plenty of information, a little bit of motivation, a whole lot of truth, no financial advice. One take session, no edits, no cuts. About, well, misinformation. And
well, let's stop it right there. No edits, no cuts. Fortunately, you have us to, de facto edit and cut your video. So I'll send you the bill later.
Who am I calling out today? Tindy Barron. Tindy Barron, I've called you out in the past because I remember what you said about Bed Bath & Beyond for months. Even though people don't read your past tweets, I read them all, and I'm like, hey, this guy has thousands of followers. Here he is putting out all this misinformation, and no one...
we can identify, we can respect that. Here's a guy who's got 9.45 thousand followers, and he's putting out all this misinformation. I'm right there with you, brother. Right there with you. That's what we're doing. So continuing.
Holds him accountable. Nobody puts his feet to the fire. Well, here I am. Because I see your post here, and before we read it all and you put all this misinformation together, I'm going to help you, okay, Tindy Barron, to be more responsible, to actually get a source before you actually put out something.
But I cannot grift like he does. I am not a grifter, and I cannot sit here and claim that I'm trying to help Marantz. Although I guess in a sense we are, because, if he gets removed from YouTube or removes himself from YouTube, that would be the best for everybody involved, right? So I guess in that sense, yeah, by trying to get your ass evaporated from YouTube, in a manner of speaking, it would be beneficial to you, because this is obviously is detrimental to your mental health, which is degraded to a point of unrecognizability. But in any case, yeah. So, enjoy it while you got it.
Let's go with the first one, GameStop. NFT marketplace closure announced, effective February 2nd.
Yep.
Thanks, Captain Obvious. That was last week when it was announced. But you want to put it out in one post today. Next, York, Pennsylvania Distribution Center closure announced today, effective March 15th. Where? Where's your source?
Oh.
Where's your source?
Oh.
I'm asking you because this ran rampant the other day on my live stream yesterday. Everyone announcing that this was going to be closed, and this. Yeah. Where's the source?
So he didn't believe it.
Where's the announcement?
Where's the announcement? Well, we're dealing with a kind of a company that has trouble communicating. They're not the best communicators anymore. It's like the CEO kind of sucks. Like, I don't know, just my opinion, but I'm sure we'll hear all about how it's a brilliant plan. But but actually, yeah, we know it's closing. Obviously, we know it is. Now, we didn't talk about that until we saw the fucking liquidation auction, and so it was never anything that we questioned. Now, I would think that why wouldn't he go look this up if people were talking about it? Clearly, I don't know. Fucking weird.
Into there. I went to GameStop. I looked. I said, no announcement, right? No announcement. Okay, so who announced it? Oh, I get it. Reddit announced it, right? It was Reddit. So then we go look at the post here, and it says right here, York, D.C. closing. Distribution center. I mean, it's fulfillment center, but the distribution center is closing. Okay. And York, D.C. is now closing come March 15th. All the associates got warn notices today at 11 a.m. It's such a shame to see at this point, but it seems GameStop is slowly coming to an end. That's the post posted by a poster, by the way. If we look at the individual who's posting, and his 7-month-old account has 168 karma. Oh, he's built full of credibility. This is where we're going with our post. Whether it be true or not, it's
a credibility.
Just post it out there.
A credibility. It's an interesting one. Yeah. So let's attack the person. Let's discredit them. Let's imply that they have no credibility. When, in fact, the thing that they said actually ended up being true. Imagine that. Holy shit.
Based off of one guy's information, right? Misinformation. And or what? He has the inside track. Because I read...
So he's calling it misinformation. He just said misinformation. Wow. Okay.
168 karma. Oh, he's built full of credibility. This is where we're going with our post. Whether it be true or not, it's irresponsible for you to just post it out there based off of one guy's information, right?
Oh. Whether or not it's true, it's irresponsible to post it based on one person's information. Now, well, that's interesting. That's interesting. What do we hear every day from Marantz Rants? Denying all of the objective reality of the numbers that he loves to spin. Terribly, by the way, in a completely ineffective and impotent fucking way. Based on one guy saying it. One guy. You, Marantz. You can't. It's irresponsible to put out misinformation, even if it's true. If it's all based off one person says. And that's what you do every fucking day. You fucking hypocrite. You fucking little boy. Oh my God. You are a piece of fucking shit. S-H-I-T shit. You are a clown. A joke. And your ass should be laughed off of a fucking platform. Are you fucking kidding me? I have to hear that again. That is fucking golden.
That's the post posted by a poster, by the way. If we look at the individual who's posting, and his 7-month-old account has 168 karma. Oh, he's built full of credibility. This is where we're going with our...
The thing is, the only reason he has 168 karma is because he says things that are not popular. Because Reddit is a big circle jerk. He should know that. That's the only action he's gotten in those last 3 years. But that's the same reason I don't post on Reddit about this stuff. My karma is, well, anyway, generally I don't browse on a logged in Reddit anyway, but because I don't want it to be influenced by, algorithms and stuff or cookies. But, yeah, this is atypically, quote, air quote, atypically hypocritical of Marantz.
Post. Whether it be true or not, it's irresponsible for you to just post it out there based off of one guy's information, right? Misinformation. And or what? He has the inside because I read all of his stuff. And the stuff he writes, believe it or not, doesn't make sense to me from an HR standpoint. And I'm going to tell you why. Because this is either a disgruntled employee and or someone just putting out misinformation. So one of two.
I have something to say about this here. I was debating on whether I wanted to bring this up, but I'm going to. Because this guy, this is ridiculous. I mean, no, you don't get to fucking... No, you come on. This is a clown shit. So get ready for this. You ready for this one? I don't know if you're ready for this one or not, but Jesus Christ. I hope Marantz's employer is ready for this one. Hey, this is on the public fucking internet, okay? This is on the public internet. It's not hidden. And who knows who posted this shit? I don't know who posted this, but this is, from an HR standpoint, it doesn't make sense to him. Okay, what about this? Does this make sense from an HR standpoint? To have somebody who's saying these things out there. This is from one of his posts, by the way. In fact, if you want to see that, it's right here. This is the post that was posted in our group. It was his post, okay? But I'm highlighting this one part of it here. So look at this. TLDR, if you own the stock, you're winning. If you need more quote-unquote dry powder to buy more GME, go to Costco and refund anything you ever bought there. They'll give you cash, and boom, you can keep this fire burning. Now, if I were an HR director, if I were store management, would I want even someone just simply sweeping the floors, for example, just hypothetically, out there saying this? If you need more money to gamble with, just return stuff to our store. We'll give you cash. Fuck it. What in the actual fuck? Now, this is from his Doge pumping days. Or actually, it's from the end of the Doge, but when Doge went down and, he pivoted to GameStop, I think. I don't have the exact timeline. But, this is it right here. I mean, this is who we're dealing with. So tell us about that HR standpoint. Again, I'm curious. Do tell. Go on, please. Please continue.
Right? Because when I look at this, do you see the massive RIFs? No one speaks this way. An entry-level factory worker who's disgruntled about building the business, no one uses the term RIF, reduce in force. Nobody uses that. I know because I know the lingo.
Yeah, so Mr. Logical Fallacy here, just because you don't use it or you don't think people use it, guess what? That doesn't mean that people don't use it. That's just a little hint for you there. No. Okay? Not valid. Not a valid point at all. So, we'll see if he's got anything else.
So the lingo, whatever, the language, the lingo. So when I see what he's writing, and he's writing about Zulily, he's writing about other things, not knowing the relationship between Ryan Cohen and Zulily, but it's fine. These guys posted everything within one day. All his posts are just this one day. Other than 7 months ago when he posted about his controller coming in defective or whatever it may be. But I read these posts and I'm like, they just don't mix well. Then I go to the next person who's trying to gaslight this whole thing. And look at this, laughing, LMFAO, as far as they can write, right? Laughing my ass off. And when you go through it, you find out why they're upset with GameStop. I have no idea why these people want to attack GameStop. Why these guys want to go in there and write what they write.
They're probably looking at the numbers and they're not looking at a massive loss directly in the face. They're probably not staring right down the business end of a massive loss. That would be my guess. And you are. So, I mean, that's basic. That's emotions 101. You suck and they don't, basically. So they're just calling it as they see it. You're calling it as you want to see it. That's the difference. Yep.
And the individual who wrote this stuff right here, I don't know, she's very disgruntled at this point because all her posts are about how GameStop's not a great company. And I'm okay.
Well, it's not, though.
This, right?
It's really not, though. I mean, okay. Why doesn't Marantz go work for GameStop? Why doesn't he actually go work there? Why doesn't he get a job as a manager there? And somebody should ask him that. Why don't you work for GameStop? It's so great, and you think Ryan Cohen is such a great leader, which is leader. Yeah, I prefer my leaders to stay quiet during earnings call. I don't even have one. Go work for him.
But let's go back to you, Tendy Baron. Getting your source from Reddit. That's the first thing. Hey, I watch Camelot videos. I watch people post on Reddit. I've never seen anyone in the crowd of misinformation post about why they're so disgruntled about being employees for a company. Like, I'm telling you right now, I do 400 myself that work with me, and then I have to think about the hundreds of thousands that work for every other company, and I don't see websites full.
So that's how he can get away with posting that shit then. Okay, now I guess I see if we believe this. If we believe that, that he really does oversee 400 employees, that's how he can get away with this because, he is the one. He would have to reprimand himself. So, yeah. Mr. Integrity strikes again. And Mr. Professional.
Formed to show you hey, we hate it here. I remember Camelot saying all the employees are going on strike on Black Friday. Did that happen? No, it didn't happen. And now I have...
Oh, so that means they all love their jobs.
It's almost
clearly.
These guys are doing the same thing. So you're contributing to this. But then you put here, the company is rumored to close 500 stores in the coming months. Okay. All right, Tendy. I got you, bro. I got you. Now, look what you've also put down here. This is not a business turnaround you're looking for, GameStop. Well, one, I don't know who gave you the authority to speak on GameStop, because are you an investor? I'm still confused.
Yeah, you're still confused because you're the gatekeeper. You don't have authority to talk about something. Is that why you don't respond to me or us here? Or is it because you know that you have nothing and that you wouldn't last 2 fucking seconds over here? That we would fucking wipe your ass with the facts? I don't know. But that is the most entitled fucking shit I have ever heard. Who gave you the authority to talk about GameStop? I don't know if you're an investor. I'm confused as to why you'd even think that you could know anything about it if you're not a bag holder like me. What a fucking cocksucker.
One, I don't know who gave you the authority to speak on GameStop, because are you an investor? I'm still confused on that.
It doesn't fucking matter. I'm not an investor, and I know more about it than you ever fucking will. And the people here, we did more research the other night than you've done in 3 fucking years. I mean, because guess what? We knew the fucking thing was closing. I even fucking bid on some of the equipment, so fuck you, clown.
Because, well, I told you 1,400 stores are up for renewal based off of current, I guess, lease agreements that they have. But would I renew those leases, considering that commercial real estate is taking a shit? But I got one for you. Why put that all together and tell people this is not the turnaround you're looking for? You put all the negatives with the one thing that's actual facts, right? The NFT marketplace getting shut down. Everything else is just innuendo. But tell me why you put that whole post together. Why didn't you put together the post that says GameStop has no cash burn over the last trailing 12?
Because that stuff adds no value to shareholders. That's why. Because everything that you're about to say, including what you just said, adds no value to shareholders. What good is a pile of cash now that billionaire boy wonder can go invest in whatever he wants? What good is that for shareholders? That's not why people invest in companies. Okay? It's not. That's not why, I don't think that's not why anybody here really did. I can't speak on that, really. I had never heard of Ryan Cohen. I wish I had never heard of him now, still. He's done nothing for me. I don't think he's particularly great. And he's going to lead he already led a lot of clowns to bag holding in Bed Bath & Beyond. But that only strengthened their resolve. That's the sign of a fucking cult right there. They led some of the lambs already to slaughter. Ryan Cohen. And the other cult members were only encouraged even more. That is fucked up. And hello, Lynn. Good evening to you from Twilight here in Ohio. All right, had to check. It is Twilight.
4 quarters.
I think.
I'm talking about the last year.
I think I think we're in astronomical Twilight now.
GameStop has an increase in gross profit.
Oh, yeah.
No?
Oh, yeah.
8 quarters, an increase in gross profit.
Yeah, they're making so much money.
Read about it one day. Maybe watch my other videos. How about the fact that they have 0 cash burn, gross profit, they're making money, they're a profitable company?
Nope.
No. I haven't seen a positive post out of you about GameStop, but yet you're here to smear misinformation gladly.
Wait, was that an edit? That wasn't an edit, was it? He said it was not an edit, but it looked like an edit. Maybe it was just buffering issue.
No? The trailing 12. You'll read about it one day. Maybe you watch my other videos.
God, he's such an asshole. The way that he talks is just so condescending.
Profitable company.
Wow.
No? I haven't seen a positive.
They're not a profitable fucking company, first of all. They're not a profitable company. And they don't create value for shareholders. So, I mean...
GameStop. But yet you're here to smear misinformation gladly.
It wasn't misinformation. It wasn't misinformation. Instead of being an asshole, you could have actually verified it. Instead, you wasted 8 minutes and 51 seconds doing a one-take, unedited fucking rant against some potential non-shareholder who hurt your feelings. I mean, that's what we got here. We got a little boy with hurt feelings. And boy, I mean, you know, I don't have kids. I don't want kids. This is enough. This is close enough. It's like taking care of a toddler, I think.
Part of the problem. Because I asked...
You're part of the problem. You are the problem.
I've seen a positive post out of you about GameStop, but yet you're here to smear misinformation gladly. You're part of the problem. Because I ask you, Tindy Barron, who the fuck are you? And I'm telling you that.
What a dick.
Who are you, Marantz? What do you do for a living? No. Who are you? You have a picture of nothing up.
Yeah, this is very slick. This is a very slick use of an ad hominem attack. It's veiled. But can you see it? You see it, right? This is an ad hominem attack. He's not discrediting the arguments. He spent the majority of this rant discrediting this person. Here's their history, and look at the way they write about this. Nobody uses that terminology. Yeah, right. Who are you? What a fucking asshole. I mean, I'm sorry. The fact that this is even allowed on YouTube, to me, is a fucking affront. It's disrespectful to anybody who tries to do an honest, good job at whatever they're doing here. This is the toxic shit that ruins platforms, societies, and portfolios. Believe it.
Put your words with your mouth in a frame, put your name, and let me know who you are. It's not even possible for you shills. And I mean shilling on the other side of it. I know what shill means.
No, you don't.
I'm a shill for GameStop. Yes, I am. I'll tell you right now.
Well,
company, profitable company.
It kind of sounds like you don't, actually, but okay.
Jesus Christ. And I mean shilling on the other side of it. I know what shill means. Yeah, I'm a shill for GameStop. Yes, I am. I'll tell you right now. Great company, profitable company. I'm in it. I'm riding it. But for people to do this, they have a following, which they bought. They bought two different ways. Bought as in they paid for it. And
where's your evidence for that? Now, you just said it's irresponsible to put out information based on what one person said, but now you're claiming that this person buys their followers? This guy's so far out of line. I am about to lose my shit. I'm not going to, but oh my God. This is unbelievable. You got to be fucking kidding me. Where is Marantz? Get his ass in here. This guy needs to fucking be confronted about this fucking shit. Get his ass in here. He won't come in here. Get in here, you fucking shill. Self-admitted shill. What in the fuck is your problem? How dare you act like that? What a fucking bitch. Oh my God. I cannot get over this. This is fucking terrible. This is why I don't watch any of this shit outside of the context of these live streams, because my blood pressure would be just absurd. Holy fucking shit. Oh my God.
You're being a little bitch.
Wow. Oh my God.
What the hell? Oh my God. No.
I cannot. If it I'm gonna open up the voice chat at 9. So, by the way, if anybody wants to, yeah. Wow. Oh my God. Holy fucking shit. All right.
And it's full of bots, because you tell me who's interacting with people like this. Let me know what happened, Bed Bath & Beyond. Guess what? Your great announcement coming, right? Company doesn't exist. We know that part. I can poke holes into everything you guys say and do. But you know what you can't do? You can't show me that GameStop balance sheet is not what it is. It's a...
But... Nobody's disputing anything like numbers. It's the interpretation of the numbers that is grossly off. This is another insidious trick But the balance sheet and the interpretation of the balance sheet are not the same thing. So let's clarify that. What the numbers are and what the numbers mean are two different things. And the latter, the interpretation of which can absolutely be wrong and is. So, come on. Come on. Yes, we can. We can show that your take, your opinion on what the numbers indicate is absolutely incorrect and is not in line with industry standards, with Wall Street standards, with financial common knowledge and analysis techniques. We can show that. We have. I'm confident that we have already. We could do it again. It's kind of pointless to do at this point because it's playing out in front of our very eyes as we speak. It's playing out. So nobody can do that? Yeah, well, I mean, unlike you, I don't think I'm special. And we were able to show it. So that, what does that mean? What does that fucking mean? It means that Wall Street is not buying this bullshit, basically. And I'm sorry, without that, you got nothing. You got nothing. You want Wall Street on your side. You don't have them, and you're fucked. Well, maybe you should be making videos for Wall Street. Hey, Wall Street.
2-to-1 assets versus liabilities. And $1.2 billion cash in the bank. And after quarter four, 1.4, 1.5. I'm telling you, billions of dollars. So if they were closing 500 stores, is that going to be an issue for me? No, because just cutting out the fat. GameStop.
Yeah, cutting out the fat. I made a joke about this earlier. But see, here you go, interpreting the numbers again. You know, what the guy said wasn't necessarily wrong. The number of stores that was closed might be, you know, whatever the number is. Well, what does it mean? Does it bode well for the future? I mean, now we're getting into opinion. And opinions, you know, can have varying degrees of credibility or informedness. And all of his are bullish. They're positive. I'm sorry, that's a red flag right there. I mean, if we're being honest, I mean, shit. No, 'cause nothing is so great like this. I mean, come on. It's like you know, GameStop's trash doesn't smell or something. Like, you know, like a play on that phrase. Yeah, it does. Just like every fucking bag of trash in the world. And sometimes the divorce is the best option. Sometimes winding it down is the best option. Sometimes selling it, cutting losses, and moving on is the best option. Rarely is averaging down the best option. This is just, you know, this is not me saying this. Oh, but it is. You're a faceless shill.
It's truly profitable at that point. And what are you going to say? Disgruntled employees? I see that everywhere too. Hey, by the way, disgruntled employees that got all the holidays off and paid for. They're actually working hard. The store is getting RSUs. Everyone has the incentive to work harder. The culture's being built even now.
No, it's not. No, it's not. And they got holidays off up to this point. But will they next year? Oh, it's so generous of them too, by the way. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Cohen, for giving me the holidays off so I don't have to work. Although we saw that wasn't the case. We saw the posts. Oh, well, that's Reddit. You can't believe it. Okay, whatever.
Ground level, entry level employees are disgruntled, apparently. I don't know how many times I got to hear him bitch and moan from teenagers, but I'll tell you what.
What a
You make a factual post.
Well, why don't you make a factual post? I've never seen this guy do it, but listen to him. Listen to this fucking boomer. Listen to this boomer asshole.
Level employees are work harder. The working hard. The store leaders are getting RSUs. Everyone has the incentive to work harder. The culture's being built even now. We're at the ground level. Entry level employees are disgruntled, apparently. I don't know how many times I got to hear him bitch and moan from teenagers, but I'll tell you what. You make a factual post and then you and I can have some discord. But we will never have it. We'll never talk. You know why? Because you're not a real person. And until you post a picture of you and your family, like I do. Oh,
ad hominem.
Family? You don't think I'm a real person? You don't think I work for a living? Let me be right back.
Oh, God. This guy fucking sucks. You know what? I don't want to see your fucking ugly-ass family. I don't want to see your fucking hideous wife. I don't want to see your fucking dumbass fucking overpriced piece of shit house in Thermal, California. Fuck off. I do not give a fuck. I can't even say for sure that he even has any of that stuff anymore, because that was 3 months ago. So I don't know. But no. Wow. Fetching his work broom. I thought he was going to get a fucking picture from the mantle or something like that. I don't need to see that. I don't need to see your fucking dog that died. I don't care. Sorry. Not sorry. You know, there's a song. I wish that we could play music on here. It might be worth it. I don't know. Nah, probably not. Damn. Well, anyway. Maybe I could find a cover version of the song. Does that qualify for copyright? I don't know. Anyway, it's time to check the futures. Again. You think they're still up, Ron, or not? I don't know. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Holding up pretty well. Miracle market. Back in force. Shrug off everything. Or pump it and dump it tomorrow? I don't know. I don't care. I don't care anymore. I'll be honest. I don't give a fuck. How can you? I mean, this is just so stupid. This whole fucking charade is just so dumb. And I heard Strongman say the same thing. Strongman Personal Finance. I saw him say the same. I heard him say the same fucking thing in his last video. And it you know, brought a smile to my face. Because I'm like, yeah, man, that's it. Exactly. You know what? I completely agree. We are on the same fucking page. Maybe we should watch that. A little bit of you know, comic relief or counterbalance or something. By the way, he's talking about one of the other meme stocks that's, you know.
Well. I am in absolute shock. I'm shaking. Look at my hand.
Then we'll look at the Chris Norland video.
In shock that we
and
have
that might be a good one to get the panel up here on if they're around.
Ceremony, whatever you call it. Grift Enterprise. On August 8th of 2024. That's right. Now, conveniently, right after Tesla had a horrible miss on deliveries. Absolute destruction on deliveries. Where even after slashing the prices of their vehicles over and over and over again, their churn, their volume has gone negative. So despite this horrible news, Tesla stock has gone up a couple percentage points in the last couple of days, last couple trading days, because now we have the vaunted robo-taxi reveal. Oh, and I forgot to add as well.
I mean, this is really is a lesson in grifting right here.
Tesla is abandoning the Model 2 project. So we have all this horrible news. And of course, what is the low IQ? Well, I wouldn't say he's low IQ, but he's definitely got some, was it Asperger's or autism? He's got some weird stuff going on. The Spurg King himself. Ooh, hot chick running by. Her Spurg King himself, Elon Musk, is now turning back to his main grift, which is talking about crap in the future that is never going to actually or if it does happen, it's going to be a pissant representation of what he said it was. And that's a robo-taxi. So why is Tesla's valuation so high? Well, there's many reasons. You got Optimus Slime, the robot that's going to apparently take over all the menial jobs, and Tesla's apparently in the lead because they made a couple videos about it. We have full self-driving, which is, autonomous cars. Cars can just drive around. Tesla can license those out, license out the software, and make insane margins off that. We got robo-taxis, which are insanely high margin, apparently. All of these things are baked into Tesla's valuation. And if
It's the best way to making a decision in this environment, flip a coin.
Elon Musk is just a scam,
That's
trash.
That's about what the odds are, it seems like, right?
Where it's at, especially considering the recent news. But what Elon Musk does, and it's like a child. You Tesla shills are like children. You're so stupid. It's like playing peekaboo with my daughter. She's like just turning 2. Peekaboo, peekaboo, peekaboo. You guys fall for that stuff, okay? But you're adults. You're adults. What Elon does? Oh, well, we got horrible news at Tesla, but shabing, shabing, shabing. Look at this, look at that. Oh my God, look at this. Robo-taxis. And you clowns fall for it. And you don't even see like the obvious grift that he's doing of trying to inflate the stock price so he can use it as his personal piggy bank. Like, this is why I really do hate the stock market.
Here we go.
People think I just say that like, oh, I don't like finance and investing in stocks. It's because there's so much stupid shit that happens.
Amen.
In the investing world. Like, it pisses me off. It's a bunch of clownery. It's a bunch of stock pumping. It's a bunch of degeneracy. It's a bunch of losers guessing the future. That's all it is.
And they're never right.
Results, at least in the short term, it's all garbage. So this whole robo-taxi thing is yet another grift to distract you from what's really happening with Tesla. FSD sucks. Robo-taxis aren't coming anytime soon. I don't care if he rolls out a car. Oh, look at this car. It's made of like cardboard. It's like the dancing robot. I don't care if he rolls out a car and it looks really cool. I don't care if he has some clown dancing in a robot suit. Tesla is going through a huge crisis. Like an absolute huge crisis. With falling deliveries year over year and collapsing margin. This is not like a small deal. Okay, people are like, oh, it's just a temporary thing. At this early in Tesla's growth trajectory, they should not be having negative delivery growth. Especially other car companies seem to be doing extremely well. Look at Toyota stock. It's done pretty well. That's for a good reason. What's going on with that? Tesla should not be having this many problems at this early because they're not a huge, if you compare their deliveries to other car companies, they're not that big, okay? And yet the stock is still valued at like what, 3 times the market cap of the companies before it. Like, it's just outrageous at this point. And then I see these idiots on Twitter, on X, like a meat. He's becoming my, he's not my number one enemy, but he's somebody to mock. He's like, oh, well, see Tesla, even though all this bad stuff happened, the stock still went up. So it's good. I hate this. Oh, I hate it. So no, don't fall for the grift. Elon Musk is he is a con man. He is an absolute con man. And his con is making false promises because he knows how markets work. Markets are forward looking. And if you say a falsehood and people believe it, people will factor that into your company's stock price and you can enrich yourself. He's learned this. He knows. But that's my thoughts. It's all, I hate Tesla. I'm right about Tesla. I am 100%. Oh, there's a Tesla right there. Look. Loser! I am right about Tesla. Everything that I said has come freaking true. Deliveries hit a brick wall. Margins are collapsing. Competition is destroying them. FSD doesn't seem to be working that well. Everything I've said has come true. And still this stupid ass stock will not die. But one day it will. Mark my words. Cheers.
Yeah. Sounds like RC may have studied Elon. Possibly. So what do we have on AMC stock? Oh yeah, that's right. Oh God, look at all this garbage here. I swear to God, if you search for AMC stock anymore, it's like 3 or 4 grifters come up. You've got Benji and all his variations, buy the dip, Benji. There's one more, I forget what it is. Then you've got Thomas James, of course, he's right there, lockstep. Investing Generation, Zane Investing, Uncle Frank, AMC Daily, Buy the Dips. I mean, New York Angelo. That's all it is. More like AMC Rock. Hey man, hey man, you got into that AMC Rock, and I just need me a little taste. Jamie Dimond. Okay, you no longer own your shares. Well, did you ever? But I know what that one is. That's the one about the shares being confiscated, put in the lost and found. Look at all this crap. Look at all this crap. Oh, Zhao Gun. AMC Tech $20 target coming soon. Let's dream. No, let's not dream, okay? That's all you've done for 3 fucking years is dream. Let's take a shot of reality. Let's take a shot of fucking reality. I'll do a shot with you. I don't drink, but I'll do a shot of reality with you. It's the one thing I do have here. AMC stocks short squeeze coming. No. Oh, really? Round table. That's a mighty round table there. 2 people.
Let's take a look at AMC stock. What's happening? I'll definitely show you my portfolio and my results.
Oh, great.
We'll also look at the options chains.
Okay, so we got, I don't know, top level investment. Cool. AI, text to speech channel. Isn't it odd that these random I smell the fear. Okay, so they think that this is a, FUD. Do you believe what you say? The short circuit was relevant at 10, but price is $2. No, the price wasn't $2. But do you still believe that someone cannot get out of a... What? Oh, my God. I mean, it's like, yeah, you didn't even get the fact that the price was what I don't even know what the price is. Well, it's $265. Really? $265? I didn't actually realize it was that low. Okay, fine, it is. I stand corrected. Price is $2. Wow, that's shit. Okay, never mind. Let's keep going here.
We'll also look at the options chains, touching on volatility, the volatility smile, historical volatility. I'll also show you price forecasts based on options, what the market is predicting and with what probability. I'll also show you new features. Let's see what artificial intelligence advises us, what position we can open.
Oh, great.
I'll show you the results of my AMC
fantastic
for the week. How much I managed
and Corax
to me, but first things first.
But sounds like the old Sunday night Ethernet cable run. I've been there.
Let's go back to AMC stock for the past week. The stock continues to decline. As we can see, it's been 4 weeks in a row, almost a month.
I mean, this motherfucker, he's already breaking one. He's already resized the fucking price axis. I mean, we've looked at a chart for like 5 seconds. He's already fucking dragging the price axis around. I have no reference whatsoever now at all for the scale. Thank you. Thank you for obscuring everything.
Month of decline. Last week we dropped by 20%, and this week we've got another 13%.
Jesus Christ.
AMC stock continues to decline.
What the fuck?
Everything here is really going in a negative scenario. Rumors of bankruptcy are starting to circulate, but I think we're still far from that. But the situation is also developing very poorly, primarily due to the company's additional share offering.
Yeah, look, I mean,
negatively affects the
that
stock.
doesn't even look like the same fucking chart now. Because you resized it. Good fucking God.
Let's jump straight to assessing volatility. Volatility is currently at 100%. As we can see, volatility has increased slightly, of course. This is due to the deep decline in AMC.
Hold on. Quit jumping around. My God.
As we can see, volatility has increased slightly, of course. This is due to the...
Okay, what the hell? Okay, this is Fidelity. Okay, fine. Okay, implied volatility. 2 months. IV... I just haven't used this in a while, so volatility profile option volume is anemic. I don't know.
The deep decline in AMC stock.
I'm not touching these options.
Smile.
Let's see what they say.
As we can see, options are heavily skewed towards puts, options betting on a price decrease. Again, investors and traders are anticipating a potential price drop, so they're buying put options for hedging, hence the volatility smile is skewed towards the downside. We can see that the upside volatility is not increasing at all, indicating that the probability of an increase is very low. Currently, historical volatility is represented by the gray line, while implied volatility is the white line. We observe that implied volatility is much higher than its historical values, indicating that we can profit from volatility movements. Now, I'll show you a very important chart. Typically, all beginner or
well, I tell you what,
from price movement.
The apes don't profit from volatility movement. They lose money due to volatility movement.
A very important chart. Typically, all beginner or intermediate traders try to profit from price movements, whether the stock goes up or down. Guessing this is impossible, let me say right away, nobody knows where it will go. However, trading volatility is...
I mean, maybe at this point, sure, maybe you could say that, but I don't think that was necessarily always true.
Much simpler, my friends.
Because you know, it's not hard to know that this whole area here is overvalued. You know, I mean, which way is it going to go? Come on, give me a break. Give me a fucking break.
But I want you to change your view on trading. You don't need to trade the stocks themselves, you need to trade volatility. If you don't know how to do this, keep watching videos. I always talk about this.
God.
So look, if we say that volatility is returning to its historical values, which always happens, betting on volatility should pay off. Let's move on to devising strategies, what I suggest to you. The program, the terminal, will now calculate for us what can happen in the graph. We also specify in the volatility, we write down the drop and say that the volatility will drop, for example, by 30%. And as we can see, all strategies are automatically calculated for us immediately. We see that one strategy has a 96% profit probability, while the other has 100%.
Yeah, how much capital does it cost to get into that?
The strategy is to open a calendar spread, meaning we sell one option for May and buy one option for June. As we can see, the profitability is immediately shown what we can earn here. We can look at the following strategies. This one is very interesting. They offer us to buy one option for May with a strike price of $2, sell three options, one for May with a strike price of $2, and three call options with a strike price of $3. Also sell an option with a strike price of $3 and sell three put options with a strike price of $4. We can lose $400 on this strategy, earn $100, but the probability is on our side. Again, I am trying to tell you in more detail what strategies, what methods can actually be used. There are a very large number of ways.
I don't think this is helpful.
Volatility, as we can see, they show profiles excellently. What can happen to us, what losses we can incur.
I mean, the tool is definitely helpful.
Like this strategy, my friends. The most important thing is not to stand still, but to keep developing. I will always show you more and more new information because many bloggers...
Very, way too quick overview of what they're talking about there. I don't think it's helpful.
...of how you can make money. There are really many strategies that allow you to earn. They just wait for some short squeeze over the course of several years. Okay, let's get back to historical implied volatility. I think you understand what I mean when I say we should trade not stocks, but volatility. I've already shown you that. Now let's move on to open interest and trading volume in options. As we can see, we have a very large volume concentrated at levels.
Right, that's the problem.
And $5.
Let's get clowns into trading complicated and risky option strategies. I mean, yeah, no. And one of the reasons why I decided, you know, I wasn't going to talk about that shit, basically. I'm giving workshops and, you know, trading advice. There's already many great resources out there, and it's not channels like this or mine.
Call options. Let's look at put options here. We have a very large volume concentrated at the $2.5 level. We need to pay attention to these levels with significant volume. I always show and explain this. Let's also see what the options market implies. Again, nobody will show you this, but I'll try to immerse you as deeply as possible in the topic. The options market suggests that by June 21st, 2024, the price of AMC stock will be in the range of $2 to $3 with a probability of 36%.
Sounds about right.
The probability of falling to $1 is 25%, and the probability of rising to the range of $3 to $4 is 21%. So my friends, the options market implies a higher probability of decline than of increase. And here I want to go back to my trading style and philosophy. Remember, I have no idea where the stock will go. I don't trade based on technical analysis. I trade based on mathematical expectation and probability theory. If you learn to trade according to probability theory, you will make a profit. I guarantee you. So someone buys these stocks hoping for growth, but...
Okay, well, we got guaranteed profits. So that's pretty much all I need to know there. Well, that was a waste of time.
What's up, y'all? It's Zogan back with another video. This video is about AMC. Please hang around.
Please hang around.
To sort of visualize and conceptualize AMC.
Oh God.
I know some of you are going to be really mad at this video, saying it's not enough. I can't break even at those prices. Blah 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 blah. I can't control the market, but we can see a.
You can't. Wait a minute.
Picture that's forming.
Okay, I'm sensing a little bit less confidence here, just based on the tone of his voice. Now, that's not really fair. Maybe he's tired. Maybe he's sick. Maybe his cat died. I don't know. But I remember this guy being a little bit more peppy, I thought.
So, this is what I have so far. If the macro
brilliant
is true, this white.
What does that mean? If the macro pattern is true, there's no pattern. There's no macro pattern. I mean, in fact, it looks like this line goes up and it goes down. So I don't know if that's the pattern, what the pattern is here, but the macro pattern, there is no pattern. The pattern is whatever the price does. How about that? It's like a big, long poem that does not repeat. And sometimes it sort of looks similar, but even if it rhymes, it's not repeating.
Maybe red, sorry. Let me change to red. If this pattern is true, I'll turn it to yellow. Yellow's good.
Oh my God.
If this pattern is true, this descending wedge, which I've been watching for.
Right, the descending wedge, right?
Exactly when it's going to happen.
A year long there.
The market maker has accumulated it.
How is that a fucking wedge? How is that any type of valid fucking pattern on a chart? I mean, that's like the little skinny little piece of pizza that, you know, is like perfect for snack you grab. But is that really a wedge? I mean, first of all, you can't tell from this, because why? There's more to a fucking wedge than the shape of the lines. There's more to a wedge than the shape of the lines. We'll see if he addresses it. If not, we'll look at it. But these clowns never actually, not that I'm saying it's legitimate, even if they were following it, it's psychology. But whereas the last guy was saying, you know, he's probabilities and whatever else, this guy's running 100% on psychology, price levels, expectations, and herd mentality. That's what we got here.
Liquidated themselves and left the company or left the stock. That is when it'll pop. This has happened time and time again.
Wait, hold on.
When we enter.
What? No. Hold on a second.
Change the color to blue.
No, he changed it to. No, he changed yellow. Right. We had to go through.
The pattern is true. This descending wedge, which I've been watching for a while, it's hard to predict exactly when it's going to happen. When the market maker has accumulated enough shares and many people have liquidated themselves and left the company or left the stock, that is when it'll pop.
How does that make any sense? When the market maker accumulates enough shares? This is a new theory that I've apparently never heard of, or it's, I don't know. When the market maker accumulates enough shares. If the market maker accumulates enough shares, accumulate means to acquire, buy, own. Wouldn't that mean that they would sell them? And furthermore, why are they accumulating shares? Why would a market maker have shares of anything? The only reason they would have shares of anything, or they would have shares or have a short position in shares in a company, is simply to facilitate customer orders and customer trading. That's their job. So it's not like they're sitting there saying, all right, well, I've got enough shares now, we can have the short squeeze. That's retarded. That is absolutely fucking retarded. The market maker is not counting on a short squeeze. The market maker is not playing for a short squeeze. That is the dumbest fucking notion, I think. One of the dumbest notions that we've heard. You It's like when they say, oh, the hedge funds are loading the boat. They're loading up. No, they're not. No, they're not. But okay, if you want to believe that, okay, fine. But all right, I'll let him go.
Enough shares and many people have liquidated themselves for a while. It's hard to predict exactly when it's going to happen. When the market maker has accumulated enough shares and many people have liquidated themselves and left the company or left the stock, that is when it'll pop. This has happened time and time again before. When we enter bear markets, there is maximum pain for the longest time possible. And the market maker knows that AMC is diluting at these levels. Once it hits a true all-time low, it'll have its pop. The question is, when will it have its pop and what will it look like? Does it mean a pump to MOAS and it'll be $15,000, $1,000, $500? No, not at all. So if we take the poll from here to here, and let's just assume that after the next earnings, we have 3 positive earnings in a row. 3 positive earnings in a row. And we've been talking about it for a while. The debt restructuring deal. If we can get that deal going or we extend our debt to 2028, 2029, there is no bankruptcy on the table. So we will have a pop once that new...
Well, that's not a great assumption. That's not a great assumption. I mean, it's not all about that. All right.
That pop will bring us to about $23.
Oh.
If we hit $23, this will form our cup. As we can see by the blue. Our cup.
What?
$23, it won't stay there. You can trade this. You can do whatever you want. I will be holding because I'm still in June 2025 calls. I will be holding. Here's the good news.
I mean, cups are not parabolas, first of all. I mean, cups are not parabolas. No. And let's just, if that's the case and it pops up here, that's not, I mean, strictly speaking, it's not a cup and handle. Why would you want it to shoot up that far that quickly anyway? That's what happened in 2021 when it collapsed afterwards. Like this, I don't think there's any truth to anything he's saying. Let me just put that out there. I think it's complete garbage. It's verbal diarrhea. But okay, let's go along with it just for a moment, this fantasy world. This is what would happen. Exactly what would happen, nobody knows, but it would happen similarly to this, in that there would be a pop and then there would be a collapse. Maybe this one here would be more appropriate to look at. How about this one? Oh, that was after a negative earnings, though. Well, whatever. Here's a positive earnings. I mean, we've seen pumps and we've seen dumps. We know what they look like. They never stay up. They never stay up. And it looks like do I have to move my line again? I have to move my line again. Jesus. So, I don't even see the wedge. I can't even get mine to display a wedge. I don't know how in the fuck you got a wedge. Like, how in the hell do you make this into a wedge? This has got to be so stretched. So it goes from literally from $1 to $90 on the y-axis. How in the hell did you do that? Well, it shouldn't be that low. I have no idea. I can't get... is that... Oh, now it's starting to look like that. Maybe. No, because that... Oh, log? I don't know. My AMC doesn't look like that. I can't get mine to look like that.
Up perfectly forms out to, let's say, around the Bitcoin.
And nothing perfectly... There's no perfectly. That erase that word from your lexicon. Perfectly does not exist. There is no perfect. There's no perfectly. There is no tracking perfectly. That's false. Okay, false.
Bull run 2025-ish or 2020, late 2024, whatever that is.
2025. Cool.
Moving in a direction.
Just average down until then.
Good moves, and he's still diluting. When he dilutes and the share price goes up, you know that we are now in a macro pattern, and there's something good coming and cooking in the books.
Hasn't happened yet. This time
to $22. That's a 10x. Almost a 10x from where we are right now.
Well, what were we saying earlier? We were saying earlier in the chat that they want these 10, 20, 30x moves. There you go. Yep, that's what they want. Not really seeing it. I mean, there's nothing there that there's nothing there that hasn't been said a million times already. And it's just, it's very disingenuous at this point. This is, just a little taste of this.
I want to talk about how banks like New York Community Bank are desperate for cash to avoid another banking crisis, which would cause a meme 2.0 event over the next few months. So stay tuned and let's make some.
It will?
Later in the video.
So when we had all of the banks collapse, all of the banks, all 5 bank collapses last year, we had a meme apocalypse. Really? That is interesting. So still no more. I need like a bumper, like an image bumper, like a transitional image animation for failed bank list. Kind of like the old Dave Letterman segments, like will it float and is this anything? We need one for the failed bank list. Have to get on that. CapCut can come up with something good for that, I'm sure. Here's the failed bank list. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, still 5 from last year. Okay, so nothing new there. Okay. And then second thing, we expect to see, when we saw these bank failures, we would expect to see, the meme stocks run, because that's apparently what they did, according to this clown. So where's the bank failure area? Well, the banks failed in March of 22, right here. Here's the bank failure. Okay, right there. Here's the bank failure zone, where it started. So what if we put AMC on a comparison? We'll put GameStop on a comparison. And we'll put, that's good, gold ETF. Okay, so what happened? Now, our failed banks were from roughly here. It doesn't even matter what these lines are, because we can see clearly that only one goes up with the market. Boy, and that's gold. I'm sorry, not the market, the financials, the banks. So what happened? The banks and everything rallied except the meme stocks went down. That's what actually happened. So will we see another meme 2.0? Well, probably not, because we didn't see one when the banks failed before. So I'm not sure what he's talking about, but this is revisionist garbage. Rubbish, if you will, since, being that he's from over there. Rubbish.
I also want to touch on something different, which was an S&P 500 put option that ran for 300% that we took on Friday.
Oh, good.
In our Mindset Trading Group. In the group, we don't just trade small, fast-moving momentum news plays. We also trade options, both short-term and long-term. So there really is something for everyone.
Okay.
I'll dive straight in with the key information. So, this article says Community Bank's online arm is paying the nation's highest interest rate. So we know that New York Community Bank are desperate for cash. They've suffered tons and tons of withdrawals, and they've also taken on heavy losses. To combat some of those withdrawals, they're obviously...
Withdrawals? God, he's so fucking, just unlistenable. Not because the way he says withdrawal, okay? It's not. That's not why. Because this is garbage. Look, raise the APY via its online arm, My Banking Direct, to 5.55. Higher than any other bank's widely available account. So it's not even really the nation's highest. It's higher than any other bank's widely available account. Okay. So that's number one. Number two, I had a fucking, I think it was on Orange Direct or something like that. This was in like 2007, 8. Yeah, back then. Was over 6%. Over 6% on a high yield savings account. So I'm just like looking at this like, okay, yeah. These people have never seen any interest rate ever. 5% is not that fucking high. I'm sorry. It's not that fucking high. It really isn't. It should probably be double that. If it was double that, would we be in the position we're in? No. These fucking memes would already be dead. I say.
As well as that $1 billion lifeline they received from a number of hedge funds, institutions, and banks like Citadel. As a way of increasing those deposits.
Wait, what about Citadel?
Or deposit heavy losses. To combat some of those withdrawals, they're obviously desperate for more deposits, as well as that $1 billion lifeline they received from a number of hedge funds, institutions, and banks like Citadel. As a way of
well, it wasn't that long ago that this guy was saying that Citadel was going bankrupt, and he probably still says that. I mean, the level of just garbage on a daily basis coming from this guy, it's unprecedented.
Increasing those deposits, they're now offering the nation's highest interest rate, obviously desperate to convince more people to deposit cash at New York Community Bank. And again, to show how desperate they are, they're not just offering a slightly higher interest rate than
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay.
Banks out there, they're not offering the top 10 highest interest rates, they're offering the nation's highest rate. Obviously, in the long term, this is going to be significantly more expensive for New York Community Bank paying out such a high interest rate, but it really shows near-term desperation for more cash.
I mean, that's a hot
Community Bank
hot take.
That needed a $1 billion plus lifeline last month is offering the country's highest interest rate for savings accounts. NYCB raised the annual percentage yield offered via its online arm, My Banking Direct, to 5.5%, higher than any other bank's widely available account. And as I said word for word, the standout rate could be a sign that NYCB
that's not
is
what you said. No,
he said it
you
looks like
no. You don't use the term could. It says banks are about to collapse, squeeze coming. That's what your title says. You said no. You didn't say could. You didn't say could.
Trying really hard to attract deposits.
It looks like
Direct has been around for a long time, more than 10 years, so them having an aggressive rate could be a sign for neediness. It also says among other established banks.
This has nothing to do with AMC.
Rate is just
let me just say that
4% or less, and some of them
nothing to do with AMC
rates in the last month. So the fact NYCB is paying not 4.4% or less, but 5.5% shows that desperation. And Ryan has also tweeted saying that New York Community Bank is still taking another beating, with their stock down another 7.7% to less than $3 per share. And he asks, when is NYCB going to need another $1 billion infusion? The last time I touched on NYCB, I can compared NY YCB to First Direct. When First Direct received that bailout or cash infusion, it only took them another month before they collapsed.
Yeah, I was muted. I just said I don't know when this is from here, but I'm guessing it's from this year. But it's cut off. We don't have the full context. I don't know. That's all I said. Also, this Wolf of My Street guy, Ryan Rigg. I'm not really sure what his agenda is, but he has one.
NYCB has survived just about a month, and a collapse maybe.
If I had to lie this much, if I had to spew this much garbage, Ron, I would be high all the time too, and I think that explains his squinting. Hell, well, I don't want to say that, but anyway, he doesn't look like a timeshare salesman.
Imminent, especially if they can't attract the required deposits they need.
I'm sorry, it was Badback who made the squinty. Sorry. Apparently, I need to squint so I can see the screen. But yeah, I agree. He doesn't look like a timeshare salesman, and also, yeah, he stays squinting like a mofo, Badback, because and you and I, we'd have to be as high, probably more than this, and be just as squinty. So, but yeah, he's what garbage. And then we got this nice exposed fucking light bulb back here. What happened to his neon sign? Did he have to sell that to pay rent?
Doesn't look so great for them. Now, on top of that, another article says that UBS is also on the brink of Switzerland's too big to fail reckoning.
Oh no!
Since UBS rescued its stricken rival Credit Suisse a year ago, it's been waiting to hear how authorities.
I don't care.
Switzerland.
I don't care about protecting Switzerland from anything. Sorry, not my concern.
Tweeted saying his prediction is.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is what we came for.
Using the link in the description below. And that's why 741 Trey has tweeted saying his prediction is that the market will
741 Trey. Who? What the fuck? 741 Trey. Okay.
Event in the coming months. Saying the Fed will act as if they haven't been preparing for the last 3 years, blaming the Swiss regulators and their handling of Credit Suisse and the fallout. We'll likely see UBS collapse, and the Fed will effectively blame the meme event and the GameStop squeeze on their handling of Credit Suisse and UBS. They'll go through the previous UBS Credit Suisse headlines and point out how UBS took on such significant, unexpected losses as a result of the acquisition. Saying that UBS wasn't expecting to find...
Come on. Jesus fucking Christ. This is all just garbage. No, they're not going to say anything like that. Uh-oh. MB 741 Trey coming with the facts right at you, right here, right now.
Police didn't know how to handle it, and that's what resulted in the AMC and GameStop squeeze.
Shut the fuck up. You don't know it.
They'll also say thank goodness the US banking system is so resilient. Now, I also know over the last week I've been touching...
This guy should be brought up on treason charges. Well, he's not a citizen. He should be brought up on espionage charges. He should be brought up, as a bad actor, as bad foreign actor. I mean, I personally, as a United States citizen, I fucking hate this guy. I guess we can be just content in the knowledge that well, anyway, I don't know. He's an enemy. That's it. Enemy of the state. Yeah. Guantanamo is appropriate for him too. Really.
See short interest.
DOJ, if you're listening, I'll do a Donnie. DOJ, SEC, if you guys are listening. FEC, FCC, whoever. I don't know. SEX. Guantanamo with this one.
Is now at all-time high levels.
Uh-oh.
We've seen a short interest per ortex over the last few...
Now, please help me understand here. I really thought that 10 was lower than like 140. How is this all-time high on GameStop short interest? He said all-time high. It says highest since February 2021. I can't help but notice that the percentage is nowhere near the percentage from before. That's how we measure this. 10 is now higher than 140, apparently. Okay.
it, and that's what results. Goodness, the US bank seeing GameStop squeeze. And most likely they'll also say, thank goodness the US banking.
Most likely they will, right? Of course.
Now, I also know over the last week I've been touching on how AMC short interest is now at all-time high levels.
AMC is at all-time high levels, which, yeah, don't think so.
Short interest per ortex over the last few weeks and months, going from 16 million shares shorted to now over 53 million shares shorted. And even with Stonks Batman's chart adjusting the previous data from
Stonks Batman
for the reverse splits, for the conversions, for APEN, for everything.
You don't have to convert a fucking thing. What the fuck's he talking about?
Else, all-time high short interest, or short interest is still at an all-time high. Shorts are shorting more shares right now in 2024 of AMC than they were in 2023, 2022 and 2021. Obviously that's
wrong.
The shorts never closed out of their short positions.
No, that's not what that suggests at all. No, wrong again. This asshole's trying to tell people that 2 + 2 is 5. And it's not. It will never be. This guy's incapable of telling the truth. Fucking-capable of telling the truth. What a bunch of garbage. Jesus fucking Christ.
Never sold shares to the shorts for them to close, and instead they've added more to their short positions. That's facts and that's evidenced.
No, it's not. It's not facts and it's not evidenced. Period. Period. I cannot be any clearer about how wrong this guy is here. Besides, you're looking at fucking 20% short interest on a fucking $2 fucking stock. Congratulations. The last guy was probably more correct when he said it might hit $20. Maybe. What the fuck? This guy, he wants... Oh my... I'm losing my mind here.
And 741 Trey has also tweeted.
Oh, 741 Trey.
GameStop's short interest is now at 65.6.
Oh my God! Oh,
10.3.
Oh, 10%
since February of 2021.
Doubtful.
So again, it seems the shorts haven't just been adding to their AMC short positions, pushing the price of AMC down by shorting more shares, but they've been doing the exact same thing to GameStop.
The same people. Yeah, you know it's the same people, because it has to be. Who else would do it but them? You fucking wanker. God damn it. I fucking hate this
more
guy.
shares of GameStop as well, and therefore the reason why the GameStop share price has fallen alongside AMC's is due to more shorting.
That's fucking false. Fuck you. It's because GameStop sucks. That's why anybody would short this fucking company. Not because of the shorting. They're not shorting it because they're shorting it. See what I mean? Why would anybody short it? Because it's overvalued. They believe it's overvalued. That's anyone's choice to make. And we've shown, tried to show systematically how when these guys claim otherwise, they're wrong. And there's not a single example in history, not a single example in history of a company being knocked out of business and they were a healthy, profitable company, but short sellers came in and destroyed the company. That doesn't happen, not because that's not what happens, because that's not how it works. So the company, it gets shitty. And then short sellers see, wow, this company's shitty. I noticed this, but these people over here think the company's great. And they go short it, and your dumbass buys it, and you lose your fucking money. And you want to cry about manipulation. But you didn't know that it was shitty, and they did. So what the fuck? You're 2 steps behind. And then you cry about manipulation, and all the banks has nothing to do with the banks. Nothing to do with the banks. Nothing to do with anything, except these companies being shitty. That's how it works. That's how it works. I can't stand this fucking clown.
Due to retail investors selling, it's not due to the companies becoming worse and therefore the stock price decreasing.
Oh, right, okay.
It's not due to supply and demand, it's due to more.
Oh, right, okay.
Again,
there's not more shorted shares, you fucking retard. What the fuck?
Shorted shares seen in GameStop since short interest was over 100% back in December.
So it's the listen to how brain dead this fucking guy is. Okay, this is how brain dead you are, Thomas James. Listen to your fucking self.
Becoming worse and therefore the stock price decreasing. It's not due to supply and demand, it's due to more shorted shares. Again, this is the highest number of shorted shares seen in GameStop since short interest was over 100% back in December of 2020 and January of 2021.
How can that be fucking possible? How does that make any fucking sense? Look at that fucking face. That is the fucking face of a lying fucking piece of shit. What a cocksucker. Fuck you. You're fucking done. I can't. Oh my God. What a fucking grifter. Fuck you, Thomas James, you fucking piece of shit. Now, from one piece of shit right to the next. Uncle Frank. I'm not a financial advisor.
Welcome.
Don't worry.
Thank you for tuning
Nobody ever thought you were.
This is Uncle Frank, and I'm not a financial advisor, nor is any of the content to be considered
true. Nor is any of the content
for entertainment purposes
considered
only.
Should be considered to be factual.
Presentation, and be sure to subscribe to the channel so you're alerted when I have new information to share. So now let's get into the latest updates.
Oh, good. Can't wait.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. So, Uncle Frank, why are you so focused on black or white swan events as opposed to AMC returning to profitability again, for example? Because if you can't see AMC is being artificially manipulated downward, especially when you compare it to its closest competitor, Cinemark.
Well, but see, the thing is, every company's different there, Frankie. So, just because one company makes decent choices and the other one doesn't, you can't really say, well, this one went up and this one went down, so clearly it's fake, it's being manipulated. Believe it or not, and I love to say this to baby boomers because clearly Frank is kind of a baby boomer type. You can see based on his avatar here and just the kind of his general cluelessness about shit. He's kind of a boomer. No offense, guys, but y'all need to check yourselves. There's a lot of shit, Frank, that you just don't fucking know. And I'm not saying that I do. I'm upfront about that. I don't know everything. But what we can say here, what we can say is that you're extremely biased. And now we're looking at a fucking goddamn article from 2009. We're looking at an article from 2009 about hedge funds that took a serious hit in 2008. Why? What does that have to do with this? We're not in 2008. Oh, but it's going to be like, no, it's not. I'm not even going to entertain that. Oh, 3 economic events that could affect your portfolio from Tip Ranks. I'm going to trust them. Yeah. Oh, good. Here, look. Remember his timeline? Oh, fuck.
Major sell-offs.
Yes, he is bad back.
And over the weekend, a major sell-off in crypto. But it's the thing.
Short interest, Lynn, can be over 100% because shares can be shorted multiple times. If I sell a share short, my broker borrows it and sells it on my behalf. And then if you buy it, let's just say that you're the lucky winner of one share of IBM stock that I shorted. I shorted it. I want it to go down. So my broker sold a share on my behalf, and you bought it. The share that you happened to buy it that day happened to be the one that I borrowed and gave to you, sold to you. And now it's in your account. Well, let's say that you change your, let's say that you have share lending on in your account. And so now you have a share in your account that can be lent out. Even though it was already lent out from me, there's no way for the market, there's no way for the brokers to know. that it's already been lent once. It's a case of, I forget what they call this, where there's not enough information attached to it. There's no flag. There's no way to know. To the market, it just goes through. It's like, it's like marking out, it's like, reusing an envelope or something like that. You put another stamp on top of it and or reusing a box from Amazon or UPS. But the thing is, every time that share is shorted, there's another buyer that buys it. So every time that it gets shorted, it goes into another person's account, and it could be lent multiple times. It could be a cascading share. But the thing is, how long does it stay in that condition? I don't know how long it stayed in that condition, but the reality is they have to close those positions by buying the shares. So when the shares get bought, obviously they just, all those positions collapse on themselves. When one short seller closes their position, that share is returned to the previous, and then when that one's returned, and then the broker's going to have to find another share to replace the one because you still own it. That doesn't mean that you're selling it. Doesn't mean that I'm selling it. And guess what? There's some FTDs that are going to be generated there. I could tell you that. Probably. So there's another benign creation of FTDs. Anyway, hopefully that makes sense. Makes sense, but sounds like a rarity. It is. So that's the only time that we've ever heard of it happening. It doesn't happen that often, but it really tells you something about the conviction of the short sellers, doesn't it? Like, the demand was that high. Kind of a, well, we've said many times it was the right call. It was a good play. It was a good play. It was upset by bad actors, in my opinion. You had people that were not trading based on anything having to do with GameStop. Even though they say that it wasn't. They just wanted to create a short squeeze. So blame deep fucking Gill for that, or Keith Value. Blame Keith fucking Value for that one. He knew what he was doing, the motherfucker. And he also convinced a lot of other people of that. He's the original grifter. Although, to his credit, he took the fucking money and ran, which is what you should do. I'm not saying he's a grifter like these guys are grifters, but none of us would be talking about this if it weren't for him, probably. I don't have the highest opinion of Keith Gill, so I'll just put that out there. I don't have the highest opinion of Keith Gill. I'm not saying he's a scumbag like these guys, but I'm just saying the whole thing was a pump and dump. Anyway, clearly GameStop fundamentally was shit, and the short thesis was correct. And a lot of shorts made money on it. So, okay. No, I can't do this Frank thing. Oh, movies, yeah. What would it be without hearing somebody fucking go on and on endlessly about what movies are coming out, which means absolutely nothing. Will not cause a short squeeze, because guess what? Movies come out all the time.
We focus on the manipulation of our stock instead of all the progress.
Listen to this.
I know some of you wonder why I cover this kind of material, but I think it's very important to remind Wall Street and our enemies that movies shown in theaters have been setting records again and again and again since we emerged from the pandemic, and while they've been shorting us into the ground.
Doesn't matter. It does not matter one bit. You still have that us versus them mentality. You still have that good guy versus bad guy mentality. You've already lost. I'm sorry, but you've already lost. That's a wrong mentality. You will lose. You have lost already. Don't believe me? Look at the fucking apes. I'm sorry. Look at the apes. They're fighting a fight against Wall Street, and it's no coincidence that they're also losing, because that's not a fight that anybody really has any reason to get into. Nobody has a reason to pick a fight with Wall Street, because how does he say it? Oh, vaporized. That's a good word for this, not for the hedgies. I mean, these people have the fucking most delusional beliefs about what hedge funds are, what hedge funds do, and what hedge fund managers do and why they do it. Because it is not why. The apes have the wrong idea. Going back to 2021, going back to Trey, going back to Matt Coles, going back to Lou, going back to all these clowns that laid the groundwork. They put the base coat on this grift. And it's just, they put the base layer of wax on this grift. And little bit by little bit, they added more and spit shined it until it's this now. But this started in 2021. It was an insidious grift. It was disingenuous from the beginning. It was emotionally based. And it's so perfect that they can grift on the movies too. Like, it's not that I hate movies, but movies are not life. Nobody, it's like they all want to be the CEO of a movie theater company or something. They're so into movies. No, it's just fuck you, pay me. But, okay. A24 record with $25 million debut. Okay, cool. I mean, Civil War, that's a topic the apes like. Cool.
You know, guys, I think the hedgies would prefer we focus on the manipulation.
The hedgies don't give a fuck. They don't need you to do anything for them to make money. They don't need you to do anything. They don't care what you do. Why would they? Jesus Christ.
Instead of all the progress we've made since the pandemic, while also enduring 2 Hollywood strikes. These are the kind of things the financial media, Richie Greenfield, Charlie Gasparino, and sadly even our own investor relations department never want to mention.
Oh.
Coming in at number 1, Oppenheimer. That was the highest.
We're going to go through all these fucking movies. Give me a fucking break. Like, yeah, great fucking, yeah. A lot of good it did. These are all in the past, all from a period when AMC sucked. So, whatever. Fuck you. What do we got here? Deadline. Another terrible box office report for woke Hollywood. Well, maybe, Frank, you should stop antagonizing people that you consider to be quote-unquote woke and start thinking like a fucking businessman and realize that you're alienating people with this fucking garbage. Labeling people this or that, not even understanding what the fuck it means. You are an ignorant fuck. You are an ignorant fucking fool. If you, what I say, what I think that he's going to say.
Another thing that's easy to forget is we theater owners have had to endure Hollywood experimenting with.
We theater owners. Listen to the way he's talking about it. We theater owners. You are not an owner of a goddamn theater. What theater do you fucking own? Oh, you own AMC stock. You don't own a fucking theater. Stop fucking saying that. You are not an owner of a goddamn fucking theater. You are not a fucking theater owner. Holy shit. This guy, I don't know if he believes, I don't know what, I don't know, and I don't care. That's garbage. You're not a fucking theater owner. Shut the fuck up. Wow. Holy shit.
Pandemic, and I don't think they want us to focus on that.
Yeah, sure.
Another thing that's easy to forget is we theater owners have had to endure Hollywood experimenting with woke movies. How many blockbuster opportunities did we miss because Hollywood followed Washington into this failed concept? I think the worst of this is behind us, and I do have some good news. 2024 global box office projections have all been revised up.
Yeah. I will never fucking see any movie, woke or not, at an AMC theater. It has nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with any of this garbage. So, I mean, it doesn't even matter. But if they start, and by the way, too, that's Hollywood. What does that have to do with AMC? What does that have to do? They play whatever they fucking give them. You shouldn't give a fuck what it is. In fact, you should want woke films at your fucking theater because it's going to bring in more people. So shut the fuck up. This is such fucking garbage. Wow.
Upwards, many new titles have been added to the calendar.
Fuck.
And the film industry is renowned for being recession-proof because in the past, theaters have been where Americans went for entertainment when the economy shrank. During the last 8 recessions, box office sales increased 6 times over. If we can get our CEO to stop blowing $25 million on in-theater commercials and instead promote the A-list program, I think even more consumers will appreciate
A-list.
Seeing up to 3 new movies every week for around $23 a month. And
that sounds like shill activity to me, right there. Why are you selling products for the company? Are you getting a kickback? I don't know. I don't care. That's pretty fucking pathetic, though. Nice way to work that little thing in there. I think consumers will appreciate being able to see 3 movies and getting free popcorn and all the other benefits that you get with AMC stubs. Yeah, go take that fucking shit somewhere else. Gold. Aha. Gold on Zero Hedge. Just what I want to read about. Doomsday predictions from Zero Head. Good. Perfect. Great. I loved it. Great video. Right. It happened in the past, therefore it's obviously going to happen, always going to happen again. That's the nature of the market, don't you know? Past performance dictates future returns, apparently, when it comes to the meme stonks. Yeah, okay. It's absurd when you say it out loud, isn't it? I mean, it's just so ridiculous. Now, there was a video that Manuel wanted me to show here. Okay, this one is not being taken out. Okay, good. Back to our old friend. Moonman blames Meltdown. In fact, I'm going to go back to old just because I can't stand this fucking shit. There we go. All right. Ready for this one?
Oh, for a healthy conscience for myself to Meltdown crew, I will no longer be going to your website. I just don't need it. Like, I really just had for a healthy conscience for myself to Meltdown crew, I will no longer be going to your website. I just don't need it. Like, I really just had a thought right now in my head as I'm making this video and I'm talking and this guy's talking out of his ass. I was just like, these guys aren't worth my time. I said that before. The more outlandish it gets, the more insane it gets. You realize that they're falling to pieces, not me.
What?
So.
Yeah, that's clearly that's clearly the case. Your ass has been ripped to fucking shreds in this website. I'm not going to your site anymore, young man. These teenagers bitching about hourly work. Old man. Website. I'm surprised you didn't call it a forum. I'm surprised you didn't call it a message board. Boomer.
I couldn't believe that. Couldn't believe the comment that was made. I mean, I can believe it.
What? I don't want to say. I want to say something very, 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 very bad, but I'm not going to. Why is he upset? That's a good question. I don't know. What did they say? Do we know what they said? Oh, I know. I think I know what they said.
I couldn't believe that. Couldn't believe the comment that was made.
What? Somebody figured it out?
I can't believe it.
Somebody actually figured it out.
I gotta go to bed soon. I gotta go to work.
This is an act.
A little upset. He would be like,
this guy's such a manipulative cunt that whatever emotions he's feigning here, I don't believe it. I don't fucking believe it. I think he's full of shit. Personally.
I couldn't believe that. Couldn't believe the comment that was made. I mean, I can believe it. I gotta go to bed soon. I gotta go to work, and I always got a little upset. He would be like, "Who works at night?" And who works at the? He doesn't understand it's a 24/7 business.
Mopping floors is a hard job.
Mopping floors is a hard job.
This guy
Yeah, see,
the rails. Yeah.
he's being he's being disingenuous, I think. He's not done coming here, just going to lurk and not make it obvious anymore. So a line was crossed. I'm not going to get into all that. If you're curious about that, I'll put the link here. I prefer not to touch that one just because I want to preserve for self-preservation reasons with YouTube. But there's the link in the chat if it came through. Or somebody in the chat can, explain it if they want to. Or better yet, for all of the juicy details, you can join our finance chat. The links in the description to the stream. So there's no censorship there. There really isn't here either. Just programmatic choices. Let's call it that. We're making programmatic choices that are aligned with our continued presence on YouTube. But that's how, I don't know, Lynn, was that corporate? I don't know. Anyway, it's funny. Ortex guy melting down again, this time with nonsense code. Oh. Now, what the fuck? Nonsense code. God damn it. That guy is a shill. I mean, there's no question about that. All right. I'm going to turn up the... actually, hang on. Hold on. Oh, Morant, say it ain't so. This name looks familiar. Warren Buffett, diversification is for the know-nothing investor. I have 100% Doge. Get at me. And I'm assuming that this poster verified that it's at him. I only sell as a financial emergency. I could always sell my kids, wife, and car before I sell my Doge. Doge just hit 0.067 10 minutes ago. Keep up the good work. I refuse to sell. Wow. I only sell as a financial emergency. Blah, blah, blah. Wall Street dudes can take Doge over the moon, but there are other products. I think hedge funds are pumping crypto to get capital so they can cover their shorts. We've heard that many times. Not true. I just bought 8K Doge at 54 and then initially shot to 67. Imagine if it was for 100K. That's an easy 1.3K in profit. Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you invest $100,000 to make $1,300? That's great risk profile. I told all my friends and family. Yeah, I'm sure they love that. I sold 20K Doge today and pulled every penny I have into GameStop. I've already made 200 plus today and counting. No, you didn't. You didn't make 200 plus unless you sold it, which you said you haven't done. So which one is it? I'll be back with a fistful of cash. Mm-hmm. Cool. It's what I didn't say. Yep. Yep. Long Dong Rupert, 7 points. You're a mentally ill, sad grifter, Morantz. The Long Dong has a point. Morantz, you fucking idiot. You don't deserve pity. You should apologize to all the people you misled for years, moron. Ooh. Ooh, now that's spicy. Used to be a Dogecoin pumper. 90% of ape suggestions sound like something a child would write. Yeah, they do. Repair. Look, there's the repair stop. Yes, there you go. We said earlier, we saw this and said no. No. That's a terrible idea. You don't want to be in this business. Go ask Louis Rossman whether he thinks this is a great idea. This is going to be the pivot for GameStop. You go ask Louis Rossman, one of the biggest repair guys and advocates for right to repair on YouTube. I don't think he would advise this. I don't think he would say that that's a good business idea. Just my opinion. A little bit 741. 741. Okay, that's where the 741 trey from 741 trey comes from, I guess. Oh boy. Okay.
The hard
Did we see this one?
In 2016, I managed to lose 90% of my investment, and I couldn't buy a house because I was playing futures, and I was not so much futures. I was actually trading derivatives, as in trying to predict where the stock was going to go, right? The SPY and things of that nature. And I lost 90%, 85% of my portfolio. And I had to go home to my wife and tell her, hey, guess what? We lost all our money. And I can't put money down on the house.
Guess what?
What happened? I learned my lesson. But
okay. Yeah. Hang on for one. Actually, looks like I had a lag developing here. Yeah. When is this thing coming out? This James Janney documentary. When James Janney? That's the trifecta of clown investing right there, Manuel. Options, crypto, and memes. And I would put it maybe crypto, memes, and options, and maybe in that order, because crypto is the gateway drug, right? They'll give anybody a crypto trading account. Then memes. That's a natural progression in my mind. So you're already on Robinhood trading crypto. You might as well buy some GameStop. And then, actually, it could be options. It could be any order. Maybe that's the component. That's the part of this that's personal to each ape. Each ape has their own origin story of option, crypto, or memes. Which one came first for you? But that's true. That's the trifecta. That is the holy trinity of meme stock, clown, ape, pandemic investing, gambling, degenerative gambling. It's kind of true though. That's it. That's it. Ortex kiddo tries to dunk on a shill, embarrasses himself in front of other apes. Fantastic. I've never seen someone so oblivious to the fact they're being trolled. Yeah, he didn't seem to catch on what I was doing. Bruh, he's a bot. Well, you're only degenerate you're only a degen bad back if you lose money. So most of them are, but not all of them. Okay. I got to get rid of this lag here if I want to do voice chat. I'm running a lag for some reason. Need to reset my audio somehow. 1 second, please. So let's do this. New baggies in the making. DJT. Lots of great quotes. Lots of great ones in there, I'm sure. Thank you.
I'm leaving again.
Okay. All right. See ya. Okay. So let's see here. Got my peppermint essential oil. Good to go. All right. I gotta figure out this lag here real quick. Okay, intermission. Get into finance chat. See what else is there. Okay. Nope, still there. Dang it. All right, let's try this. Okay. Nope, still there. And now it's raining. Yeah, I got this weird lag that came in. Well, yeah, it's just, it doesn't work very well if, okay, well, I apologize. I'm not sure what's going on here. Sometimes this happens. Well, I guess we could try it, but problem is, don't think it's gonna work right. Shit. You know what? Yeah, I can tell right now it's not gonna work. We'll have to we'll have to do we'll do the roundtable discussion this week sometime. Well, I'll try it. We'll try it here in a little bit. But I gotta figure out why. It's like it develops latency over time. I need to get it back into sync. Tried resetting the, but I obviously can't restart the computer while we're streaming. So anyway, I'm gonna let's see here. Oh yeah, right. So we got Chris Norland doing some work, doing some what you call it? Not DD, I guess maybe you could call it DD, but we've got a meme stock bingo that Chris Norland put together here. So I didn't watch. I watched a little bit of it, and then I recognized, this might actually be good to take a look at. So
where I think we will be in
that.
2033.
This is hilarious too, by the way. These Tesla, God. I think we can kind of
Free, and my bull case for the stock price is $11,000. Then is he still sitting? Okay. So.
Those subdivisions, I'm predicting that Tesla stock price in about 15 years will be somewhere around $48,893, which from today's date.
How in the fuck are you going to predict a stock price in 15 years? Give me a fucking break. You can't even predict it in 15 hours.
Hi, friends.
Or 15 minutes, you don't know what it's going to do.
Are
Give me a
you
fucking
invested
break.
in a meme stock, and are you part of a meme stock community? So I've made a meme stock bingo card today to help you figure this out. I want to go through this criteria. I'll share my thoughts and gears as well. So number one, is there a cult-like following of the CEO? Do you see lots of memes of the CEO? People quote the CEO constantly, right? People worship the CEO. Basically, is the CEO god of your meme stock cult? That would be a clear indication that you are in, yes, a meme stock. Number two, the meme stock is really popular on social media. It wouldn't be a meme stock if it's not. So social media obviously is a big part of this game. Moreover, is the price action of your stock extremely volatile? It just seems to go up and down for crazy reasons all the time. Maybe the CEO will tweet out something and suddenly the stock goes up. The CEO tweets out something else, maybe the stock goes down. But point being, though, the price action is extremely volatile. Also, too, if anyone criticizes the meme stock, people just say that you are a hater. or it's just all FUD, right? Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. I can tell you guys, I do social media every single day. You guys know if you watch my YouTube channel, and you'll see these kind of things. And this is part of understanding what a meme stock is, and if you're in one or not. And let me know too if you're filling up this bingo card. Another one, rely.
Also, let's throw this in there too. Any criticism is dismissed as FUD or haters, or you're called a shill. Got to throw the S word in, the 5-letter S word. You're a shill. Or the 6-letter H word. You're a hedgy. Hedgy. I'll take hedgy for $69, Alex.
Up this bingo card.
$420.
Reliant on recruiting more members. And so this is a big part of any cult, right? In order to keep this game going, essentially you need to keep recruiting new people, new money, and essentially keep growing the following in order to make
I wonder if you read Mark Hassan.
This thing alive. Another one.
Mark Hassan.
Stock movement is disconnected
that
from
cult book
fundamentals, right? There's not really talk of real numbers anymore. People just say it's going to go to the moon. They talk about the price action, etc. Even if the company is losing a lot of money or the performance has declined from, say, the last quarter, the last year, people don't seem to care about that too much. They just keep telling you the stock is going to go to the moon, right? The movement of the stock is disconnected from the fundamentals of the company. People will say also too, another one, people say the price is fake. You'll hear this kind of thing where this is a heavily manipulated stock, the game is rigged, Wall Street's against you, these kind of things, right? When you start to hear this kind of talk, you are in a meme stock. Moreover, people will talk about the movement, right? You're a part of a movement, you're part of a community, right? It's not
this is one of the biggest red flags for me. This is one of the fundamentals, is this this right here.
You're part of a community.
A movement.
It's not.
We're changing the world
anymore. It's part of joining.
To make things better.
Who believe the same as you. If you start to hear this kind of talk, you are in a meme stock. Here's another one.
I wonder if he has them never selling on this list.
Exclusively about said stock. So you'll know this if you go on YouTube and you type in whatever stock that you're in, and there's you'll find countless channels just based on giving you positive news on said stock. So it'll be like the name of the company and daily, or the name of the company and news. That'll be the title of said channels. And so this is a really big indication of if you're in a meme stock. Another one, YouTube influencers will give themselves names with the meme stock's company's name in their name. So like, for example, it'll be like company mama, company father, company, moon person, these kind of things, right? So again, if people are naming channels and doing exclusive content based on just the meme stock, you are in a meme stock. If the influencers are giving themselves names related to the company, you're in a meme stock. Moreover, right, the focus on community is big. And remember too, guys, much of the YouTube audience come up from the community of like video games, these kind of things. When you start hearing about, you're hurting the community, or, that people like talk to the sort of talk about company employees, or the CEO kind of like is being doused, just like the video game community, you're in a meme stock. Members often spam YouTube comments.
Where have I heard that kind of stuff?
You guys
before?
know, I make a lot of channels I make a lot of videos on the channel about a lot of different topics. And sometimes if you sort of irritate a meme stock member, they get upset and they'll write like 10 comments in a row. These kind of things, because essentially it's just a passionate child who's really upset and just like having a tantrum. So if you see these kind of behavior.
Diamond hands.
Stock community. Here's another one.
Diamond balls.
Heavy losses. So
gross.
Losing, 60% of your money, etc. People keep saying, "Oh, buy the dip. This is a great opportunity to buy," etc. And this goes back to the price of the stock, and the movement of the stock is disconnected from
buy the dip, average down,
company fundamentals. Here's another one. You'll hear this kind of stuff. Mainstream media, they just hate the movement, right? Or they'll say that on channels that are devoted to said meme stock,
they're only putting out negative information.
CEO, or it's all lies that they're putting out. Why is the media so negative? They just don't understand what's going on. This kind of stuff. So once you start hearing that kind of stuff, run away.
They're trying to get me to sell.
When you many times on this channel, read the news and understand the news. Don't just think that everything is fake all of the time. If you're at channels that are saying that kind of stuff, you're in a meme stock. Unrealistic moon price targets. You'll see this quite a bit on social media. Again, this is disconnected from the fundamentals of a company, disconnected from what a company, is realistically worth. They'll be like, hey, your stock is going to go to like 10,000, 20,000, 48,000, these kind of things. And if you laugh when you hear these targets, right? This is real. I've showed you guys several times on this channel. There are channels out there will give you these wild price targets. And crazily enough, people watch this stuff.
Yes. Well, yes, Chris, it is real. AMC is going to $2 million per share. Thank you very much. It is real. Thank you for acknowledging that. Chris Norland just said AMC is worth $10 million a share. You heard it. His words, not mine.
Too. Influencers will make videos, driving in their car, driving around town. They'll be walking around saying, hey, it's all about your emotions. You just got to hold the stock and you're going to be rich, that kind of stuff. So I laugh because a lot of people make these videos, right? We're no longer talking about, even charts anymore or company, fundamentals or balance sheets or anything like that. We're just talking about how much we love the CEO and talking about our emotions, that kind of stuff. If you start hearing that kind of thing, you're in a meme stock. You also can have, this is meme stocks. You'll have meetups where you can meet the social media influencers who are urging you to buy said stock, and you can even meet the CEO's mom. Yes, that is a real thing. I've had my older videos on that. Be careful. Again, if anything's happened, you are in a meme stock.
It is everybody, and they all stand to benefit. So my lesson there, not financial advice, I guess,
No.
hold, because the noise can only stay loud for so long before the reality drowns it out.
Exactly.
Hold the line when you start to see this phrase and memes.
My lesson there.
Wait, wasn't that kind of backwards?
Not financial advice, I guess.
No.
Hold, because the noise can only stay loud for so long before the reality drowns it out.
The noise can only carry this garbage for so long before reality brings it down to earth. How about that? That makes more sense to me. The noise is the overvaluation. The noise is the pump. And it can't last forever. It can't last forever, as we've seen with, it's easier to see it with GameStop, AMC, Bed Bath & Beyond. We're going to see it with more, I believe, these type of stocks.
The movie Braveheart, essentially hold that stock, hold it forever, let lose all your money together. You know that you're in a meme stock, so be very, very careful on you.
Yeah.
People keep telling you have to hold no matter what. Also, too, when earnings calls of said company are streamed live on YouTube, and it's got a large social media following, and people are like intently listening to every single word that the CEO says, you're in a meme stock.
Yeah, because it's a great idea. If you're going to listen to an earnings call, don't listen directly to it. Listen to another streamer who's streaming it, who's watching it and streaming it, so that there's an additional latency delay built in, 10, 20, 30 seconds, whatever it is, depending on your settings. Don't watch it live. Watch the delayed version so that you can watch with other people and be, behind the market. Shouldn't be trading on that anyway. But you can't, who am I to say what you should and shouldn't be doing? But if you are, you want to be on the conference call, not watching some shitty live stream by Matt Coles or the Masked Idiot.
It's only the most popular thing with kids in our age group.
There are only a few stocks on YouTube where people do this, right? We don't sit there and listen to the earnings call of every single stock out there on the market. Also, during this coming up earnings season, there'll only be stocks out there that will match this description. You'll know which ones they are. So again, if the earnings call is streamed on the internet, chances are you are in a meme stock. Also, too, this is a big...
What if the company doesn't have an earnings call? What then? Did you ever think about that, Chris? What if they don't do an earnings call? What's the cutoff, by the way? 4 earnings calls in a row blown off? Is that enough to basically say that this company they don't even see a future? I don't know what the industry standard is. or what history has shown us. But boy, that really gives me a lot of confidence. It really does. So,
big one.
Modify that one there a little bit.
Retail holdings of the stock outnumbered. I mean, a larger percentage of it is held by retail investors instead of institutional investors. You know that you are in a meme stock. Basically, what I'm saying is that there's more money from retail, from just your amateurs.
No, Chris, basically what you're saying is that retail investors are dumb money and that they don't know what they're doing and that they spend their money on stupid bullshit that has no future because they think it's gone down and it's going to go back up. That's what I think. That's what he's really saying. He's just too polite. He's way too nice here.
In the said company or said stock, then there is the large institutional money. Again, you're in a meme stock. Here's another one. Mainstream media just doesn't understand. And essentially, what this is that only the
didn't he say that one already?
Only the YouTube channels, right? These kids in their 20s, etc.
Tesla stock price target for year end 2024 is $3,000 per share. In 2024, I am expecting the two biggest catalysts.
The people with the backwards baseball hat, only they understand the cryptic messages of the CEO or understand the future gains that you could possibly get from said company. All the people in the mainstream media, they have no idea what's going on. Only the people in the meme stock community can understand, not the mainstream media. Here's another one. Members will often talk about, hey, the price action in the past will happen again, right? So essentially, this happens with a lot of people when you think this way. Is that you see the price chart, right? And you say, wow, it went up 1,000% maybe 10 years ago or whatever, the past 10 years, and you start to expect that it's going to happen again. So you basically,
or 3 years ago,
hockey stick movement of the stock chart to continue when most likely it's not. But again, we
and I'll add,
the past, and that's going to happen again.
Yep. Uncle Rico syndrome is what I call that. So past performance will equal future results, and they'll talk about cycles. God, he should have put cycles on here. We hear it in crypto, we hear it in meme stocks, cycle, theory, fucking astro, polluting everybody's mind with this idea that there's a predetermined algorithm that controls or prescribes the price action, even though in reality, there's thousands of participants in the market whose collective actions create the movement on the price chart that we see. I mean, it's not that hard to understand. How could there be anybody? Well, Ken Griffin, you obviously don't understand. You never heard of Ken Griffin?
You're in a meme stock.
I guess not.
Another one, you'll hear this talk, go to the moon, looking for gains, these kind of things when people are only talking about the price action. Again, you are in a meme stock. And here's a really big one. Remember I told you guys before that large retail holdings, not institutional, followed up by that, you're going to have a lot of trading volume in your stock, meaning that retail investors are trading this daily.
Dude, it's only the most popular thing with kids in our age group.
And essentially, this is a real big sign that you're in a meme stock. And actually, you can check, essentially, look at daily, look at the volume, and if it's in the top 10, you're in a meme stock. And I mean top 10 daily on the day of what stocks are being traded. So that will be options and regular stock. So thanks again for watching, everyone. Love to hear your thoughts. Did I leave anything out? What would you add to this bingo card? And be careful out there, because essentially when the bubble pops, you don't want to be at the bursting point. So thanks again, and I'll catch you next video.
Well, yeah. Sunday night SATA cable run. I don't know. That's going to be tough. All I got to say after seeing that is this.
Bingo! 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 Bingo!
I got bingo. Okay, let's pop over here. So I was looking at the AMC options here. This is from Friday, obviously. So calls. Put to call ratio 0.65, so more calls. Looking at the distribution of it, it's actually, that's volume. I don't look at open interest here. Yeah, open interest on the call side. So, I mean, keep in mind the price is $2.65. Okay, $2.65. Wow. So that's like down here. And the strike price 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, right? 5, 10, 15, 25 on the puts. And then the quantity or the open interest amount here. So this one goes up to 50,000 on the scale, and that's a $20 call option for June of this year. So like 2 months from now. 2 months, you have how many? 50,000 open call options. I mean, it's really not that much. Sounds like a lot, but I mean, the price is $2, and you're talking about $20 in 2 months. Then on the puts, I mean, 25,000 on what does it say? $2 strike price, 24,000 of them. Oh, and these both of these expirations are for well, this expiration here on the put trade is for also for June. This one is for June as well. So June 21st, monthly options for AMC. So essentially twice as many $20 calls on the open interest as $2 puts on the open interest for the same expiration date. So that gives you an idea of the bias that's there. And we're showing all the strikes here. They still have these, I guess do they still have those goofy other ones? I think they still have some of them. Maybe not. Anyway, volume, open interest, data. I mean, look at coming up this week. Of course, this is a monthly expiration, so 10,000 at the money and calls, 17. And this is the funny thing here. Like the put open interest is actually higher coming into next week. So even though there's more calls and calls outweigh in the long run, at least coming up, based on Friday's numbers. It's a lot of puts being traded, though. So now everybody's talking about these, January 2025 calls. Now, yeah, looks like there are two versions out there. One is the pre-split, I guess. The other one is not. Or I forget exactly. It doesn't matter. They're all garbage anyway, right? I don't know why it's anyway. It's been a while since I've looked at this option chain here, so I'm not quite sure what's going on. But I don't think these are active. There's no way they can be active. These all have all these says that you all have that's a bid exchange. Okay, never mind. It's all for some reason my settings got changed here. I don't have all the normal columns I have. That's okay. Back to the charts. So, natural gas is way down from where it was. Oil is holding steady. Gasoline's up. Of course, everybody should know that. if they drive. At least, where we are, it's certainly not, super cheap. Let's see. Is there any? So China. I'm sorry, I was saying it wrong. It's China. China is, according to Trading Economics, we got China stocks rise ahead of China stocks rise ahead of GDP data earnings. Shanghai Composite rose 0.4% to above 3030, while the Shenzhen component jumped 1.7 to 93.85 on Monday, with mainland stocks rebounding from recent lows as investors look forward to China's first quarter GDP numbers and a raft of corporate earnings reports this week. Meanwhile, the People's Bank of China kept its one-year medium-term lending facility rate at 2.5% at its April fixin. Chinese stocks also defied a sell-off in the wider Asia-Pacific region as investors brace potential response from the Israeli government, yada, yada, yada. Okay, well, I don't know if this is the most accurate gauge of anything, what's happening in China. But maybe it's just good to keep abreast of. Because here we see from about an hour ago, South Korean stocks, shares, drop on geopolitical tensions. So, maybe it's a which side is with who thing, China versus South Korea. They dropped to 1.5% in early trade on Monday, extending losses from the previous session. Japanese shares drop on Middle East worries 75 minutes ago. Australian shares fall on geopolitical risk. Gold extends rally on Middle East tensions. U.S. futures rise as traders monitor Middle East. Here we go. Here's the miracle market. How did they explain this one? U.S. stock futures rose on Monday in a likely technical rebound. Oh, it's likely a technical rebound. Of course, has nothing to do with anything. It's a technical rebound. Yeah, what does that mean? It means nothing. It means Wall Street is taking profits, bitch. It means Wall Street, you are Wall Street's bitch, and they want it to go up, so it goes up. That's all that's happening. Technical rebound. After the major averages suffered heavy losses last week. Oh, so heavy. Losses so heavy. Oh, man. What do they consider a heavy loss these days? I don't know. It's probably not, though. Oh, this heavy loss on the NASDAQ was what? Oh, man. Where is it? I can't even see it because I got so much crap on here now. Is it this one? Monday the 8th. That was last week. Oh, man. Down 0.5%? What a heavy loss. Not even 1.5%. Man, that's a heavy fucking loss. How in the fuck are you guys dealing with these losses? 2.82. That's not even a fucking heavy loss. That's not heavy losses. That's nothing. That is nothing. I guess I could have just looked here. And who cares what the Dow does? Hot take. Who cares about the Dow? Fuck those 30 stocks. Meanwhile, investors watch for developments in the Middle East following Iran's retaliatory strikes. That markets fear could prompt a response from the Israel government. However, the Iranian attack caused little damage to Israel, and the U.S. said it wants to avoid a wider war in the Middle East. Well, there you go. Bull case. Last week, the sliding for the second straight week and posting their worst weekly drop this year. Jesus fucking Christ. That's pretty sad. The NASDAQ composite also tumbled 0.45 after losing 1.62 on Friday. These moves came as hot inflation data prompted traders to dial back bets on multiple interest rate cuts. God. Fucking garbage. The bond market, huh? These fucking geniuses. Investors now look ahead to U.S. retail sales figures and Goldman Sachs earnings report on Monday. Well, we know Goldman Sachs is going to blow it out of the water, right? I mean, come on. I'm cynical because I hate this fucking shit. It's a big fucking ruse. And, that's my opinion. But, I mean, this shit is not... None of this shit's evidence-based. None of it is. Oh, we're dialing back our bets for interest rate cuts because in history, that's not what happens. You don't cut rates when you're at or near all-time fucking highs. That's not supported by evidence. So why would I give that any credence? And I haven't given it any credence. However, they have definitely taken my money. They've definitely taken my money, which means somebody's lying. Wall Street probably is. If somebody had enough money to influence things, you on one hand, you could say, why wouldn't you? You'd be stupid not to. That's the grift of capitalism, though. So it'll never work. It isn't working, but whatever. The elite, the rich, the oligarchs, they are still wealthy. So clearly the system works. The grift is to convince regular people that it's working for them. And I could say it's working for me and it's everybody here is doing okay, whatever. But this is the best we can do. That's fucking sad. This is the best we can do. A cobbled ass together, quote unquote market it's basically a big fucking circle jerk for these cocksuckers. I mean, it's not what people think it is, and it never will be. I just want to say this to the apes. It's never going to be what you think it should be. It never will be. It can't be. It cannot be. That cannot be. Now, maybe in another system, maybe. This is what we have, though. So you could sit here and be a sad piece of shit like me and bitch about it, although I don't really think I'm bitching about it per se. But, or, the other thing that I try to do is, despite all of this garbage, which, what can I do despite the garbage? And for the last year, it was you could buy stocks. Okay, fine. Because the NASDAQ 100 appears to be up 37% year over year. The S&P is up 23% year over year. At least the Argentina stock market's up 360% year over year. But China is down 15% year over year on the CSI 300. Like the Hong Kong 50 is down 20% year over year. Yet, Pakistan is up 76% year over year. Australia's taken heavy losses, 0.5%, heavy losses. Things can't just go up. That's the grift of capitalism. It cannot just keep going up. Sorry. But we think up is good and down is bad. As long as we have that mindset, we're fucked. We're fucked. Doesn't take an AMC Bigham's big brain to figure that out. Can't keep going up indefinitely, forever, with no end in sight. It just doesn't work like that. All right, we're going to do one more video. Downfall of Citadel. Jesus fucking Christ. Market cycle. Talk about fucking cycles. Oh, I know. I got it. Where'd it go? Okay, maybe one or two more. But anyway, how about this one? Apparently this was delisted, unlisted.
Oh man, here we go again. Anyway.
Yeah, unlisted 1 day ago. Not going to get a lot of views that way, Mike. But we'll speed him up. We'll get through this.
Just watch Bubba, CSI. And I know he's talking about the nose. And, here's my answer. No. What is there, 5 of them? No. I don't think they should get off that easy.
No.
And however the other FUD5, the clowns, whatever they've been.
Get off that easy? Get off what easy? How's it? What?
I would do the opposite because they've been wrong every time. Across the board. I don't even know anything they've been right about. And some of them manipulated you and used AMC to get their boost in the community while they were probably selling, or they sold and then they finally told you. We all know that. But regardless, no, it's a no for me on my side unless something major changes. But there's a caveat. I want to see everybody vote. Because I was just reading some more again. It's been a while looking into what naked shorting is, phantom shares, synthetic shares.
Oh yeah, all those things that are so relevant, Mike. You've got it. You're on the right track. But you know what's going to happen. I mean, we can predict this. This is what's going to happen right now. You're not going to get everybody to vote. That's not going to happen. Now, however, the ones that do, you're going to get. God damn it! Give me a fucking break. They are going to cry, as they always do, about manipulation and everything else. And you're going to end up with something like this. Recount every vote, the apes are going to say. Or recount every share. Yeah, of course. Even Taylor Swift knows that that's ridiculous. And even she would ask, why? Why? We've done it. We know. Well, because they manipulate it, bro. Do they? Well, anyway, make sure you vote.
And like I said, I have an issue now with that because I've been asking forever. We got to get to the bottom of it. Let's prove exactly what the case is. We know GME had 140% started this whole phenomenon, and GME truly squeezed. I mean, we're talking almost $500 a share, and that puppy.
Well, I mean, that's not the measure of a squeeze, really. But okay, I mean, really, should be looking at how much that short interest was closed then. Okay, but we talked about the 140% and how that happened. We talked about that in this stream. Don't know the timestamp, but we talked about it.
We were sitting at 2.
I can't keep going over this stuff. Be here all night.
Looks at it and says that was a squeeze. Well, yeah, it was 140% of.
Well, no, actually, no. Actually, no, they don't. The GME people do not consider that to be the squeeze, just as you don't consider June to be the squeeze in AMC. It was, but they don't say it was. They call it the sneeze. That was the sneeze. That was the... I'm not going to say that. This is gross. But anyway, that was a little bit you peed when you sneezed because you're an old man. He's probably about the same age as me. So what am I saying about myself? I don't know.
It wasn't shares that existed, right? So something happened there. Funny part.
Nope. That's not... No, that's not what that means. Not what it means. And it's embarrassing. 3 years later, he's saying this. 4 years later, he's saying this. That's not what happened. Why can't... Oh, God. No, that's not what that means.
I mean, you know what I mean? Nobody got in trouble as far as I've seen with the SEC. Funny how that happens, right? Nothing happened. We know that happened. AMC came...
Because it's not illegal. Now, Manuel's reminding me. The video is unlisted. He took a lot of heat. Okay. All right, fair enough. Why not just take it down? If it's wrong, just get rid of it. Why leave it up in an unlisted capacity? I don't know. I don't understand. But okay, it's unlisted. That's good at least.
Came in behind it. It was another possibility. Well, if they can do it to GME, why can't they do it to AMC? Well, if they do it to AMC, why can't they do it to someone else? So retail, whoever it is, starts attacking all these short companies, and we see a lot of short squeezes, man. There was just all kinds of stuff squeezing, right? Probably because no one wanted to be the next GME. You know, these funds or whoever it was were trying to get out from underneath of it, whatever the case may be. But I've always said, I just want the truth. Let's get to the bottom of it. We got these conspiracies, we got these theories, we got these reasonings, billions of synthetics. Hell, I made videos 2 years ago doing my math of how there's got to be billions of synthetics out there. But it has resonated too much with me. It stuck with me for too long what Adam said to Robert in the parking lot of the airport, which most of you have heard it. I could play it again, but the two things that stood out, and I've said it before, and I've been asking, somebody prove it wrong. Some YouTuber out there put the data together and actually prove it wrong. And those two things were, if there were billions of synthetics, right? The float's like 260, 270 million now. Back then, the float got up to 525 million, right? Is where we peaked out at before reverse split. Oh, and then we had like basically $1.8 billion that all kind of, you know, the mess. But what I'm getting at is at that time period, two things. One, if there are billions of synthetics, where's the votes, right? What happened to all the votes for that? Now, I get it. People aren't going to vote, but I don't care if you look at presidential elections. I don't care if you go look at other stocks. You pull the data, which I did research on it. When you pull that data, you will see this is true. Particularly on average, it's 30 to 50% if you're lucky. Normally it's 30, 35, 40, 41, 42% of people out there take the actual time to vote. So go back and look. We've had 3 votes. We're about to have our 4th vote since all this mess kicked off with AMC. And every stinking time we've had between 30 to 40 something, low 40s, 42, 43% of the outstanding shares actually vote. So a couple 100 million shares have voted. So if you take 30%, this is what drives me nuts. If you take 30 or 40% of people that vote and you have 2 billion shares, what's 30% of 2 billion? You get what I'm saying? There would have been 600 million shares that voted. So that's where I'm like, it don't make no sense. I mean, that was a good.
Well, I mean, you know, you're making too much sense here, Mike. This is why he took the video down. I think, Manny, is this why he took this part is why he took the video down. He just disproved MOAS. I don't even know if he realizes it, but I mean, you know, you're making too much sense here, Mike. What you meant to say, I think, was it would be 600 million shares, but clearly they just erased, they deleted, they filed away in the circular filing cabinet to 300 million shares. Clearly the data is false. Why would you believe the data? Mike was making too much sense. They had to take the video down. Yep. They would just fraud. They would just fudge the data. They would just, falsify it. If it came out, hey, there's only 500 million shares in the float. Why do we have 650 million votes? Well, do you have short interest over 100%? No. Ooh, well, I don't know why then, but we'll just make that 300 million. Shares, voting shares. I'm being cynical. I'm being facetious. I don't think that would happen, but that's what the apes would say. That's what I'm saying. And Mike knows that. He just hasn't thought of it yet. Probably.
So I'm like,
or maybe he does.
Anybody you know that owns AMC shares, I don't care if they vote yes or no, just get them to vote.
There you go. There you go. It doesn't matter if you vote yes or no. It doesn't. They're going to do what they want anyway, because you don't own movie theaters.
Why have we not ever been able to accomplish that? Considering the 3rd vote, the most important one when they did the reverse split, that should have been like, in my opinion, at least 75% vote rate. I mean, hell, this is affecting everybody's stock. So if there's 3.2 million or 3.8 million people out there, where the hell?
Well, I mean, we know. Did it? I mean, yeah, it did. But
why didn't the 3.8 million want to vote on something that's going to affect their money? Was it because they didn't have that many shares? A high percentage of them don't, and the ones that are still around, we invested a lot, so they don't care because they invested.
Clearly, it was because of the postcards. You know, can the church say amen? Clearly, it was because of the postcards not going out on time. They didn't know about it.
$100 back on potential squeeze run in 2021. Like, what reason is there? I have not seen anything that makes sense that can prove why those billions of shares have not voted. So what do we fall back on? We fall back on conspiracy. Well, it's probably because.
And you know, there's the problem, because what Mike's saying is true. It is up to the people making a claim. Always. It is always the claimant whose responsibility it is to prove or to show with evidence what they're saying is factual. That's never been done. We took it upon ourselves to disprove it, even though we weren't obligated to, even to go around and saying it was false. We could say it was false because it had never been proven, and it's not our responsibility to prove it. You see, so it's actually easier in a lot of cases to take the route of evidence-based. This is a tip for any lazy people that also don't want to be, morons, basically. How you can be smart and also lazy. There's actually a lot of ways, but go with evidence-based information because it's there. If it's not there and you can't find it, doesn't mean doesn't exist at all. But you've exhausted, a due diligence process. Oh, I shouldn't use that. You looked for it, and whatever it wasn't there, or something else was there in its place, and you report on that, and that's it. Wash my hands, done. When you're a grifter, you got to keep constantly coming up with these new catalysts, and they start recycling them, and they're obviously fucking fake. They're obviously made up. And what do you get? You get nothing. You get the same shit over and over. Empty promises, false hope, etc., etc. But if you go with what you can prove or show reasonably, beyond a reasonable doubt, or whatever, how you want to think about it, of more than 50% probability, at least, I would hope, you don't have to worry about you don't have to remember anything. If you tell the truth, you don't have to remember anything. You don't have to, the data will be there, and you can go back to it, and you can be confident in the knowledge that, yes, this was supported by information that's credible. And here it is. Have fun. Try to disprove me. Here's the data. What do you have? Nothing. You have a feeling that it's false. Well, facts over feelings. Anyway, it's easier to be lazy in many cases if you do that. I mean, it's not, I'm just kind of being stupid about it, but this is a lot of work to be a grifter. Everybody thinks it's fun and games. Well, ask Trey. Ask Trey. He had a meltdown. He had a major meltdown. And now he is serving.
Because
I don't know.
We probably are voting, but they're like, "Oof, kick them out, kick them out, kick them out." We can't show the public that we had, we have a float of 275 million, but we had 350 million shares vote. That's where, that's it. We got the bad actors.
And here's the conspiracy.
The SEC knows about it. Right. The government must know about it. Your broker, every single broker out there, how many of them are there? Anybody ever research that? We only go with the basic 5 or 6, but how many?
And this is what we said, what I said earlier. Either it's a massive conspiracy that involves everybody except the apes, or the possibility exists that they're wrong. I'm sorry. I'm going with that possibility. I'm going with that possibility. I'm going with that.
How many hedge funds? How many of these
likelihood?
How many of them are involved? So they must all be on board. And then for me, well, if that's the case, and that's one giant ass cover up, by now, after 3 and some odd years, there would have been a whistleblower amongst that somewhere. Somebody would have slipped up. Proof would have came out. So if it's a big cover up and they're covering up,
there would have.
Where's the proof of that, right? So is that possible? Shit, anything's possible. But in my opinion, when I really dissect that, so that's my problem.
Yeah, that's not the question. Is it possible? That's not the question. Is it probable? What is the likelihood? What is the probability? And it's extremely low. Extremely low. It's unlikely. It's possible, but it's unlikely.
Everybody vote whether you vote yes or no. I'm voting no.
The solution, though, is disregard the information. It's not substantiated. Why are you even entertaining it now? That's really the course of action that is the safest, the most supported by evidence. Leave it alone. You can't believe it and move on and go with something you can believe in something else. That's the best course of action, in my opinion.
And if any of these yahoos...
Why nobody says you have to stay involved in this?
Just because they said to vote yes. I'm going to be the opposite of them. But get everyone to vote. That's what I'd love to see.
There you go. What did I say? What did I fucking say earlier when they were talking about this vote? You're going to get people like children that are going to do the opposite thing. Yes, exactly this. And he just, thank you, Mike. You just validated me again. You're so good at that. Thank you.
Unless you believe the entire thing's conspired together, like I said. But I just have a hard time believing that one. And then the second thing that no one's been able to prove, not YouTube or not anyone, and I guess it kind of goes in line with the votes, but when they issued ape shares, right? Some places, mainly international, took up to a week, maybe even a week and a half, 2 weeks to get the proper transferring. But where did the billions of ape shares go? Because the way naked shorting works is they sell an asset onto the market, that they don't have, they haven't borrowed it yet, they haven't guaranteed that they have it, but they sell it in the asset, which now inflates it. So if they sold 1,000 of these shorts or these shares onto the market without having...
That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen, though. That's really not that's not how naked shorting... That's not really how naked shorts in this day and age arise. Like, that is a very simplistic viewpoint. I mean, no offense, but that's not really how it works. I don't have time to get into it. We've talked about it before. FTDs, okay, those things, more likely, if this were to be the case, I'm not saying it is, but an FTD can sort of become considered a naked short at some point after a settlement date if it's not delivered. The thing is, though, it was not established as a naked short. And by the way, we're talking about like positional naked shorting, like speculative we're talking about speculative short selling, not operational short selling or functional short selling. In other words, we're talking about hedge funds speculating about a price decline rather than a market maker engaging in naked shorting for market making reasons. That's irrelevant here. I don't care what the apes say, it's irrelevant. That's a plumbing issue. That's how water moves through the pipes. I don't care about that. What I do care about is the speculative short selling. That's what everybody, that's your short interest. Okay. And there is no way that a trader or market participant can establish a naked short. Because, for one simple reason, brokers won't do it. The broker has to borrow the shares, not the trader. The trader just says sell. And if you don't have it in your account, that means sell short. So sell this. Oh, well, they don't have it, so I guess we got to somehow get it for them to sell. And if they can't, they won't. So it's, it's not an option. It becomes the reality, in certain circumstances, but I can't even find any data that suggests that that's happening, on any scale. So FTDs are not naked shorts. But it's likely that naked shorts would be FTDs or would have started out that way. But it's so irrelevant. That's the thing. The amount of time people have wasted on this, and I think that this is no accident. I really don't. The amount of time that people have wasted on this failed concept is monumental, and it's kept people from actually learning things that would be helpful. So it's garbage. It's a garbage narrative. It's a losing narrative. It never worked, never works. It has not really ever worked, to my knowledge, in the post-naked shorting era. It's just not a thing that anybody needs to worry about. Okay? It doesn't matter. Even if they are, and this is the like doubly interesting thing. I've read a lot of Google Scholar type stuff that I found on there. Papers, research papers, reports, things like that. Okay? Academic writing. And there's actually research out there. It's substantiated by evidence. It's not just made up. That actually, even naked shorting, even naked shorting itself, if it was what Mike just said, where they literally go sell something that they don't have or borrow, they don't even try to borrow it, okay? Even that improves the quality of markets. Even naked short selling, the kind that is illegal and that the apes think is widespread anyway, there's actually evidence that suggests strongly, I might add, that even that quote-unquote illegal naked short selling actually has a positive effect on the market. That's interesting because the narrative is not that at all. The narrative is it makes the price go down and it's bad. And what I'm saying is, actually, that's not necessarily the case. It might make the price go down, maybe, but that's not just a function of shorting. It's a function of lack of buying. Aggressive buying. There's always buying. If there's shorting, there's buying. Make no mistake about that. If there's somebody selling, then somebody's buying. You don't have more sellers than buyers. That cannot exist. That condition cannot exist. There's never more buyers than sellers. There's always the same number of buyers and sellers. It's just how aggressive are they? Are they willing to pay market price or not? That's how is somebody aggressive or not? Are they willing to sell or buy at market price? If the answer is yes, then you've got aggressive buying or selling. If they're only using limit orders, which the apes have only pretty much exclusively done for 3 years, if you're using limit orders, you are not aggressive. And you're not exerting any pressure. So that's really the question. Anyway, it doesn't matter, though, because it's not a thing. Even if it was a thing, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. How about that? A lot of things there.
2 billion, as much as 10 billion of these things, right? We don't know. They could have been selling tons of them, right? Driving the price up.
No.
140%, right? I've always said it was possible. Okay, so if they did that and there was 2
billion, but that's not the same thing.
Ape shares, that means you and I could possibly be holding synthetic.
Like, the thing that he's not connecting in his head is, if that 40% was naked shorting, how would they weren't borrowed? So how would it be 140? How would you even know to add that 40%? You know, it doesn't make any sense. All the shares that were available to lend would have been lent out. Utilization would have been all the way, it would have been maxed out. There would have been no shares available to borrow, and that would be it. And then you'd have shares come return, and positions would flip and stuff like that. You wouldn't keep adding to the short interest beyond 100 because the market wouldn't know that was a naked shorted share. To the market, it would just be a sell. You see what I'm saying? So no, not quite.
These naked shares, whatever the hell you want to call it.
This concept of naked shares, phantom shares, nobody ever fucking talked about that shit before. I don't want to say there's no mention of it, but there is, seriously, hardly any even mentions of the words synthetic shares. You look for that on Google before 2021, and it's not there. It's not a thing. There is no such fucking thing. That's a complete Lou fabrication. That motherfucker ruined a lot of fucking people with that garbage. Synthetic shares, second book, the devil. Yeah.
Shares are supposed to exist. I sold something, but there's nothing here inside this bag. Well, actually, it's full of seeds. I'm going to plant out there for the go. But still, think about that. So if there were 2 billion shares, when the float was 525 million, that means it's, 2.5 times. And everybody was out there, and retail owned 90% of the float. I want you to look and remember this. Adam said retail owned 90% of the float, which, if you take out the funds and the ones that were supposed to own the float, they were supposed
not really. No, that's not what he said.
Own the shares, we would have what's left, the 90%. Theoretically, when you take the funds, insiders, you take who owns it, hedge funds, everything else, and you redid the math, for the longest time it was right around 80, 81.
Okay, there you go.
That means roughly 20% of the float was tied.
Doesn't matter, though.
All these funds that were loaning it, and all those other hedge funds, right? And insiders own jack shit, 0.5%, right? Insiders, let's go there. They ain't buying their stock. That should tell you something. But if that's 20% of 525 million, remember there was available up to at one point.
Why would they? Why would they buy it? It's part of their fucking compensation. I hate when they say this. Yeah, of course. Why would you buy it? Nobody should
borrow almost
anyway, whatever.
Million shares out of 525 or 532, whatever it was. Can't remember exactly. Million. They could borrow, and they had short over 125 million. So that math, that's 20%. That pretty much the entire float that we didn't own was shorting. But if there's billions and billions, we would own those billions, right? So how did we all get our ape shares? I mean, every single person that owned AMC got their ape shares. There was none documented anywhere. There was none put out there with the news or SEC. Adam said it. No one was complaining, calling corporate, where's my ape shares? Everybody freaked out for a week or two, but after that, everybody got them. So if that's the case, that means computer shares in on it. That means AMC's in on it. That means the SEC's probably in on it. That means brokers are in on it. Every single one of the brokers, international brokers, with these fake ape shares or whatever happens, they all had to been on it. So the only way this stuff would be true is if every one of these people were in on it. But again, same thing applies with the votes. If they were all in on it, Somebody would have leaked by now. That is too many people to create a mass.
Sounds like Mike is discovering that conspiracy theories are not really credible. That's what it sounds like he's discovering here. And this isn't just for stocks and AMC and meme stocks. This is conspiracy theories at large. Like what he's talking about here, you could say about a lot of things. Is this a turning point for Mike? I mean, this seems to be kind of a major shift. I don't know, I don't know if it is, if it will stick. Who knows? Who cares, really? But the thing is, he had to take the video down. He had to unlist it because people started getting on his ass about it, and I can see why. He started. Mike was making a lot of sense, and he got attacked for it by the cult. Now, Mike's no saint. He's not innocent in this, but it shows you, what the deal is here. But it does kind of seem like, he's really hinting at a lot of ridiculous aspects here, and you got to be a little bit crazy. Let's go back.
So the only way this stuff would be true is if every one of these people are in on it.
And that's so unlikely. We know that. Anything's possible. It's not probable.
But again, same thing applies with the votes. If they were all in on it, somebody would have leaked by now. That is
You would think so.
Many people to create a mass international cover-up. I just don't see it. Somebody argued that.
It just doesn't happen.
Lay it out on paper and prove that. And that was my problem. It resonated listening to Adam tell Robert over and over and over. And I'm like, you know what? Those are the two that stick in my head. Well, could there have been? Has there been? Well, we had FTDs. Supposedly FTDs is failures to deliver because they don't have the stock to deliver.
No. See, here's the problem. Somebody can make sense. They can get one aspect, and then the next breath, practically the same breath, he says, well, he heard that whatever, how he's...
Those are the two that stick in my head. Well, could there have been? Has there been? Well, we had FTDs. Supposedly FTDs is failures to deliver because they don't have...
Supposedly FTDs is failure...
Well, could there have been? Has there been? Well, we had FTDs. Supposedly FTDs is failures to deliver because they don't have the stock to deliver. But we had like 20 million FTDs, 10 million FTDs.
Yeah, it's FTDs, but that's not necessarily naked shorts. I think that's what he meant to say there. FTDs is, I don't know. Of course, FTD stands for failure to deliver, but he's kind of conflating it with naked shorting. Not really the same. This could be this, but this is not necessarily this type of thing.
STDs, they're STDs, right? 50 million FTDs, remember? And do you guys remember Clipper Mike?
Talk to Adam Aaron about that one, the STDs.
Adam didn't corner, but he talked to Adam, and he straight asked Adam about what happens to those 50 million FTDs that we had before they reversed in the conversion. Adam specifically told him they vanished, they disappeared. And guess what happened? Price of AMC didn't run up, they just vanished. So we've seen a lot of this off.
Yeah, but that's another thing. FTDs are not short positions in the sense that they have to be covered by buying. They can be. That's one way, yes. But if you've agreed to deliver a product to somebody and you don't do that in the time that was allotted for it, you still need to give it to them. But that doesn't mean that you need to go out and buy it right now and give it to them, especially if you already have it on the way. So a lot of these things are because of people buying and selling, trading the same day. That creates a delay. It's just, we've been over this again many times. Not going through it again.
50 million. We didn't see no 100 million FTDs or
doesn't matter.
200 million FTDs or a billion FTDs. So that was my other problem. Like, if there's billions of these shares,
it doesn't matter even if you would have.
For the longest time, I did. I truly did. I talked about it. You know that. I ran my equations. It just doesn't make sense anymore. It hasn't for me because I keep dissecting that, and I'm like, answer this question and this question.
Wow.
Convince me on one of these.
They can't. They can't answer it.
Not have more votes than we have shares in the float if we have billions of shares. Second of all, and this will be 4 votes. Yeah. So, there's no excuses. Word should have got out by now. If we want to prove that this is true and what we believed in, why aren't we? You all got your friends and family into this. It ain't just you holding this share. You got other people involved in it. You got other people wanting it, right? So that means you know people that own it. So why aren't you telling them, hey man, there's a vote coming up. We need everybody voting. How is that not spread? Think about that too. If there's 3.8 million people left, we all are connected somehow. Why aren't people telling each other? Make sure you vote. Let's prove it. And we had chances with that plaid thing, with Robinhood, to prove our shares. We had chances with the votes, or Project Popcorn that's going on right now, but only 500 people have actually joined in and taken the time. I was one of them. Why the hell won't anybody else? Why won't we prove it? And that's where I go back to the pumpers and the social media influencers don't want to prove it, because the moment that they prove that we may have been wrong, it's over, and they lose what they're making off of pumping. They lose.
Well, if only that were true, because we proved it many times over. As many times as these clowns believe that the float has been shorted, we have proved that they haven't. Well, we've shown it. We've shown evidence that strongly suggests. No, we proved it. But, there's many angles you can take. You can take that angle. You can take the social conspiracy theory angle. You can take, multiple mechanical means in terms of trading and market mechanics, right? So it's kind of fun. How can we disprove the MOAS today? But yeah, the easiest way is what are synthetic shares? Show me that they exist. Show me anything. Never showed anything. But it's not over. That's the part he's got wrong here. It did not kill it. We just got marginalized and kicked off YouTube ultimately, and then came back and whatever. But rationality went out the window a long time ago. It may come back. Hopefully it comes back. Not for anybody's sake. I'm not as altruistic as some other people are. I'm not doing this to save people. I'm doing this to get the people that should be held accountable. If that means they lose viewers and therefore ad revenue, if that's the way that it'll affect them, then that's fine. I would love to see certain people get punished by YouTube. I gave up on that happening because some things and some people keep getting more and more ridiculous, as we saw earlier. Yeah, what a mess. But, unfortunately, the facts alone, this is way beyond a fact game. This is a movement. Remember on Chris's video, this is a movement. This is the community. Communities, movements, they don't dissolve that easily, especially when you have people on the hook for so much money. That's really what's keeping people here. They have to believe because they can't stomach this much of a loss. Well, let it be a lesson. Don't ever, don't pile into something. Don't everybody pile into one thing or one group of things. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Don't invest more than you can afford to lose at any time. Take profits when they appear, even if it's a small profit, because you might end up losing money, a lot of money. You either make a little or lose a lot. I would rather make a little. I would rather make a lot, of course. Who wouldn't? But if the choice is marry, F, kill, if the choice is make a little or lose a lot, even make a little or potentially lose a lot, I'm probably going to go with the make a little. And I wasn't always like that, by the way. That comes with more losses. So the apes can look forward to that at least. They probably won't lose as much as they've lost now. Hopefully,
what they're making off their YouTube
would be
or being their influencers.
Amazing.
I don't know, but why are we not proving it? And if you didn't get your
take the little bit of gains to avoid the large losses.
We've seen it. I know YouTubers would have loved to bring people on if they could have proved they didn't get their ape shares. You see my point? So this is what has always bothered me. That's why I resort back to the obvious. To me, everybody jumped in because of what happened to GME. GME was truly the one that was overshorted. 140%. AMC never hit even near 100%. We were like halfway there. They were literally 140. That drew the attention in. 7 million people joined Reddit. Remember WSB? It blew up from like 300,000 to all of a sudden it's 7 million people, 8 million. Everybody was buying in GME. Remember that? And then they went after AMC. So I want you to think about that. So please, if you have an answer, if you have proof other than we want to believe it, because I did, I believed it, I was a true believer. But after those two equations...
Who are the they? The apes or the Wall Street hedge funds? They went after AMC. AMC was always the poor man's GME. We've said that. It's true. AMC was always the poor man's GME. GME shares were too expensive. Well, they're not anymore, but they're still more expensive than AMC shares by a factor of 5.
Now, has there been negative shares? Sure, I mean, there probably has. I just don't think that they're still doing it. I don't, because why would they still be doing it if it's been under all these investigations? It's 3 years later. Why would they be even risking that at this point in time? That is nuts. All right, so I have a hard time believing that every day they're printing more of these.
Well, that makes a lot of sense, Mike. You cannot say this stuff on YouTube and expect your videos to stay up and not be unlisted. Because, why would anybody choose to go the criminal route if there are shares available to borrow cheaply? They can't answer that because they're so used to doing this crime they can get away with it, or whatever the bullshit excuse that they want to give. But no, the reality is no. Basically,
more of these?
Yeah.
Adam is printing more of these. That's what bothers me. So prove that, but most importantly, get people to vote. And again, hell no for me. I ain't giving them what they want. Oh, and one last thing. I was already thinking, if they're out there and influencers are trying to convince people to vote yes, in my opinion, why would they be doing that? Why would we want to take over the anti-takeover? If you go look at, do shorts have to cover when there are, like a company buys out another company, if you go research that, the shorts can just transfer over to the new company. And imagine transferring over to a newer company like Amazon or someone like, so if, in my opinion, watch, there probably are, they're going to try to convince people that if you, A, want to get rid of Adam Aron, vote yes. We've already been hearing that from the Cowboy Clown. They're going to try to get you to vote yes, simply due to the fact this is how you get rid of the board and this is how you get rid of Adam. And then they're probably going to latch on and start this theory going around that, oh, if we merge or we get sold, it's going to force these naked shorts and these shorters to close out. But go look. Why didn't that happen with Twitter? Why didn't that happen with other companies? They get bought out all the time, but those stocks never squeeze. Find me one, leave it in the comments, that was a merger or bought out that the stock squeezed. And I'm talking squeezed up, not going up 15, 20, 30% to get back to what the premium value of that share was going to be, because every time there's a share buyout or a company buyout, the stock gets too.
Yeah, you want one like that? I got one for you.
And everything else, but watch, they'll use that as a reason.
Sure, Mike.
And a chance to cause the squeeze to happen because the shorts are going to be forced to cover. Anyway, God, I don't want to be doing this.
He doesn't want to be doing this, but I mean, the thing. So he said he wants to see a squeeze, a merger and acquisition based squeeze. Come on, you know what that is. You know what that is. The one time the Volkswagen squeeze is actually relevant. But, I mean, it's not really, but it's the closest, thing that came to mind anyway. But also you had government that owned, a majority of shares, and that's certainly not the case here. So, yeah. All right. So look at the comments. Oh yeah. By the way, great example of natural in the wild. Retroactive DD by Mike. Yes. So this is all stuff that we, and it's all stuff that we've talked about. This is what's so interesting here and kind of funny. Like, we've talked about everything, he said. Probably 3 years ago. But nobody wants to listen. They want to call you a shill. They want to call you a hedgy. They want to call you a bitch. They kind of, they want to say whatever.
You're being a little bitch.
Yeah, I've heard it. I've heard it many times. I heard that too.
Well, just
yeah.
a second there, Professor.
Heard that.
We fixed the glitch.
We heard that too, and he's not going to get a paycheck anymore, so it'll naturally work itself out. We heard all that stuff. We've talked about it. It's all the same. It's all the same shit. So, why in the world would anybody go down the same road. And, you know, congratulations to Mike for making a breakthrough, realizing that conspiracy theories are bullshit 9.9 out of 10 times, roughly. It's not scientific, it's a qualitative number. But listen, most of the time, the bigger the conspiracy it is, the less likely it is to be even realistic. I mean, you start listening to all these people that have to be involved, and it's like, no, there's no way. But then there's that one time when it is, and you're like, well, maybe all those other, but it's not, though. You know, more than likely, it's you just didn't understand, and I mean, how much of this is based on lack of understanding, lack of comprehensive knowledge. You can't just walk into a dentist's office and be able to perform a root canal. You need to know how to do that. And this is really no different. And sometimes it's painful. But you know what I mean. Why would you expect to be able to master this thing? It's the most perfected scam, grift in human civilization. I mean, they literally do print money for themselves. They being Wall Street. I'm saying that allegorically, not literally, not figuratively even, but allegorically, sort of figuratively. But what I'm saying is, you are on their turf. It's not investor turf. It's Wall Street turf. So you find somebody that's doing something, being successful, and you learn from them, for example. Or the star player. You try to pick up his moves. Or the great guitar player or singer or keyboard player. You listen to what they did, you try to figure it out, and you try to incorporate that into what you do. That's how you learn and become successful. Not hoping and endlessly doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. If only it worked that way. So what Mike and the apes are finding out is that, the world kind of sucks. It's not as easy as they make it look. It's not as fair as we want it to be. Probably never will be. But guess what? It doesn't matter. That's what Scott will tell you. That's the Scott Allen addition. It doesn't matter. Your happiness, your success, your viability even possibly, your situation does not have to be dependent on whether the stock that you invested in goes up or down. Just keep those simple things in mind. Not investing up more than you can afford to lose, not treating it money, everything all the good habits that exist out there. If it's obvious, it's obviously wrong. I mean, if everybody and your brother and mother and the Uber driver and everybody and the DoorDash delivery man and the police officer and everybody is saying, man, did you see that GameStop? Wow, you got to get me some of that. Run the other way. Or take pause and think about what are you doing? You think you got the next big thing. Everybody else does too. Why are you special? Are you really onto something here, or are you following the lemmings into the hole? And I say, most of the time you're following the lemmings into the hole. Unless you come up with it and nobody else is doing it. But even then, there's a chance that you're wrong. Always a chance that you're wrong. So you could be the only one doing it for good reason, because it's stupid. It's like going to the casino so you can pay your rent. Good Lord. Yeah, well, that's scary. And probably not the best thing to do. Okay, let's look at some of these comments. Then we say goodnight. Whoops. Oh, boy. Messing everything up here. I totally agree. I'm voting hell no. Let's put it in order of date. Someone is removing most of my comments, Mike. What's up with that? Probably not. We can't because you said it's all a conspiracy. AMC has been the most purchased security out of GME stocks and crypto. FTDs went overseas. No evidence for any of that. You're right. The FTDs vanished as corrupt AA said, but instead of covering the 10% left of crime, they doubled and tripled of shorting. After criminal RS, I know some older guys who bought and don't pay attention to the votes and the community outrage on the market and are corrupt. Okay. Illuminati government? Oh, my goodness. Uses the stock market to launder their money. Okay. Right. Conspiracy believer there. Self-reporting market makers aren't going to report fairly or accurately. They don't self-report anything. Self-reporting. Yeah. Not doesn't mean what you think it means. Market makers don't establish short positions for speculation. I mean, there's so many things wrong. You know the voting system was a mess. No, you don't. You don't know that. You probably think that it is. You want to believe that it is, but there's no evidence for that. Where is the evidence? People didn't receive their postcards. They received them late. There it is, postcards. I knew it. Excuse after motherfucking excuse from these losers. Come on, Mike. I know it's been a tough ride, but don't let your pain flood your common sense. Common sense. Facts haven't changed. What facts? There's no facts. Not a single fact has been mentioned. What facts, though? Boom. Mike, reach out to me, my friend. We might be able to do some stuff together if you're serious. There has not been a single person actually prove there are synthetic AMC shares. Just a bunch of theories and examples, but honestly, we've never seen any proof. There you go. The system is rigged. Everything will come to light. Yes, what every conspiracy theorist says. Theories, really. Facts are facts. Nothing has changed. Where are the FTX AMC tokens? Well, yeah, facts have not changed. Those are still irrelevant. Again, actually, what facts? Yeah, I don't even need to read Mike's comments anymore. He's making too much sense. Remember to keep the real price a secret. Family and friends aren't ready to comprehend yet. Photoshop's a good option. Thank you. It's good. People will appreciate that. Cash App didn't get to vote. Okay. I have an idea about why people don't vote. Their voting packages arrived by mail after the vote. They cheated that too. Well, that's not... no, come on. Nobody's voting by fucking mail. They're voting online. Give me a fucking break. Volkswagen, okay, was a totally different scenario. It was a totally different scenario. Thank you, Mike. The salty old Marine. Wow. Hey, good to see you, Mike. We don't tell our friends and family because they all hate us. Now they lost all their money. If they want the vote to be yes, it will be. That's how it was for 2024. And if the moon stars align just right at the end of 24, things might change. We don't tell our friends and family because they all hate us. Now they lost all their money. See how that works? You keep saying to vote. I agree. But if you own synthetics, the vote doesn't count. You're an idiot shill. If you own synthetics. Well, first of all, there is no such thing. Secondly, even if there were, how would you know that? You don't know because you don't have a sign in your account that says synthetic or real. Garbage. The irony of this person calling someone an idiot. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Oh, wow, look at this. Remember what Chris said about spamming comments? Look at this Scott Desmarais person. Look at all these comments. All the ape shares are held in dark pools. Held in dark pools. How do you hold stocks in a dark pool? Obligation warehouses. Fuck you, Wes Christian. If Wes Christian hadn't been born, nobody would be talking about obligation fucking warehouse or Nick Jordan. That is a clear case of, yeah, garbage. You have to understand that they didn't let Europe vote, so they're read the fucking retroactive DD. That's not news. I will vote the opposite of what the board of directors recommends. Definitely voting no. Same people who tally the votes are shorting us. Oh, okay. Voting no. We are down 90% and they haven't done anything for shareholders. Looks like no from me. Because that will punish them. You'll teach them a lesson. They made so much fucking money off you, they don't give a fuck. We're down 90%. Yeah, they're up 90% probably. And they haven't done anything for shareholders. Well, they haven't taken your last 10%. That's something. Can they make the feds disappear through tokenized AMC? Oh boy. Seems then at no price this is good to buy now. Correct. Exactly. Probably more than possible, leaning towards probable, more 50. Okay. You are working for hedge funds. I wish I was. I would love to be paid. That's ridiculous to say. Mike is working for hedge funds. I mean, they say that about me. And I've made sense for 3 years. So what do you think I've been hearing for 3 years? What makes you think there are no synthetics? If they took the buy button away, oh boy, this is a what's a what of bullshit. The last couple of votes, GME never had a squeeze. There it is. But of course, you're not supposed to say that, huh? It's this type of shit that gets me to vote the opposite of what this guy and his buddies try to sell. Oh, okay. GME squeezed, bud. AMC squeezed too. So did a whole lot of other stocks. The SEC report never reported a squeeze. It was genuine price. And that's not what the fucking report says. That is not what the fucking report says at all. Go fuck yourself. Drop out, Jerome. Yeah, drop out. We should listen to you. Think, Mike. The criminals control the elections. And not just for AMC. I have over 15,000 shares not voting for anything, all rigged. Yeah, right. Trust you, bro, right? And you're not voting. Well, you're an idiot then. Broker I'm with, I only got the chance to see all these fucking personal anecdotes about voting and all this shit. I don't care. Like, it doesn't matter. Your fucking 15,000 shares mean nothing in the scheme of things. 15,000 out of 200 million is zip. It's exactly zero. For all intents and purposes, it's closer to zero than any significant number. So, sorry, you're irrelevant. Good. Don't vote. Doesn't matter. And you could just sit there and wonder. Wes Christian is the most successful, unsuccessful lawyer. He really is. Talk about resting on one's laurels. My God. That guy is a fucking... I mean, he kind of sucks. He really is... Wow. Okay. I think that's about it. I don't know if there's anything else that can be said here. I mean, this is it. Yeah. I think that's about it. There's a couple more little clips here from our buddy, so we can do that. But
and then be like, oh, there's a million.
Sorry about that.
Because it doesn't work that way for me. Because but I only have 51. Yeah, I'll tell you, I run to 1,000. I'm selling 500 shares. That's all I'll sell. Because I can live off of that for a while. Buy the rumors, sell the news. Bitcoin halving has been priced in already, and profits have been taken. There you go. I'm not selling till generational wealth. Well, that can happen at around 2,500 for me. If I get 2,500 a share, we're having a different conversation. Whether Mo asks just, but you know what? The chances are, American, I'm not going to need money.
Maybe set that target a little lower.
At like $1,000 a share, I don't need money. I don't. Because I'm pretty sure there's some people here that are going to buy me a beer the rest of my life. So I'm just going to get drunk and chill. And I'll just die off of that. I'll be good, man. I'm going to go out like a champ, like my grandfather. Yeah, my grandfather died at 66. Still had an impact on me. But he's a
wow.
baller,
It's a great something to be proud of, I guess.
You knew
he was smart. He died at 66. What? This guy's fucking dumb. He was smart. He died at 66. Yeah. So he was smart because he died relatively young? I mean, are you saying the world sucks? Do we need to call intervention for you? Like, what the fuck? He was so smart.
Do you know how, like, I knew my grandfather was somewhat successful because, you know, like growing up the way we did.
Who cares? I'm sorry. Like, who cares?
In the 80s and 70s. Most families, you knew how to, like, measure their success. Like, I knew how to measure my success with my friends and family. Like, when my friends would invite me over and they had a computer and they had America Online, I was like, yo, that was crazy back then.
Yeah, no. I'm sorry, but that's bullshit. I had a 286 PC. My first PC was a 286 IBM PC clone. None of this matters, but I just want to say, we weren't rich. I didn't grow up in any type of money, but we had a computer. Yeah, they were expensive. But there were circumstances that, you know, somebody close to the family worked in the computer industry, built PC clones. So, you know, I from the 286 days until now, I've had a PC within reach of me at all times. Getting online and 4800, 9600 BPS modems, dial up. Yeah. So no, you can't measure success because when friends would come over to what Marantz is saying is that when friends would come over to my house growing up in the 80s, the late 80s, early 90s, for what I'm talking about here, and they saw that we had a computer, they would have thought, wow, these people are rich. But then they would have seen other things that wouldn't have indicated that. So, yeah, this is way too wide of a paintbrush to be painting with here. But whatever. I mean, you know, it's Marantz, so of course. I
convinced my parents to do it. My dad was like, what are you doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? My mom was like, not with it. Like, no. What if something happens and we need the phone line? They just pick up. It'll connect and disconnect. But that's how you used to gauge, like, if you had...
We got a second phone line.
For your friends, but, you'd be like, yeah, Mom. It's not like, man, Mom, hey, Dad, the mom drives a Lexus. No, it wasn't that. It was, hey, they got a computer.
Supposedly, there's something relevant here. Manuel says there is.
Like early 90s?
Do I need to be... Well, I'm just going to shut up.
Holy shit. Encyclopedias, guys. Google for the 80s kids, okay? The real shit. So, yeah, if I went over to the house and they had encyclopedias, I knew what was up. My grandfather had a new encyclopedia set every 2 years. It was like that, man. You guys don't know this. If you guys are young and you guys don't know, there used to be people go door to door and sell you encyclopedias. That and Kirby vacuums. I'm not joking. You know the game Kirby? We sucking up everything, the big purple guy? That game is so successful and famous to kids, but they have no idea. That's just a vacuum. You know Dyson? Yeah, well, Kirby, punks. So Kirby was it, and so they used to sell encyclopedias door to door. But if I would go to my friend,
made right here in good old Northeast Ohio, by the way, I want to say Kirby vacuum, actually Hoover as well, back in the day. A lot of vacuum capital of the vacuum cleaner capital of the world. It's one of the lesser known claims of fame that we have here. Rock and Roll City, yes. First Motor City over Detroit. Original Motor City, yes. Steel City, number 2, or vying with Pittsburgh for that spot. Number 1, Steel City. But vacuum cleaner capital of the world.
Friend's house, they had encyclopedias on a bookshelf. Let alone they had a bookshelf. Shit.
Oh, he's just rambling. I thought it was supposed to be about Korax. Maybe it's the. Is it the clip?
Doing my homework.
Maybe it's the.
At the library.
Taunting the meltdown. Well, anyway.
Absolutely impossible.
Let's drop in and out here and see what's going on.
He says, I agree 100%. In the end, it's about getting your money. I appreciate your observation. It makes sense. I buy GameStop and AMC and sell them accordingly. It's about getting your money. Thanks for stopping by. Always good to see the originals. What the hell is he talking about, the original? Tonko Native, you just said you buy AMC.
Oh. Tanko. What are the odds of that? Did you guys catch that? I had for some reason, as he was reading the comment, I felt like, wow, is it? And I'm like, no, it can't be. But it was. Here, because he said, get your money. That's his kind of his, he says that. Get your money, people. Get your money. That's what did it.
Changes.
Okay, let me go back. I'm going to try to get the beginning.
GameStop has work to do.
Let me get to the beginning of this comment.
The fact that literally, I should show you. He never admits he's wrong. Are you? I literally have a video say, hey guys, just want to tell you that I was wrong. Literally say it that way.
Yeah, well, that's not disingenuous or anything, because then you just go immediately into lying after that. Right back into lying. So, no. I mean, this is what a narcissist does. You know, they come out with some over-the-top, schmaltzy fucking, you know, over-dramatized, stylized version of an apology, and then they come back and say, well, but I put out a whole video saying I was sorry and I was wrong, just like that. Yeah, you disingenuous fucking sack of fucking shit. You don't believe you're wrong about a fucking thing. Not the things that matter, anyway. You didn't apologize for getting people into GameStop or pumping this shit or lying about the balance sheet or misrepresenting the balance sheet. You didn't say you were wrong about it. Wrong about any of that shit. Whatever you said you were wrong about, what was it, being profitable or something? I don't know. Who cares? He's wrong about everything.
Guys, just want to tell you that I was wrong. Literally say it that way. Let's see. You know, here's Hostile Takeover. Hostile Takeover says, truth is, he's not wrong about the balance sheet. He's not wrong about insiders buying shares. He's not wrong about the cash on hand for GameStop, or the fact that GameStop has pivoted and become more lean and nimble. I agree GameStop has work to do.
They have pivoted. This is the pivot. The pivot has occurred. Wow. This is the pivot. What a shitty pivot. I mean, that is one of the... Wow.
No.
Great. I guess Tanko's comment is next.
That wants to remain profitable. Furthermore, I'm an investor in GameStop because I like the company. I like the management team and the current fundamentals. If anything changes, I'll reassess my position. But assessing my position based off the stock price is not investing. It's gambling. I see the potential for growth long term, and I'm patiently waiting for that. My decision to do so has nothing to do with Marantz. It had to do with the more available facts surrounding GameStop.
I'm not. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Making a decision based on the stock price is not investing. It's gambling. No. It depends on whether the stock is fairly valued, which is directly related to the stock price. It should be forward looking, but as we've seen with some things, that can go too far. In the short term, the weighing machine aspect gets pushed aside, and we get the voting machine aspect, and popularity takes over, especially with meme stocks. So, yes, I don't think that's a valid. It's not my. I certainly wouldn't say that to anybody. But anyway,
just doing it different.
It's not about what I would say.
That's fair, Chad. Hit him with the truth. He says, I agree 100%. In the end, it's about getting your money. I appreciate your observation. It makes sense. I buy GameStop and AMC and sell them accordingly. It's about getting your money. Thanks for stopping by. Always good to see the originals. What the hell is he talking about, the originals? Tonko Native, you just said you buy AMC and GameStop. I call bullshit. Because you don't own any. This guy, man. Tonko Native has a face only his mother can love. Look at that. This is public enemy number one, I guess, or he's against me. He's attacking me. He doesn't like me. He makes videos hating me.
Wait, Tanko is public enemy number one. I feel slighted. I have dished out more hate your way, Marantz, than Tanko has. I'm sorry. I like Tanko. He's a friend of this channel. Always welcome here. Hey, Tanko. But, well, okay, maybe he is public enemy number one in your mind. But I just want to say, don't, give us a second look. Give us a second look, because we've been up your ass too. I think for longer, which is not necessarily anything to be proud of, but nonetheless we are saying that. We are not proud, but we are saying that anyway. But here we go with the ad hominem. Here we go with the insulting of appearance. Here we go with all of the extra curricular or superfluous stuff that is unrelated to the issue at hand. Right on cue. Look at this guy. Look at his face. He's got a face only his mother could love. And I know I've called this guy in the lower right corner. I've called him a fat piece of shit, and everything. But I don't have to go ad hominem. See, I choose to because it's fun. Quite frankly, sometimes it's fun. Sometimes you need to release a little steam. Call somebody a fat sack of shit. But I don't have to. We know. You have not gone to the moon, not because it's easy or because it's hard, because you can't. So, yeah. Again, if it's Mary F. No, sorry. Wrong quote. But anyway, right on cue with the ad homs. All right, here we go.
Enemy number one, I guess, or he's against me. He's attacking me. He doesn't like me. He makes videos hating me. Tanko, I love you, brother. Let's see what you got to say. I'm going to react in real time. I have not seen this video. But before I get to it, I'm just going to have it on the screen, Tanko, okay? For a while. So
I'm only going to do a little bit of this, take it up to midnight. I swear to God, midnight is that's the hard cutoff here. I want to keep going, but
I know you lying.
Oh boy, look at the market. Okay, great.
With your fugly.
What an uneventful. I mean, I just have to say, what a fucking bullshit futures opening this was. Wall Street fucking full of shit. I swear to God, one of two things will happen probably. The market will shoot up at open. And it will be Wall Street will be miracle market to the moon, fucking retarded, and then it'll crash tomorrow or Wednesday, or the market tanks at open, and it just keeps tanking, and we have substantial, actually a deep loss, 5% or more, which is still not that much. It needs to be down 4 times that, in my opinion. The problem is Nvidia and all that shit has to go down, because everything else is already in a shitter. So, Nvidia, meme stock or not? Good question. I don't know. But, shit. Or, I guess there's really 3 things that could happen. It could go sideways. Maybe it'll do that. Maybe it'll go sideways. I don't know how they make it happen. Somehow they get a memo out to everybody. Hey, guys, we're going sideways today. Don't buy or sell too much. Or maybe Citadel puts on their, automatic counteractive algorithm where if somebody buys 10,000 shares and they immediately sell 10,000 shares, not to them. I mean, they do, but then ultimately, additionally, they sell 10,000 shares to counter. This is completely made up. That's not real. I'm just being stupid because who knows? But it's fascinating to me that the market can go up and down and up and down, up and down, swing by 2-3% in a day, and then it ends right at the unchanged level. It's like, that's amazing. They're just fucking geniuses. You got to give Wall Street credit, and they had the biggest dicks you've ever seen.
What the hell that means?
Haven't seen. I'm sorry.
In Texas, Marantz. I don't know what the hell that means, but I got you. Gabriel, are you talking about Mexican food? There's not. I don't know what to tell you, man. My grandmother was from Texas. She's Texan. So our food was different growing up. It's different than the traditional.
Probably, and that bad back.
She was.
And probably because
Waiting for the pro membership.
What would he be doing during this time normally? Watching TV with his wife? I mean,
I just call him,
I don't know.
Dick Tracy.
Here we go.
You send me a message if you want to throw down, Gabriel. You guys are funny. Just showing up. Be glad to be here. GameStop crew. Yep. It's more creepy BS from Kyle. Yeah. 8 sex location. Yeah. I don't remember that stuff. Hey, ASL girl, what's up? You know, well, I'm right here. Anyone else watching UFC 300? GameStop needs to be sponsor. Why would we want to spend money on that? Having meltdown syndrome must be sad. Yeah, we don't want to spend money right now. GTN has 114 TV stations, which 19 insiders bought between, we were talking about that, Michael Anthony, $8 and $9, which 2 insiders bought 10,000 shares each at $8.09 and pays a dividend 8 cents, which will close. Michael Anthony, we talked about that before. I could care less about the no-name company, but we looked at it. Holy shit, good song. Well, thank you. I thought so too. Everyone's time is worth money. How much money are the meltdown? I can. The panic and selling like Friday. We're at $11, and you're asking me when I would sell at 1,000? Can we get to 20? Can we get to 30 and 40? You guys, man. I'm OG like you, Marantz. I grew up watching basketball since the 80s. Yeah.
I think that Marantz is complete fraud. This is my thesis, my theory. Marantz Rants is a complete and utter fraud in the sense that he doesn't believe. See, I don't know why I want to believe that he is completely fake and that he does not believe this, because it really pains me to think that somebody actually genuinely would be like this. I'm not quite there yet. I'll get there. But it just still blows my mind that somebody would be like this. And I know that that is in and of itself is naive belief on my part, because there are people who are way stupider than this. But something just telling me that he's not, and I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Something is telling me that he's not being genuine. I don't know what it is. But I think that we're being taken for a ride. I think that he's taking his viewers for a ride. I think that's all that's happening here. I don't think he actually believes this. I don't even know if he owns shares. And it doesn't matter about screenshots or anything. It doesn't matter. That proves nothing. There's no way. There's no way to prove it. But there are many indications, maybe. Also, well, that's all I got.
My real first game that I really remember, like X-Men, 40,000 points.
I'm trying to get to where he talks about
what that means. Oh, the fact that
God, he's only got 6 minutes because I am leaving at midnight.
That's all. What are they? With what money? I owe a beer for the rest of what? For leaving or whatever.
Okay.
Not the background that I have, sure, whatever. I don't care. But he left. Good, whatever. I still respect him. I still give him enough respect for the stuff he taught me. But you know what's the best part about it? Excuse my language, I fucking listened. I listened. I took notes. He talked, I listened. Why is it when lawyers are talking, these kids aren't listening? No.
What's in that cup? I wonder. Well, Kool-Aid.
Ryan's gonna save us. Success was happening.
Ryan's gonna save you. Yeah.
Oh, double tape and CDs changer on the same tower. Roy and Titties, that's not fair. That's not fair to say, because in my household, we didn't have a stereo. We had DJ equipment. We had hubs, techers.
Okay, great. That's fantastic. So did we.
What's going on? My buddy, my best friend of my life. Am I playing with non-U.S. citizens? What's going on? My buddy, my best. No? All right, let me back us. They showed 7 winners, 3 hours later, 4. That he would be taking them off. SpongeBob Axelrod, a coward because he's too You gotta put some respect. Yeah, those. Oh my God. Yeah. And so, welcome back to Moran's Rants. Plenty of good information, a little bit of motivation, a whole lot of truth, no financial advice. Just say the shit, right? It just comes out. It's not like I had to practice, do too much, but it's part of it. I want to know why. Just to speak the way you speak, as slow as you do, what are you thinking about the whole time? Like, is there enough dead space and airspace in that time? Like,
And from the beginning, since you came on the YouTube scene, all you've done is ridicule people, make fun of people, and act like you're better than everybody, right?
No, not better than everybody. Just you.
Yeah.
Me and you.
Sort of.
This is an A and B conversation, and they can see their way out of it. This is a January, February conversation, and they can march their way out of it. It's just me and you now. If I could rewrite the alphabet, I would.
Yeah, he's drunk. He's drinking. Oh, he's absolutely drinking. No question.
That you were smart. We believe that you were intelligent.
You don't think I'm smart? You don't think I'm intelligent? Okay, cool. Then I'm dumb. Can I just be dumb? You know what's the best part about being dumb? You don't need more than a...
The rails are coming. He's coming off the rails with this grift too. I do think that there's noticeably different tone in some of this stuff here.
Another thing I don't want sad. I told you to say.
It could just be the alcohol.
Information that people need to hear.
Hey, yo, I need to put this shit in the time capsule right now. This is awesome. Tonko, I thought this was a hate video. This is awesome. Oh my God, man. I'm so excited. And I just can't hide it. My nips showing. Are they showing? I mean, dude, bro, you're really, hey, the bro love is real right now. A minute 30 in. It feels like 5 hours. But a minute 30 in the video, I'm telling you, I'm so excited. Oh my God, he said that I am the greatest. Dude, I needed your cosign. This is it. This is like P. Diddy co-signing with Mace and everyone else out there. This is our collab. This is our time right here. You being more of the P. Diddy kind of guy and me being more of the Mace. But here we go.
The problem is that when it comes to GME, it seems like you're being paid. It seems like you've been put there by, I don't know, the GME people, the GameStop executives. Someone paid you or is paying you to pump GME regardless of the outcome. It doesn't.
Yeah. To the moon buffoon.
That's what it looks like because.
Hold on. Somebody's paying me. You know, do you say this about like Dallas Cowboy fans? You know, Dallas Cowboys have won the Super Bowl in like 28 years. And it's like, hey, yo, somebody must be paying these fans out here to be making these videos saying that they're going to go undefeated and they're the best thing ever to walk the face of the earth and Tony Romo's the greatest.
Yeah, but that's a bad analogy because those people are not spending their money. They're not being asked to spend money. They're not being asked to spend money. They're not being ridiculed for what they spend their money on or don't spend their money on. So, I mean, comparing it to a sports game, no.
This is the problem that I have with Meltdowners and, of course, Tonko. They don't know how to separate the information from their own feelings.
Right. Well, that's a good place to end.
Understand how to separate the two.
Hear it again.
Do it right now. This is the problem that I have with Meltdowners and, of course, Tonko. They don't know how to separate the information from their own feelings. I have given out the most factual information about multiple investments over the course of the last 3 years on the internet. There's not.
That's what you think, Marantz. But see, the problem is, and this is the problem I have with you and the other grifter pumper shills, if you're actually a shill, grifter pumper, influencer, fraudulent financial influencer, is that you can't separate facts from your feelings. Okay? You feel that you have given out the most factual information. I can tell you that that's not true. And we've shown it over the last 3 years here. So here's what you do, Marantz. Go back and watch all of my videos. Go back and watch all of them. Okay, then we'll talk. Okay, then we'll talk. Until then, I got to go to bed because I have to go to work tomorrow. So, you guys have a good night.
It's impossible!
You can't kill Michael Myers. It's impossible.
You're being a little bitch. What do you fucking want from me? Get off my dick!
You know, if you don't understand the situation, it's better sometimes not to speak and just be proven a complete imbecile in the matter. Okay, so...
Tony Sand with the, the nugget of truth there, but of course, he was wrong about a lot of things as well. Oh, Frankie, where's he at? Got to check him next time. Got to remember that.
Is that what you're saying? Or are you?
It's a retroactive DD fest.
Huh?
What? Huh? Is it retroactive DD week? It's like shrimp week.
I don't know.
It's something. I don't know. I don't think that's the case either. But hey, I'm going to Red Lobster. I'll see you guys later.